Muy buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a la 12ª reunión de la Escuela del Sur de Internet, realizada conjuntamente con esta reunión de la Escuela Argentina de Internet. La pandemia nos obligó a cambiar nuestra habitual agenda llevada a cabo durante todos estos años, que realizábamos una reunión anual internacional en países de América. Y luego, conjuntamente, cuando comenzamos con la reunión argentina de gobernanza de Internet, se realizó específicamente en Argentina. Este año se decidió realizar ambas conjuntamente con la modalidad virtual. Nuestro compromiso con la educación de conocimiento nos motivó a aceptar este gran desafío de logística. El resultado de este esfuerzo está
saw this as an opportunity to tackle the logistical challenges. And we've managed to organize a conference which we believe will be of the best possible quality. We would like to thank everybody for joining us today. We'd like to thank the organizers and the Secretary of Public Innovation of the Office of the Cabinet of Ministers, and ENACOM, the National Communications Entity, and also the Faculty of Economic Sciences of the University of Buenos Aires, and all the sponsors who are with us today. We'd like to offer the students this opportunity to ask all the questions that they feel could be important, because asking questions is learning. And we'd like to particularly ask the young people working with Professor Norma Moreno, who are making a special effort despite the pandemic situation. The next 5 days are going to be chock full of information about Internet and Internet governance. Finally, I would like to present two people, Olga Cavalli and Adrián Carvalho, who have made a huge effort to ensure the success of this meeting, so much so that it actually tires me to think of it. They're the true architects of these 12 years of work, which I can imagine that they are getting lots of applause, and it's more than well deserved, even if virtual. Finally, I would like to inaugurate the 12th edition of the SSIG and the 9th edition of SSIG. Thank you very much for being with us today. And let's get started, shall we? Hi, I'm Nicolás Trota. I'm the Minister of Education of the Argentine nation. I would like to welcome all the students and experts from the different countries who will be taking part in this 12th consecutive edition of the South School of Internet Governance, which is being held together with the 4th consecutive edition of the Argentine School on Internet Governance. This project is a pioneer in the region, and in fact in the whole world. We've trained thousands of young people and professionals across the American continent and from other countries in in-person format, but now it's become a virtual edition without frontiers, thanks to the pandemic, which is affecting all of us. We are accompanying this move towards a new form of education in these complex times. For us, it's incredibly important to ensure that we train our professionals properly, not only in Latin America, but also in the Caribbean, so that every single person is involved actively in the debates, which are so important to the development of our region and the insertion of Latin America and the Caribbean into a globalized world. I am grateful for the opportunity to be with you today and greet you, and I wish you the very best of sessions in efforts to build and construct the knowledge needed by our continent and our Latin American peoples today. Thank you.
Hola a todos y a todas. Mi nombre es Micaela Sánchez.
Hello, everybody. I am Micaela Sanchez Malcolm. I'm the Secretary of Public Innovation in the Office of the Cabinet of Ministers. Before anything else, I'd like to welcome all the students who are joining us for these training days in a context where information and communications technologies are more important than ever before in terms of access, in terms of knowledge for all countries. And I'd like to thank everybody of so many different kind of backgrounds for joining us. Everybody from these different professional backgrounds. It's so important to be able to get together and debate the issue of internet governance. From the Secretariat of Public Innovation and my team, we've been developing different strategies linked to ICT in different aspects, what has to do with the main guidelines, open government, the promotion of data use in the ministries and also provincial level as regards developing tools to facilitate the more agile use of data at municipal level, to implement digital management system, to manage different kinds of information on the basis of digital signatures, and managing different programs to promote connectivity throughout the country. Based on giving greater value to ARSAT, which is our state telecommunications company, fiber optics, data centers for public administration. And in general terms, this has also got to do with cybersecurity and how we protect our data, particularly state data. In this framework, we have developed a program which is called NSER. It's about identifying, preventing, and creating contingency before cyber attacks and incidents. And it also advocates for the greater security of information in the public domain. So in this context, in the pandemic, where our tasks, our professional and productive tasks, are more dependent than ever before on ICT, this is why we're holding these sessions today, where also the issues of gender representation, equality, the numbers of professional women working in this area, these are all key areas which we'll be looking at during these sessions. So everything to do with public administration in this area is very important. I wanted to greet you and say that we are hoping that we have some excellent sessions ahead of us. Hello, everybody. My name is Martín Olmos. I'm the Undersecretary for Information and Communications Technology at the Office of Innovation at the Cabinet of Ministers. I would like to welcome everybody to these two events, which are so important, which is the Argentine School on Internet Governance and the South School on Internet Governance. This year, the particular features of the pandemic affecting us means that we have to hold this in a virtual format. But we hope that this will not affect the depth with which we are going to be handling the issues and the debates and the discussions we're going to have, which are so important at the moment. How we build internet, what do we want the internet of the future to look like? What are we going to do about building a truly open and democratic internet, one that is safe for citizens, able to protect our data and our privacy, and how we can do this together? So the challenge is pretty big. But you can be sure that the state will be right behind you in order to continue on the right track.
Buenos días.
Hello. I'm the Sub-Undersecretary of External Policy of the Foreign Relations Ministry. It's Great honor for me to welcome everybody, the speakers and the students who are taking place at this 12th consecutive edition of the South School on Internet Governance, which is being held together with the 4th edition of the Argentine School on Internet Governance. It's a great honor for the Chancellery to be with you today in institutional form, because this is a truly pioneering initiative training young people all over South America and Caribbean, dealing with the major issues on the digital agenda, so that we can ensure that the essential activities of individuals, states, and organizations can continue to take place in development. In the context of the pandemic, digitalization and artificial intelligence, the concerns about data security put us in a position where we have to strengthen education and train people about these issues, because these are going to be the key issues of the future and are the most important issues on our agenda today. The Foreign Relations Ministry is proud to support this event, as it considers that training of our national human resources, particularly public administration officials, is of prime importance. We consider it fundamental to play an important role in these issues. Hello from Colombia, and welcome to the latest version of the South School on Internet Governance. I'm delighted to be here with you and know that so many young people are interested in Internet governance. We are in times of great change, and today, as never before, technology is moving very fast. Digital literacy is fundamental to citizens' development, and it is you who are going to be guiding us towards the new information society and will be leading change and the development of knowledge through hyperconnectivity in time and space. We are very lucky to live in these times, which is marked by such a cultural transformation in the context of ICT. Internet governance is a platform for the design of public policies and programs and projects which are using technological tools, digital education, and creating support systems throughout all sectors in society. In relation to the state and society, for instance, we can say that internet governance is what is opening the channels of cooperation to provide solutions to different problems which are vital to the development of all countries. In this sense, digital inclusion, cybersecurity, and e-commerce are specific issues that we must put on the table in order to define policies which can strengthen the economy, education, society, and a digital culture. Internet governance must provide safe and fair conditions to be able to work on internet. It must provide neutrality, safe protocols for use on internet, and all sectors that take part on the working group are going to define how we trade goods and services on internet in a safe way. In the ministry in Colombia, we are working on internet governance in a working group, the CCTL of Colombia, which is focused on the importance of internet governance. We have the Internet Governance Group and Dominion.com, which is the SLDT of our country. And we feel that it is vital in these times to involve public and private sector organizations, SMEs, and all the stakeholders in the economy. We've defined a strategy for 2020, which has several actions. For instance, the promotion, appropriation, and use of the domain.com, the promotion of enterprise, internet as a safe place for e-commerce, and the guarantees of connectivity. I should like to reiterate that the base for a good interpretation of internet governance will give way to stronger strategies for the development of public policy, which is why we need people who are fully trained to build bridges between the citizens and connectivity so they can work together to make the most of technological infrastructure and transmit these values and principles to the new generations, working to define new talents and develop responsibility. I would like to welcome you for joining us on this journey towards digital transformation and the information society. Thank you. A big hello from Anabel Cisneros. I hope that we have an enriching session, and hello from ARSAT. Hello, I'm Gustavo Lopez. I'm the Vice President of the ENACOM, Argentine National Communications Entity. And I should like to welcome all the participants on this 12th edition of this vital meeting we're holding in our country, this time in virtual fashion, which has to do with the South School on Internet Governance, the 12th edition, and the 4th edition of the Argentine School on Internet Governance. So in the name of ENACOM, I should like to welcome all the speakers, participants, and students, to everybody in Latin America and the Caribbean who are taking part in this week-long session, so that we can all discuss access to internet, which is a fundamental human right, the access to new technologies, and what has been progress in the world? What have been the advances that can help us to improve this form of access for all inhabitants? Thank you very much. Good luck and welcome. Hello, everybody. My name is Anabel Cisneros. I am on the ARSAT board. I should like to welcome you to this session of the Argentine School on Internet Governance. It's a multidisciplinary area which brings everybody, civil society, private sector, and everybody working on internet governance together. This year, we will be hearing speakers from all over the country, as well as international speakers. So I should like to welcome all those students who will be able to learn from these sessions and understand and meet, even in virtual form, the key actors in the area of internet governance and telecommunications. I will be talking to you about what we do at ARSAT, which is the Argentine State Telecommunications Company. I'm going to be telling you about that. We're going to be offering people living in Argentina greater connectivity. And I will be telling you about the latest news about satellite connectivity and land connectivity and the other projects that we're working on from ARSAT. So, once again, welcome. Congratulations for joining us. And for those who've received a scholarship from the Argentine School of Internet Governance. And I look forward to the rest of the week, which I'm sure is going to be extremely enriching. Hello, everybody. Hello, students and participants. From the Inter-American Telecommunications Commission of the Organization of American States, I greet you warmly to the South School on Internet Governance and the Argentine School on Internet Governance. I would also like to say hello to my friends Olga Cavalli and Adrian Carvalho, and I congratulate them for all the effort they've made to bring together all these concepts at this point so we can hold a virtual session. I'd like to encourage everybody to play an active role in taking part in these panels, because this is an opportunity to talk to renowned experts on ICT in the Americas. Hello, everybody. My brothers and sisters from Latin America, I am Mario Adaro. I'm a judge in the Superior Court of Justice of Mendoza in Argentina, and I preside the Innovation Technology Institute of Argentina. It's a great pleasure to welcome to the students and speakers to the 12th edition of the South School on Internet Governance, being held together with the Argentine School on Internet Governance. I'm sure these will be very interesting sessions and an opportunity to reflect together on the main issues with speakers about the impact of new and emerging technologies on our society and how we work together in the areas of education, economy, and democracy, and in particular in what for me is an opportunity to reflect on frameworks being developed in the world and what we need in Latin America today so that we can look forward to a joint development of technology and ethics. So I'd like to welcome everybody, and I hope that we have some excellent sessions together. Hello. And welcome. I'm Ricardo Palen Acuña. I'm the Dean of the School of Economic Sciences at the University of Buenos Aires. I would like to reiterate my welcome to the students and speakers from the different countries to the 12th consecutive edition of the South School on Internet Governance, which is being held together with the 4th consecutive edition of the Argentine School on Internet Governance. I'd like to say that at our school, we are extremely proud to be taking part in this pioneering project which in America and the world, which has allowed a huge number of professionals to improve their skills so that they can join the key debates around the world on this issue, which also is going to help them to develop their own knowledges. This task, which we are carrying out today, obviously in the context of this forum, is one of the fundamental tasks undertaken by the school and indeed the University of Buenos Aires through teaching and research. There is actually a huge research task, which is about providing the community with all the knowledge available, which the university makes available to help society. We never tire of saying that we owe this to society. We owe this to our cities, our countries, and the world. And this is why we are working together with everybody else on this project. So I wish you some excellent sessions. And please remember that this School of Economic Sciences Studies is always open to you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. As the rector of the University of Buenos Aires, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to this edition of the South School on Internet Governance. For us, it truly is an honor that the school authorities have chosen the Economic Sciences faculty at the University of Buenos Aires as a host. And I would also like to thank ENACOM and the Office of the Cabinet of Ministers and the Innovation Ministry for enabling this event in virtual form. ICT today, Internet, these are all issues which are gaining relevance for organizations, public administrations, and obviously governance per se, either in the public or in the private sector. So I think it's fantastic that we can all meet in virtual form together with experts from the public and private sectors to discuss these issues and the future of how we're going to work together with these technologies on a daily basis so that we can improve the way that we manage complex issues. I wish you a great Congress.
Good morning, my name is Alejandro Giuffrida. I'm the president of the University of Champagnat in Mendoza. It's a pleasure to take part in the 12th session of Internet governance. It's a very interesting agenda for us. We have joined you in previous sessions, not only with the researchers, but with the students to participate, and primarily focus on the opinion leaders in our region to participate in this sort of debates that is strategic. So it's great for the university to take part in this conference and in these activities. So let me welcome you. Thank you for being here. And I know it's going to be a very positive session for all of you.
Hello, I'm Andrew Sullivan, President and CEO of the Internet Society. I want to wish you welcome and also to give you my thanks for taking the time to join this School of Internet Governance. The Internet is, as you all know, a network of other networks, so it presents special issues for governance.
Presenta problemas en gobernanza.
Because in a network of networks, there is no center. This means that the governance of the Internet needs to be multi-stakeholder, not just because that involves everybody, but also because there is literally no other way to ensure that privately operated networks participate other than inviting them. Governing the Internet this way sometimes can seem inefficient, slow, or even very frustrating. But it is the best way to ensure that all the networks that make up the Internet can continue to work together to make this marvelous technology that benefits so many people. So thank you for your participation in the school, and I look forward to seeing your contributions to help us all make sure that the Internet is for everyone.
Bueno, acá estamos nuevamente.
We're back. Thank you very much. Great. It's a new experience for all of us. Out of the conferences that we held in the past, we can see that these changes in terms of virtual events. It's great to see you in the chat box. I asked for some selfies, and I would like to make comments before the first conference addressed by the ICLAC representative. That is going to be Alicia Barcena Ibarra, who prepared a very interesting information on a video relevant to Latin America and what happened with technology, the pandemic, and Latin America. One thing that I would like to tell you is we would like to have a conference with experts, content, and diversity of topics. Many of you said that it was too long, that it was going to be complex, difficult, that it was a virtual event. However, we discussed it with Oscar and together with Adriana and with our team, and we didn't want to cut any corners on the content or topics or the depth and the breadth that we always had in the topics that we address in the School of Governance. As you can see, it's a long, interesting, and difficult to coordinate event. It's going to be a huge experience. However, we have an interesting team. I feel like a TV host. This is broadcasted live in YouTube in English and Spanish. All the students are in a special room in a Zoom session. You can pick the language, the interpretation. And let me tell you something that is important to all of you. We have remote participation since the year 2012. However, this year, as it is a virtual event, we had Students coming from many countries. 34 countries from all continents. We have people from Latin America and the Caribbean. We have students from Afghanistan, Albania, Argentina, Bangladesh, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Spain, the United States, Ghana, Grenada, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, India, Mexico, Nepal, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Paraguay, Panama, Puerto Rico. Argentina is always at the beginning by sorting this from A to Z, but it's not that I have a preference for Argentina. Also, I would like to tell you that it is difficult to speak virtually in such a large conference. I would like to acknowledge my team in Argentina, Venezuela, Luca, responsible for the videos, Miguel Fernando, that did a very fantastic work, a great job to put on this conference, and the translators that are helping us with the simultaneous interpreter. You have an icon that says interpretation, and you may select the language of your choice. You're going to have simultaneous interpretation into English and into Spanish. You have a special Zoom room for the students where they can ask questions. To the left, there's an icon that says questions and answers, or Q&A. So when we have experts, you may write those questions. And I'm going to hand them over to the moderator or the keynote speaker that is addressing his or her presentation. Let me turn the podium over to Adrian.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adrian Carvalho. I am the director of the Internet School of Internet Governance. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm delighted to be here today, making up part of this virtual event. We've been working very hard towards this over the last 6 months, as we were originally planning to hold it in May at the Economic Sciences faculty in Argentina. But because of the pandemic, we had to reinvent the whole thing and hold it in virtual form. There's been much thanks expressed so far to all the help provided by the teams and people who've been working with us since 2009. We're very happy today to be able to welcome everybody, all the students, and I hope that you can make the most of the know-how that we'll be sharing. And so now I'll be passing the mic over to Oscar. Thank you, Adrian. Well, I'd like to join everybody else with the thanks, because although the South School, the Argentine School of Internet Governance does work on internet, and in fact, we've had lots of people joining us remotely, this is quite a different experience for everybody. Not just those of us who are working in the area of technology, but the fact that is that the pandemic has pushed us all to appreciate just how much technology helps everybody to connect and train and learn, as we're doing today. So it's new for all of us. And here we are, as always. Olga. Thank you, Oscar. I forgot to thank Oscar. Oscar is the father of Internet for Latin America. He was a pioneer in bringing Internet to the region. He's also a great friend. And also CCAT Labs, the High Technology Training Center for Latin America and the Caribbean, is like our mothership. So I'd like to say that we actually have a book. I've brought it here, but don't ask me to send you a copy, because we didn't have a big print run. This is what the Getulio Vargas Foundation produced for us. In Brazil, we have the Portuguese version and we also have the Spanish version. But we didn't, it weighs almost a kilo, so we didn't print that many. And it's also totally anti-ecological, very expensive and hard to carry around. So we decided that this was going to be a virtual book. It's an ebook. You can download it from our page, www.gobernanzainternet.org. You can download it for free. The students have also received some reading material where I've highlighted a few relevant articles for them to read in preparation for these panels. You can download this, you can share it, you can even print it, you know. Well, that's fine if you want to. But please don't ask me to keep you a copy or two, because I can't. You can just download as many copies as you like from internet. These are the times that we're living in. So before we move on to Dr. Bárcena, I would just like to give you a few indications about how we organize our program at the school. So what we do is we start with the technical issues and infrastructure, and we move towards social issues, passing through security, privacy, and some economic issues in the middle. So this is basically the framework under which the program is organized. Sometimes it's a bit difficult because, you know, some speakers can only speak. It's been difficult in the past because some of them could only come on certain days, but now it's been actually easier as we plan this, moving from the technical, moving through to the social. So there's some really interesting issues coming up about infrastructure. One issue which I thought was very important was the whole business about environment. What would happen if we all connect at the same time? What would happen to the environment? I talked to Jorge Pérez Martínez, who I met in Berlin last year, and we talked about this. What would be the consequences for sustainability and the environment if we all connect to internet? Because we all want to, don't we? We want to have everybody connected to internet. But what would happen with global warming? That's at 12 o'clock. And then we have a speech from Bruno Ramos, who's the regional director of the International Telecommunications Union of Americas, regional office. And then we have a really interesting panel talking about infrastructure, the 5G, and the last panel is on Wi-Fi of the future. You know, remember those jokes that we used to, when I was younger, obviously I'm still young, right? But you go home and you'd ask for, when you arrived at somebody's house, you'd ask for a glass of water, and now you ask for the Wi-Fi code. So it's like Wi-Fi is as important as a glass of water. Well, today our last panel is Wi-Fi of the future, and it's going to be given by people from Intel Corp. So it's all on our page, Internet governance. What else can I tell you? Is there anything I'm missing here? It would be good if you want to follow us on our webpage. You can follow the internet governance issues on our social media, SSIG or ArgenSig or CCTLAT. We've got all these different social media channels and our hashtag SSIG LAT 2020. These are different handles, but you can ask us all kinds of questions on our social media groups. We also have our LinkedIn page. You can find it under South School of Internet Governance and also ArgenSig. And we also have, obviously, our own CCTLAT page. It's a pretty active page, actually. We're always uploading content which is relevant if you want to have a look. So that's just the thing I wanted to say. So the rest of this morning, before the break, we have, as I said before, we have a speech from the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Dr. Bárcena, who's sent us a very interesting video with lots of information about the region. And then we have a special message from Windsurf for the school. We've always been lucky to have him with us in person. You've probably seen some photographs. When we held this in Washington, he always joined us, and he'd always given us some really interesting talks. And then we have a live contribution from Doreen Bogdan-Martin, who's very important. She's the director of Telecommunications Development Bureau at the International Telecommunication Union. She's the first woman to hold this position in 53 years. So also in itself, a very interesting issue, which is about women in management roles in technology. And anybody who knows me knows that I'm very interested in this subject and have been on it for years. So we're going to have a brief break, and then we will be hearing from Dr. Bárcena. Well, welcome back. Now we have a really interesting video from Dr. Alicia Bárcena. She's Mexican. She's the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, also known as ECLAC. It's based in Santiago de Chile. Now, I would advise you to follow them on your social networks and go to their webpage, because they produce a series of really interesting publications in economic and technological terms covering Latin America and the Caribbean in different languages. It's really good material if you need to do your research or study it, or maybe you need it for your job. So you can sign up for this, and they'll keep you informed with their newsletter, which are largely free. Welcome, Alicia, to our Argent SIG, and over to you.
Estamos haciendo estos temas técnicos.
Sorry, we have a few technical issues here. Welcome to the 12th edition of the Staff School on Internet Governance. I would like to begin by welcoming all the government authorities who are with us today, particularly Micaela Sanchez and Gustavo Lopez, who is the president of ENACOM. I would like to thank Santiago José Pérez Gabilondo, who's the Undersecretary of External Policy, and Martín Olmos, the Undersecretary for Information and Communications Technology at the Office of the Cabinet of Ministers, and Germán Camilo Rueda, the Vice Minister of Digital Transformation in the Ministry of Colombia. I would like to welcome all the authorities from the University of Buenos Aires and the representatives of international organizations. We are facing a health and humanitarian crisis as never before in the world today. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit Latin America and Caribbean very hard, largely because of the problems with their health systems and the structural gaps in their societies. ECLAC thinks that there will be a contraction of GDP in 2020 with a fall in exports of more than 23%. Unemployment is going to go up by 5.4 points, added to 18 million people, unemployed people. Poverty will also increase by 45 million extra people, reaching 231 million people. 96 million of these will fall into extreme poverty with high risks of undernourishment. Over 2.7 million micro and small medium-sized enterprises will be at risk of closing. Now, in this scenario, digital technologies have been critical to continue with the functioning of the economy and society during the pandemic crisis. Advances which people had thought would take years to develop have happened in a very few months. Digital solutions in the areas of health, education, trade, and work in general have played a fundamental role in the fight against COVID. Digital transformation is irreversible and will be vital to the recovery in our region. The role played by digital technologies as a tool to tackle COVID also placed in evidence the terrible difficulties and injustices facing the population in the region. In Latin America and the Caribbean, a third of the population have limited access or do not have access at all to digital technologies because of their economic and social condition, and in particular because of their age or their location. 46% of children between 5 and 12 years of age cannot have homeschooling using internet. And this also contributes to the exclusion because the cost of broadband for the population in the first fifth could be at much as 15% of their income. This is 6 times higher than the threshold we are using of 2% of recommended income for the Broadband Commission of the United Nations. So the problems of connectivity and the difference between rural and urban areas are very significant. 77% of urban homes are connected to internet, but in rural areas, only 23%. In order to guarantee and universalize connectivity and fair access to digital technologies and tackle the problems of COVID-19, we are putting into place a number of measures designed to guarantee a basic basket of tools of access, such as a laptop, smartphone, a tablet, and a connectivity plan for those homes not yet connected for a cost that is less than 1%. My friends, digitalization brings with it huge challenges. For instance, in the area of cybersecurity, privacy and data privacy, consumer defense, competition, fiscalization, inspection, labor issues, there are huge gaps that we must close. But it is all the time more important that we have the right kinds of frameworks in which to develop public policies which are fair concerning the use of digital technology and data use. In this sense, it is key to have an informed debate about the model that the region needs to follow in order to respond to its needs and interests. From ECLAC, we have been promoting debates about internet governance, and we have tried to promote regional agreements to build better policies in this area. For example, we have developed agreements on the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, such as the ELAC, which in 2020 has been around with us for 15 years. I am sure that the South School on Internet Governance will help young people and professionals all over the region to take part in the debate about Internet governance, so that they can understand just how important it is in regional development. I would like to wish all of those taking part today with best of luck.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Very interesting talk. It reminds me of 2017, or 13, 12 years when we thought of these training sessions that has to do with the asymmetry in our region. Is the more diverse biological diversity, geographical diversity, but across the world is the largest asymmetric region in terms of economic and development resources. The ones that live in large cities, we see very nice cities, very developed, with connectivity coming from central countries. However, there are places that are very vulnerable and they lack the basic utilities. So why do we think of this school? And Alicia explains this quite well in the challenges that we're faced with ahead of us. To have young students that should be prepared to pose these topics related to Latin America and the Caribbean. It's not that we don't have any needs. However, the issues that we need to address are very unique. And I believe that our region has become a place of what is, everybody is texting me to see what's going on, what's happening with Argentina. There's an issue on infrastructure that we need to resolve here. Alicia mentioned something important for connectivity, the connectivity kit. So I urge you to go to visit the ICLAC website, and at 2:00 Argentine time, we will hear from Alejandro Patiño that works on the regional information of ELAC. That is a program that dates back to 2005. It's the second part of the Summit of Information Society, where Latin Americans discuss and exchange their opinions in the forum. It's a very collaborative space. So I invite you to listen to Alejandro Patiño at 2:00 in the afternoon. We will resume in a few minutes with the keynote speaker, that is Vinton Cerf. For those of you that do not know him, when he was young, in the 70s, he was the creator of the technology base of the function of Internet. It's a set of protocols that is the TCP/IP protocol. For those of you that are not aware of this protocol, those are the rules that make Internet work as the way we know Internet today. The protocol has the benefits of creating a network where the control is not centralized in a single place, but is widespread. I mean, there is control, there's a set of rules, but it's not centralized in a focal point. I always tell you that if you have to call the owner of Internet, you don't know who to call. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a set of rules. They are defined in different places. And this protocol is the one that created this widespread technology. Vincent is the chief internet evangelist in Google, and he was in person in one of our events in Washington when we organized the OAS summit in Washington. And today, he was kind enough to send us this video. He recovered from COVID-19. So in a minute, we will hear from Vinton Cerf at 10:30 Argentine time. Thank you for being here, okay?
De vuelta, gracias por estar ahí con nosotros. Antes de
Okay, we're back.
presentarles la participación de Vint Cerf,
Before introducing the next speaker, Bill Cerf, I would like to make some housekeeping details. I would like to acknowledge the University of Buenos Aires and the School of Economics that was so kind to offer this conference at the School of Economics. It was supposed to be held in May. However, after a few meetings, we decided that we couldn't organize this meeting in person. So thank you very much for the team of School of Economics, the Dean, Mr. Perrin, Claudio Frigerio, and obviously the President of the University of Buenos Aires, Mr. Barbieri. Also the host, the Chief Cabinet of Ministers, Micaela introduce her video, and ACOM, the Agency of Argentina, that is one of the sponsors, and the chapter of Internet Society, where we all work, that is also a co-host for this conference. The audio and the video cannot be done without the collaboration of sponsors. So let me read out the sponsors that are helping us. Partnership for Artificial Intelligence from the United States, Amazon Web Services, Facebook, Google, ICANN, Internet Society, the Internet Society Foundation, LACNIC, PII, .org, Walt Disney Corp, and .PR, that is the chapter of Puerto Rico. We have also sponsors coming from these organizations, the CAF, the Punto Laf, the Afilias, Apartheid Tech, the CEF, the SSIG from the City of Buenos Aires, ILIC that does the programming and the coding of our website, Dominios Latinoamericana, Educar, Ericsson, the School of Economics of the University of Buenos Aires. We have many experts as speakers, the Telecommunication Agency, Cado Libre, the Ministry of Fiscal Accounts of Argentina, Nokia, ASIN, that is from Holland, the University of Champagne of Mendoza, my university where I studied engineering. My acknowledgements to Mendoza and the Polytechnical University of Madrid, where we have 500 students coming from 34 countries. So we would like to welcome right now Ben Cerf, who is the Google or the Vice President of Chief Internet Evangelist at Google. And he's going to give us a very important key message for our school.
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Google's Chief Internet Evangelist, and I always
Soy el evangelista y vicepresidente de Internet de Google. Siempre es un placer estar acá en la Escuela de Internet. Ahora es 2020 y les hablo del sótano de mi casa, donde estuve trabajando los últimos 2 meses, porque Google y otras empresas les pidieron a los empleados que trabajaran desde sus hogares, como para protegerlos de la afección del COVID-19. Yo tuve COVID-19 y realmente fue algo bastante moderado en síntomas. Me considero un afortunado. Lo que no sabemos es que si tenemos una inmunidad, y hay muchísimo por aprender sobre este virus tan en particular. Es tan incierto todo, ¿no? Y es un gran desafío para Internet, porque se presiona mucho en servicio por el nivel de demanda que se le exige a Internet. Cuando trabajamos de los hogares en video o videoconferencia o la grabación en video de esta charla, utiliza el ancho de banda y que tiene que trabajar simétricamente, porque obviamente tenemos que hacer el envío, aparte de recibirlo. Y la red de alta velocidad fue diseñada como para recibir una capacidad interesante. Y esta forma bilateral obviamente requiere de un ancho de banda bilateral. Aún en los lugares donde tenemos disponibilidad de Internet y hay un requisito de simetría, esto siempre es un desafío, y aún es un desafío peor donde realmente no hay acceso o poco confiable al servicio de Internet. Y todos saben que desde el punto de vista de gobernanza, no hay nada que gobernar si Internet no es confiable, segura y que tenga la capacidad necesaria para desempeñar sus propias funciones. Entonces acá buscamos o vemos Internet desde el punto de vista de la pandemia y buscamos qué debemos preparar para el futuro, donde tenemos que agregar capacidad, donde tenemos...
rules do we have to adopt in order to make the internet a safer and more secure environment? How do we deal with the protection of people's privacy? What do we do about misinformation and disinformation, which can flow through the network faster than good information does? And I'm sure you all appreciate that during this period of epidemic, everyone is looking for good quality information about the disease and how it progresses and how we can do something about preventing it or at least mitigating its conditions. And there is a substantial amount of bad information out there. It's propagated by people who just are ignorant, or it's propagated by people who, for whatever reason, want to push out bad information and cause trouble and harm. And it's distressing to think that there are people like that. But now we have to ask ourselves, how do we configure not just the internet itself and the software that runs on it, but what about the rules of the road? What about the regulatory framework in which the internet service is both offered and consumed? What role does the private sector have? What role does government have? What role do we as individuals have? Those are the kinds of questions that the South School is going to have to struggle with in the internet governance context. We will have an internet governance forum this year. It will be in Poland, in Katowice, if, of course, the virus problem has dissipated enough to meet face-to-face. If it doesn't, the Internet Governance Forum will certainly take place in an online environment. So I invite you to contemplate some of the problems that I've tried to briefly outline and to contribute to thinking about how they should be solved as we look forward to the future and anticipate similar kinds of pandemic problems, possibly, we hope, decades in the future, but it could be tomorrow morning. And so let us put our thinking caps on and get prepared. Thanks so much for listening. See you on the net.
Siempre me pasa cuando lo escucho a Vint, que en tan
Whenever
poco
I listen
tiempo
to
él puede
Vince,
sintetizar
it happens to me
cosas tan
that he
importantes.
could
Fíjense
summarize
que en el
so
mensaje que nos manda nos habla de una
ideas that
internet
are
que
so
fue diseñada
important.
no en forma
He conceived,
simétrica
or he
para
said that
subir y
internet was
bajar la misma
not
cantidad de información,
symmetrical,
sino
not to upload and
originalmente
download
pensada
the
de
same
forma
information, but originally
asimétrica,
thought that it
cual
was
poca información, bajo
asymmetrical.
mucha información,
To
pero
send
toda la información,
information,
una internet que está
just or to
muy
send some
demandada
information,
hoy
but to
por
receive a
el
lot of
tema del
information.
COVID.
So
Él mismo
there's a high demand of
confiesa que ha estado
COVID-19.
enfermo y ha estado en su casa
He
y que le ha
says that
pasado por
he
suerte
suffered from
bien y que ha sido
COVID-19
leve.
and he was
Y
one of the
después pasa por todos los
fortunate
desafíos que
ones
tenemos
to
ahora, que
overcome the
vamos a ver en el
disease.
programa durante
And
las
later we're going to see
seguridad,
some of the
privacidad,
challenges like security,
noticias falsas,
privacy,
y dice algo
fake
interesante, nadie
news.
quiere
He
encontrar
says
noticias
something
falsas, especialmente
that
sobre
nobody
el
wants
tema
to
del
find
COVID, porque uno quiere
misinformation,
informarse bien y
especially on
saber bien. Sin
COVID-19,
embargo,
because you
tenemos
want
este
to
problema
have the
de
latest news.
información
However, we
que
have a
ofrece
lot of
Internet y el impacto
misinformation in the
económico que
internet
va a tener. Así
and the
que
economic impact that it's
podemos
going to bring.
volverlo a ver en YouTube después si quieren recordar todo lo que
So
dijo. Creo que resume
later,
muy bien
probably you
sobre el espíritu
can
de los 5
watch
días que
his
tenemos
video
por
again in
delante.
YouTube, but he
Yo voy
summarized the
a
5
dejar
days that we
mi
have
nota
ahead of
para
us.
irme allá a encontrar en forma virtual con
I
nuestra
will
próxima panelista, esta vez sí en
meet
vivo,
the next
que es
panelist
Bogdan
that is
Martin,
going
que
to
es
be
la directora
live.
del Departamento de
Her name is
Desarrollo de
Doreen
Relaciones
Bogdan Martin,
Internacionales, como
the
dice Doreen,
director of the
la primera
Telecommunication
mujer
Development
en
Bureau,
153 años de la
the first
organización en
woman in
desarrollo internacional. Y ella
153
tiene una
years in the
compleja
organization
complicada
to
agenda de darnos un
be in the
espacio para
capacity
saludar,
as
invitarlos y darles
director.
un mensaje
So
en la
she's going
escuela.
to give
Los
us a
dejo
key
con unos minutos,
message
menos
for the
cuarto en
students.
Argentina, 11 menos cuarto en
And
Argentina y otras horas en
it's
el mundo.
10:45 in
Estamos de
Argentina,
vuelta. Gracias a
and we will
todos.
resume the session in a few minutes together with Doreen Bogdan Martin. Thank you.
Gracias por estar con nosotros. Seguimos.
Thank you for joining us.
Evento muy importante en nuestro
And we're
programa.
going to continue
Ahora
with our
tenemos
program
la
today.
en vivo. Ella está en Ginebra, en Europa, de la
Doreen
Secretaría
is in
de
Geneva.
Marketing. Déjenme explicarles brevemente quién es
Let me
ella. Ella es
introduce
la
her.
directora del Departamento de
She's the director
Desarrollo de la Unión Internacional de Telecomunicaciones.
from the International Telecommunication Union, the Development Bureau.
En el año 2018,
And she was
en este
selected
cargo,
in
ella tiene una mujer en los
2018 for
cargos
she was
tan
appointed
importantes en
this
este
position
cuerpo
at
de
that time,
Naciones Unidas,
and
en
she's very
153
important
años de
for
historia
the
de la organización.
UN
Así que ella
organization,
representa para
especially
nosotros
after
las mujeres que trabajamos en
153
tecnología
years.
un
So
modelo a
for us,
seguir y
for
un
the women working
ejemplo
in
de que
technology, is a
la
role model
capacidad de las
and an
mujeres también para
example
ocupar estos roles de
that
liderazgo. Ella
women
también
can
ha
take this
supervisado la
role.
creación de
She
la
has
Broadband
supervised the creator
Sustainable
of the
Development,
Broadband Commission for
sería la
Sustainable
Comisión
Development,
de Ancho de Banda para Desarrollo Sustentable,
for
donde
development
ella ha
broadband,
sido
obviously,
secretaria
for sustainable
ejecutiva
development,
y ha
where she has
ocupado
been the executive
antes
director. And
cargos
she
importantes en
also
el gobierno de
worked
los Estados
in
Unidos,
many
en la
important
NTIA,
positions
y
in the
también
United
tuvo una
States, in the
carrera muy
IMTA,
importante en la Unión
and
Internacional de
also
Telecomunicaciones
in
desde el
the
año 94.
International
Así que le vamos a
Telecommunication
dar la
Union since
bienvenida a Doreen, que ha tenido la gentileza, ella tiene una
2004.
agenda súper
So thank
ocupada,
you,
pero
Doreen.
muy
I know that
feliz de
you're
estar aquí con
busy,
nosotros.
but she was so kind to be here with us today. Doreen, over to you.
Thank you so much, Olga. Muy buenos días a todos. Distinguished delegates to this 12th edition of South School on Internet Governance, thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you today on a topic that is very close to my heart. I would like to begin with a quick introduction for those of you that may not be familiar with the ITU and our work. ITU is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Digital Technologies. We're based in Geneva, Switzerland, and we have 13 offices around the globe. We've been leading the global development of communication technologies for over 150 years, from the invention of the first international telegraph networks to the advent of the telephone, followed by telex systems, communication satellites, connected computers, mobile phones, and of course, most recently, the internet. My own role as Director of Telecommunications Development is all about bringing the transformational power of digital innovation to people everywhere. Our focus on inclusive connectivity naturally means that we also focus on increasingly on technology and gender issues. Because right now, the power and transformational potential of connectivity is not equally distributed. In fact, you might be shocked and perhaps even pleased to learn that ITU statistics confirm that women trail behind men in internet access in every part of the world, except Latin America. So congratulations to the Latin American region for showing the world how it should be done. The latest ITU figures estimate that 3.6 billion people around the world remain totally unconnected to the internet. And the majority of these are girls and women. As a global average, 52% of women are offline compared with 42% of men. But we know that even this depressing figure doesn't paint a true picture, because in the world's poorest nations, women's access to technology is much more limited. A recent report by our Equals Access Coalition indicates that in the world's 47 least developed countries, only 1 in 7 women is connected, with women 33% less likely to have internet access than their male counterparts. Even more worrying, I would say, research shows that this digital gender gap is actually widening. It's getting bigger. And it's getting bigger in the very parts of the world that could actually benefit the most from better connectivity. The mobile industry body, the GSMA, reports that in low and middle income countries, over 300 million fewer women than men access the internet via a mobile phone. And women are also 20% less likely than men to own a smartphone. Unequal access to ICTs is not new, but this connectivity chasm has actually taken a much greater amplitude in the wake of the COVID pandemic. as women once again bear the brunt of the social and economic consequences of this crisis. We have heard stark warnings from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, as well as the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, that the pandemic is dramatically exacerbating existing gender inequalities. And this came across very clearly in last Friday's UN General Assembly high-level meeting on the Beijing Platform for Action, the Beijing Plus 25 celebration. Philanthropist Melinda Gates recently noted that ignoring the impact of COVID-19 on women could ultimately cost the world as much as $5 trillion US. And the education activist Malala warned that 20 million school-age girls that have been impacted by school closures may never get the chance to resume their education once the pandemic has abated. In parts of the world where women are already disadvantaged in so many ways, the further prejudicial impact of the digital gender divide means that girls and women are also disproportionately excluded from tech-enabled measures that are designed to mitigate the health, social, and economic repercussions of the pandemic. Of course, despite women making up the vast majority of frontline health workers and home carers. Of course, the digital gender problem is not just about access. Around the world, women are chronically underrepresented in the tech sector at the very time when digital technologies are dramatically reshaping the societies and the economies that we live in and the values that we live by. And even as research clearly indicates that the majority of future jobs will require at least basic digital skills, women are much more likely to lack those skills than men. My colleague, the UNICEF Executive Director, Henrietta Fore, recently reminded the global community that the learning challenges that girls and young women already experience are worsening in the wake of this pandemic. And that means that we need to work much harder and faster to ensure equal opportunities for girls in digital skills acquisition. And we need to do this if we're going to fully leverage the potential of ICTs as the foundation of a better future for all. Right now, multiple barriers are holding girls and women back. Poverty and lack of affordable access to devices, lack of exposure to ICTs and lack of training in digital literacy, lack of relevant content, particularly in local languages and in formats that can respond to women's, in some cases, lower literacy rates in poorer countries. Concerns about online safety, entrenched gender stereotypes and cultural norms, and also the lack of visible female role models in an industry that is still overwhelmingly dominated by males. The stakes in ensuring gender equitable digital inclusion have never been higher, with chronic digital deprivation exerting a strong negative influence on girls and women's future prospects, as well as on national, regional, and global socioeconomic progress. We know that digital technologies can be a key driver of development, and we know how empowering meaningful access to ICTs can be for women and girls. We need to put in place workable, sustainable solutions to redress the digital gender gap. And this needs to be a collective action that unites governments, network operators, digital equipment and software developers, educational institutions, and technology platforms in the pursuit of one goal. And that goal is to make access to technology a basic right for all. At the ITU, we recognize the fundamental importance of partnership and collaboration in achieving this goal. In fact, ITU is unique among UN agencies in that through our 155-year history, we've welcomed members not just from national governments, but from the private sector, from research institutions, from industry bodies, and even from NGOs. ITU's consensus-focused culture has always been about finding ways that we can work together holistically to drive technological progress through collaborative work to develop global technical standards, through consensus on ways to equitably share precious resources like radio frequency spectrum, and through multi-stakeholder connectivity and capacity building partnerships that are aimed at getting communities connected. One great example that I'd like to share with you in the digital gender space is the Equals Global Partnership for Gender Equality in the Digital Age. I co-founded this back in 2016 with UN Women, UN University, and GSMA. And Equals represents a very successful example of cooperation with more than 100 committed partners across 115 countries. It was built around 3 coalitions: access, skills, and leadership. And through this successful multi-stakeholder partnership, over 52,000 women and girls have already received digital skills training. And we have 146 research projects that have been undertaken in countries around the world in order to help us better understand the gender digital divide and to identify potential effective remedies appropriate to local environments. A flagship activity that falls under the Equals banner is our Girls in ICT Day annual event. This is a global event that's now celebrated in over 170 countries around the world on the 4th Thursday in April. And to recognize groundbreaking work in promoting gender equality, we also have our forthcoming edition of our Equals in Tech Awards. This is an international competition that rewards work in digital access, in skills, leadership, and research. And we'll be announcing this year's winners towards the end of the year. And I do hope that many of you will join us for that online celebration. At the ITU, we also focus on building professional tech skills through our Girls Can Code programs that we launched in the Americas region last year. And these hands-on workshops are for young women where we try to teach them the needed tech skills. And we're hoping to roll out a program later this year in the Caribbean. I also want to highlight another exciting partnership, and that is our GIGA partnership with UNICEF and others, because this is an ambitious project to connect every school in the world to the power of the internet. And this project has enormous potential for young girls, but also for young women in local communities. GIGA aims to connect every young person in the world to information, opportunity, and choice. For girls, particularly in remote and rural communities, the acquisition of digital skills and the ability to access a whole world of educational resources online could be a true life changer. And for local women, GIGA could also represent a new world of opportunity, because in the wake of the COVID pandemic, we're broadening our vision to ensure that connected schools can also serve as community hubs for internet access and training. Imagine what that might mean to millions of housebound women who currently lack access to a connected device. Complementing all of these activities, I'm also very excited to be taking an active role in the new generation equality process that's facilitated by UN Women, co-hosted by the governments of France and Mexico, and ITU will be co-leading the Tech and Innovation Coalition, working together with UNICEF and other partners. And our goal here is to develop impact-oriented blueprints that will help to accelerate progress in bridging the digital gender divide. And we'll do this through more active engagement and participation of women and young girls. Distinguished South School delegates, I want to leave a bit of time for questions. So let me just close by reiterating why all of these activities matter so much. They matter because digital technologies are profoundly reshaping the world that we live in. and the world that you as young people will soon inherit. As our digital ecosystems grow and become increasingly complex, the foundational choices we make today will be with us for many generations to come. Digital technologies give us a real chance to change the world, and we need to strive every day to ensure that the old entrenched inequalities of our analog world are not replicated or even amplified in the digital world. ITU and the UN system are committed to doing all in our power to ensure that our global digital transformation is a truly democratic transformation that creates connected societies and economies that benefit men and women equally. I hope many of you will be inspired to join us so that together we can make the world that we want a world of equal opportunity for all. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doreen. I applaud you from the distance, and I'm sure that all the audience is applauding you. As a small contribution to this issue that you have so well presented, the South School of Internet Governance from day zero in 2009, we always have 50 women and 50% men in the fellowship. Not so easy in the panels and in the experts. As you have rightly mentioned, the leadership in technology companies is mainly led by men. But do you have time for one question?
Sure.
And I was so pleased to meet you in person in Buenos Aires. Maybe you don't remember, but we met in Buenos Aires right before you were elected in your very important role. And that, for me, that was a very, very memorable moment. Doreen, you're a global leader and a model to follow for all women and young students in the world. This pandemic brought to the developing world new economic and social challenges. In this changing context, what is your message for the young women in our region who may be in the moment of selecting their university career or studies? And let me tell you that the School of Internet Governance and the Argentina School of Internet Governance in the recent years have a lot of young students from the last year of high school. So that your message will be very important for them.
Thank you so much, Olga, for the question. I think that, that inspiring girls and young women to pursue a career in technology has been a passion of mine for many years. And I think when we look in particular at COVID and having put the spotlight on the importance of connectivity and the impact of digital technologies across essentially every single sector of the economic activities as we know it, I would say that getting tech qualifications is one of the best choices that a young girl or woman could make. It doesn't mean that you have to end up in the tech sector, but having that understanding and background in technologies, I think, is an important contribution regardless of where you choose to pursue your careers, because really digital technologies can transform lives. And if you choose a career in medicine or education, even art history, I think digital applications are absolutely everywhere. So I would encourage women and girls. I have 2 daughters, and I've always encouraged them, get the basics because it will set you on a good path regardless of what career you choose down the road.
Thank you very much. One more question, or you're very busy? You let us know.
Please go ahead, por favor.
This is the last one. There seems to be general agreement that having gender-balanced working team produces better performance, more innovation, and better outcome. We have seen some concrete actions in different parts of the world. And I remember, for example, one law in California making the rule of having women in the board of directors of technology companies, or quotas established in some places. Which could be other concrete actions that could be taken in consideration to try to bridge the gap? Because something I always say, we talk a lot, which is fantastic. We talk, but we have to think about concrete actions that could change that reality that you very well explicitly said in your speech.
Well, thank you for that. That's a great question. Maybe to start, I mean, I think it's important to note that the research out there overwhelmingly shows that having a gender balanced boardroom and diversity within teams delivers better corporate results. And sort of along those lines, of course, there was a recent study by the Peterson Institute for International Economics that showed that shifting from no female leaders to 30% women in top management was actually associated with a 15% increase in net revenue margins. So I think, the economic evidence and proof is absolutely there. And there's, many, many studies out there. I think there's positive trends, as you mentioned, and I think there's been a sort of longstanding reluctance to impose quotas. But nevertheless, we have made some progress, I would say. We're breaking down some of these barriers. Still a long way to go. In Silicon Valley, for example, women still occupy just 1 in 10 senior positions. And linked to that, only 2% of venture capital funding for startups goes to female founders. So definitely more work needed there. But I think what's important to know, to really change this paradigm, we have to overturn that old sort of stereotype. There's lots of unconscious bias out there, and I think that's something probably that we're all guilty of. So we need to tackle that as well. I would say there's no shortage of qualified women out there that are ready to occupy these senior roles, and this is something that we try to tackle in our Equals Leadership Coalition. We really try to look at ways that we can foster, encourage, and enable women to step up and get out there. I think another important point I just wanted to stress is measuring. And we've seen, even in our own context in the IT world, and Olga, you probably recall this well, we have a gender dashboard that we set up. So we started to measure and count how many women are coming to our meetings, how many women are heading delegations, how many women are chairing study groups, working parties, chairing conferences. And then we went a little bit further and we started to track how often are women speaking. Are they taking the microphone? On what topics are they speaking? And it's really important to be able to track and measure, because when you're tracking and measuring, I think, and you put the spotlight on this, I think that's where you can finally move the needle. And I hope that we will get more women to step up and come forward and really take up those leadership positions, which is really so needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your words are very inspiring. For those of you listening, follow Doreen in social networks. She is always in the right place, in the best event that she can be, given the right message. So please follow her. And thank you, Doreen, very much for your time, for your willingness in giving this message to our students, to our community. I'm happy that you said that Latin America has good numbers about some gender numbers, which is encouraging. I personally have been working for promoting women in engineering for many, many years, for more than 20 years. And I think that we are getting some momentum now about the importance of STEM education in women and men, because it's a lot of demand in the market, which is good for having a good job. So thank you, Doreen, very much. And we see you in the net.
Thank you, Olga. You're a role model to all of us. Muchas gracias. Un honor para mí y hasta pronto. Gracias.
Nosotros. Gracias. Estamos al aire. Bueno, estoy emocionada, la verdad, que haberla tenido.
That was pretty exciting. It was that was a very special moment for me. Those who know me know that I am behind gender equality, particularly in STEM studies and in companies and leadership roles when it comes to boards. We have a long road ahead of us. I think she expressed in a very interesting way that the fact that the gender gap has widened over this during the pandemic, we have to work on changing the paradigms. But I think the whole business of quotas is quite interesting to help change paradigms. We saw, for instance, the law in the state of California, which obliges tech companies to have a certain number of women on the board, and because there are very few of them. And I might say, well, why the board? Because the board of a company is the one that gives the company its character and sets the course for its development, and also sets guidelines for the rest of the staff. So there's a group of ICT girls in Latin America. They're online in Mexico. There's lots of us. And I think that slowly we're beginning to change this paradigm. And obviously, there are lots of men who are supporting us as well, because the idea is diversity, isn't it? It has been shown that diverse, inclusive working groups lead to better results in the companies. Obviously, a company wants to produce the best results possible for its clients. So that's worth taking into account. We're going to have a short break now. At 12 o'clock Argentine time, we'll be back with a very interesting talk given by two people from the Polytechnic of Madrid. We all want to be connected. So what happens to the environment? What happens to the world if everybody connects at the same time? What does this mean for infrastructure and global warming? Jorge Perez Martinez and Jose Felix will be talking about this. And then we'll be hearing from Bruno Ramos from the regional office of the ITU after the Polytechnic University of Madrid. So we'll see you in 45 minutes. And thank you for being with us.
vuelta, gente. Espero que hayan tenido un
Well,
ratito
we're
de
back.
descanso.
I hope that you had time to take a break, have some coffee. I've had my coffee here too. So I'd like to present two friends from the SSIG in Argentina, they're in Spain, Dr. Jorge Pérez Martínez and Dr. José Félix Hernández Gil. You'll be able to see as well on our webpage their background, their academic qualifications. So Jorge Pérez Martínez is at the ETSIT, which is the Technical College for Telecoms Engineers at the Madrid Polytechnic, and he coordinates the Internet Governance Forum in Spain. I met him actually 10 years ago. He came to the first school on Internet governance at the ITBA back in 2009. So we've always stayed in touch. And José Félix Hernández Gil, he's a researcher into ICT, also at the Technical College for Telecoms Engineers at the Madrid Polytechnic. They're joining us from Madrid, and we're going to be talking about the title is a little complex, but it's about ICT and sustainability, digitalization for the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, when we met last year in Berlin with Jorge, he told us about this research they're doing at the Madrid Polytechnic about the impact of connectivity on the world population, on the planet. Well, we listened to Doreen Bolton-Martin talking about how important it would be for all women to have online access, but what would happen to the environment? And how should we analyze the situation so that we can ensure that we are all connected in a sustainable way from the point of the environment? So, Jorge, welcome to the Argentine School on Internet Governance. Hope everything's good with you over there. Thank you very much. I have fond memories of your South School on Internet Governance. Thank you for being with us. We also have José Félix. Don't know if we'll see him now or a little later when it's his turn to talk. Can we see José Félix so we can say hello? This is all quite a new experience, really. It's like being on television. People are making signs like this. Hello, José Félix. How are you? Hello. I'm delighted to be with you here, taking part in this forum. It's a real pleasure. Well, it is for us too. So I hope you're both well at home. And just like us, we're all healthy and staying at home. So without further ado, I'd like to ask Jorge to start. We have an hour, and then if we have any questions from the students later, we'll see if we can answer them. Well, hello from Madrid. Obviously, I'm at home. And so here I'm talking to you from Madrid with all the difficulties of tackling this challenge, which is global, but it actually hasn't been tackled globally. It's been tackled by different countries in different ways, including in Spain. At some time, we're going to have to sort this out properly because this shouldn't be happening, right? And what we want to talk about today, I have some 50 minutes to talk about it, and then we'll look at some of the results of our research, the one that Olga talked about. It's about digitalization and sustainability. The issue of sustainability involves how we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm just going to talk for a minute about how these concepts are intertwined, and then José Félix will talk about the results of our research. Let's have a look. Global challenges. Talk about global challenges. to talk about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which were launched a few years back by the United Nations, precisely because they're global problems within the context of phenomena and trends which are taking place all over the world, which require a global approach rather than a local one or a national government one. These are quite simple to summarize. Let's look at them. The population is aging because population is growing because of progress, but the birth rates are falling, not only in Europe and more developed countries, but also in Asia, where they're below the birth rate required to sustain the population at a steady rate. Then there's the whole business of urbanization. We have a strength, we have threats, with all the changes that are taking place in the area of climate change and affecting the planet. It is clear that we're looking at a deterioration of the environment. And one of the issues is that in the last few decades have meant a vast population growth. This has had economic repercussions, but these also have an effect on the environment and also in terms of inequality. And this seems to be something that we are unable to manage adequately. There is a particular list, a special list, in terms of technology evolution, digitalization based on global connectivity, how many people are connected, and how many of them aren't. And then we also look at technological disruption, which is a permanent issue. There's the cloud, there's sensors and intelligence. Then we're looking about urban economy, we look at the way of its development. And will the economy be digital after COVID? Because this is the first global challenge that we are dealing with, and it's certainly one that we were not expecting. And obviously this means that people have different agendas when tackling it. Because and the fact is that because we're not dealing with this in a global way, we're not managing to solve the problems. It is actually a global problem. So let's have a look at the Sustainable Development Goals to see how we can contribute to tackling the problems of digital development and sustainability. We need to fully understand the limitations and possibilities of what is going on in the digital ecosystem. When we talk about ICT, we mean Internet, but the most important thing is that we are developing a digital ecosystem which is highly complex, with issues of transparency, which are having a tremendous impact on the digital ecosystem. And we are certain that this is going to change fundamentally the way in which we develop and implement measures. This digital ecosystem that we are building around the world, which allows us to connect with each other, has major implications. And I'm not just talking about technical ones, but in terms of governance and how the structure is governed. The digital ecosystem has an impact on the global economy.
tradicional de la economía, que es en definitiva la
Decirle que no está usando el
de
micrófono, que no
la
podemos
economía sin que
traducir.
produzcan, digamos, cambios disruptivos.
I'm having a real problem translating this because he's not using the proper microphone, and furthermore, there's a pen clicking in the background. I cannot hear what he is saying correctly.
Una característica muy importante. Y es que en esta elipse que ven aquí, la parte de abajo, y con todos los componentes, lo que llamamos el core de las TIC, por decir una forma, de la economía digital, que son las telecomunicaciones, los servicios de información, el hardware, el software, etcétera. Lo que sería después los servicios digitales y sobre todo la economía de plataformas que se ha generado, y luego todo lo nuevo. Hay una característica que es muy importante que se entienda, y es que todo lo que hay abajo está dominado por muy pocos países, está dominado por muy pocas empresas. Y la parte de arriba es lo que de alguna forma puede ser capturado o controlado de alguna forma por los países, ¿no? Digamos, por un elemento más local, ¿no? Entonces, mientras el proceso de digitalización, aunque avance a ritmos distintos en los distintos países, es un proceso, digamos, común, está sucediendo en todos los lados, el control sobre el ecosistema digital cada vez está en manos más pequeñas, ¿no? Y bueno, pues después de lo que hemos vivido en el COVID, que comentaré algo, pues es muy importante considerar también la gobernanza y la estructura, no ya de Internet, como estamos acostumbrados, sino como de facto, así se trata en los foros de gobernanza de Internet, del conjunto del ecosistema digital. Pero hemos aprendido algunas cosas y quizá por eso es tan importante que fijemos nuestra atención en cómo está estructurado y cómo se gobierna el ecosistema de Internet. Hemos aprendido con este COVID, con esta pandemia, lo primero, un elemento que nos sorprendió en cuanto, digamos, surgió la pandemia y tuvimos que confinarnos en todo el mundo, y es la enorme capacidad de resistencia de Internet y del ecosistema digital. Simplemente resistió. Mientras se caían cadenas de suministro de prácticamente todas las actividades económicas, mientras se caía, digamos, un poco la vida y la actividad económica, resulta que Internet resistió desde el primer momento, ¿no? Lo cual es una cosa bastante interesante y que, en fin, habrá que discutir, ¿no? Pero más importante que la propia resistencia de Internet y el ecosistema digital es que fue un elemento en los inicios fundamental de lo que llamamos la resiliencia, ¿no? de las actividades económicas que consigamos en su momento, en los principios de la pandemia, esenciales, ¿no? Es decir, en fin, no se nos ocurre, si no llega a ser por esta resistencia del ecosistema digital, cómo se hubiese podido, digamos, ir volviendo a levantar, digamos, después de la crisis de los confinamientos, las actividades estas esenciales que permitieron los confinamientos, ¿no? Por supuesto, hoy estamos en la fase en la que estamos ahora mismo, no podemos entender sin las TIC la resiliencia de los servicios públicos, educación, sanidad y tal, que en plena pandemia, en esta situación que estamos ahora mismo, se están, entre comillas, sobreviviendo, adaptándose, haciendo de alguna forma lo que se puede gracias precisamente al ecosistema digital. Bueno, la conferencia de hoy, la charla de hoy, la escuela de gobernanza es especial, ¿no? ¿Qué hubiese sido de esta escuela si no es precisamente por las TIC, por el ecosistema digital y en este caso por todos los sistemas, digamos, de enseñanza y de videoconferencia? Pero todos somos conscientes que será también un elemento absolutamente fundamental para la recuperación económica cuando llegue, ¿no? Y también ha demostrado una cosa muy preocupante, ¿no? Y ha demostrado una enorme diferencia, si decimos que ha sido tan importante el ecosistema digital para todo el proceso, digamos, de recuperación, muy importante ha sido en definitiva el grado de digitalización, el grado de uso. Entonces, ¿en qué consiste, digamos, esa economía distinta? Bueno, pues esperemos que no nos pase como nos ha pasado con la pandemia y que, digamos, salgamos, nos recuperemos, tendamos hacia la sostenibilidad, ¿no? Repito, nada mejor para definir lo que es la sostenibilidad que el cumplimiento de los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, que supongo que casi todos ustedes conocen, que fueron propuestos y adoptados el 25 de septiembre de 2015 por líderes mundiales a través de la ONU, y que tienen una enorme ventaja, ¿no? Y es que son los objetivos generales para todos los países, que además, digamos, su grado de cumplimiento tiene unas métricas, se miden, y además, digamos, hay unos objetivos concretos a alcanzar por parte de los países en el 2030. Ya nos planteará José Félix y ya veremos que eso va a ser un poco difícil, que se cumpla. Pero bueno, en cualquier caso, tienen el objetivo, lo bueno que tienen con estas métricas es que podemos monitorizar en todo momento si los países lo están haciendo bien o lo están haciendo mal, para hacer ese mundo, digamos, más sostenible. Nosotros lo que nos planteamos, y desde luego, evidentemente, esto es ya hace algún tiempo, pero la pandemia lo ha puesto de manifiesto, es que la sostenibilidad sin la digitalización no se entiende. Y entonces arrancamos un programa de investigación en el que en definitiva tratábamos de relacionar el grado de digitalización, el grado de utilización y cómo se utilizan las TIC en los países para ver hasta qué punto podían, digamos, cumplirse estos objetivos de desarrollo sostenible previstos para el 2030, 2050, etc. Entonces, nuestro primer descubrimiento fue muy fácil, ¿no? Y es que hablar de digitalización es hablar de crecimiento económico, es hablar de competitividad. No se pueden separar, están tan relacionados, tan íntimamente relacionados digitalización con creación de valor, con competitividad de los países, que simplemente cualquiera de estas variables automáticamente es un proxy que llamamos los técnicos, es un indicador de los otros dos componentes, ¿no? Es más, en mi opinión, digitalización, riqueza y creación de valor, riqueza y competitividad, esos tres parámetros definen la posición de los países en este momento histórico, ¿no? De facto, si uno hace un análisis sencillito de clúster, ¿no? Manejando este tipo de variables, que por supuesto están absolutamente relacionadas en un círculo virtuoso, como el que os presento en esta transparencia, pues automáticamente clasifica ordenadamente. De acuerdo con estos tres parámetros, en este caso el IDI, el indicador de digitalización que hace la Unión Internacional de Telecomunicaciones, el GCI, el indicador de competitividad y un indicador de riqueza, ¿no? La renta per cápita, pues absolutamente el mundo no sale así. Nos sale en azul los países que este círculo virtuoso lo tienen, digamos, absolutamente en marcha, con rentas altas, competitividad alta y digitalización alta. En rojo los que irían a continuación, en verde los siguientes y en morado los que van a la cabeza, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, cuando uno mira un mapa de este tipo y piensa en lo que estamos viviendo en el mundo con la pandemia, es uno de los problemas globales, que nos ha cogido totalmente desprevenidos, pero van a venir los demás, los que se indican en los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, pues en definitiva lo que comentaba de la enorme desigualdad, ¿no? Con que están preparados los países para abordar estos problemas globales, ¿no? Bueno, pues establecido esto, pues nos ponemos a hacer todos los análisis con un equipo de trabajo precisamente para tratar de relacionar la digitalización con el grado de cumplimiento que los distintos países están haciendo de los ODS, ¿no? Hasta qué punto, como ayuda, como está relacionado positivo o negativamente, de una manera muy fuerte o al revés, ¿no? Miren, como decía, la ventaja es que se monitoriza todo, se mide todo, hay métricas, ¿no? Y una de las métricas que se han propuesto es simplemente un indicador agregado, un indicador que nos dice cómo los países están haciendo, digamos, en el conjunto los 17, ¿no? Entonces, si de alguna forma lo que me diría sería, este país está haciendo bien la sostenibilidad, entendida como el agregado de los 17 Objetivos del Desarrollo Sostenible. Y esto es lo que sale, ¿no? Cuando correlamos directamente los ODS con el desarrollo de TIC de los distintos países, ¿no? Hay una correlación absolutamente positiva, y lo que nos dice es que una digitalización, que la digitalización está fuerte y muy positivamente asociado en general con el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, con la Agenda 2030 en la que estamos en estos momentos, ¿no? a nivel mundial, ¿no? Por supuesto, como siempre, la suma de cosas pues, oculta realidades diferentes. No son 17, pero también hay indicadores, no solamente del conjunto, sino indicadores de los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Y ahí veis, bueno, si es positivo o negativo según el color, neutro más o menos, o medio, en verde, rojo y tal, y el grado de sensibilidad. Fijémonos en lo importante, en lo verde, ¿no? Es decir, donde hay relaciones fuertes y donde hay relaciones... y fijémonos en el signo. El signo es si la digitalización contribuye a conseguir estos objetivos o más bien hace lo contrario, ¿no? Entonces, en el momento que empezamos a hacer un análisis de este tipo, nos dimos cuenta que había 3 componentes muy importantes. En general, la digitalización, que repito, es un proxy junto con la competitividad, con la renta, es decir, que no podemos separarlo, pues por supuesto favorece absolutamente el cumplimiento genérico de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pero hay 3 en que no. 3 en que la digitalización es realmente muy negativa. Y estos 3 son, como no podía ser de otra manera, un objetivo que es el 12, que se llama de producción y consumo responsable, otro que es la acción por el clima, ¿no? Y bueno, hay un tercero que es el de la desigualdad, que es bastante curioso, ¿no? Entonces aquí veis un ejemplo, siempre una correlación sencilla entre los objetivos que he citado y el grado de digitalización, ¿no? Observar, por ejemplo, en el tema de producción y consumo responsable, que la relación es fuertísima y además, pues, en fin, los países más avanzados, pues, en definitiva, están lejísimos del cumplimiento de ese objetivo, todo lo contrario, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué sucede si conforme aumenta el progreso, se van incorporando, se van digitalizando, digamos, más los países, siguen la misma trayectoria que han seguido los que ahora están más digitalizados, que son a su vez en general los que tienen crecimiento, rentas mayores y competitividad mayor? ¿Qué es lo que sucedería? Pues bueno, simplemente sucedería una catástrofe. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, bueno, pues viene el problema, ¿no? Lo que pasa es que esto además se hace en un modo en que es curioso, ¿no? Uno esperaría, entre otras cosas, porque si hubiese una correlación positiva entre la lucha contra la desigualdad y la digitalización, que a verla la hay, ¿eh? Lo que pasa es que hay otros componentes mucho más importantes que afectan a la desigualdad entre los países y los territorios y las personas, que la digitalización. Por supuesto que es muy positiva la digitalización para evitar la desigualdad, pero lo que es cierto es que está oculto ante otro tipo de variables mucho más relevantes, por ejemplo, variables de índole social y sobre todo político. Y se nota muchísimo cuando uno analiza estas cosas, digamos, los regímenes políticos, etcétera, cómo influyen en los temas de desigualdad, sobre todo porque es una desigualdad relativa en el país. Es, en definitiva, lo que se mide es la diferencia entre los que más ganan y los que menos en cada país, por decirlo de alguna forma. O más poseen o menos poseen, ¿no? Esto es lo que tenemos que evitar. Digamos, si es el progreso, si es lo que han seguido los países avanzados, lo que sucedería es que en el momento en que se conecten los 3.000 millones de personas que siguen desconectadas, a los que, digamos, no tienen un grado de digitalización porque prácticamente no les ha llegado todavía Internet o el móvil, es decir, pero que les va a llegar con seguridad en un plazo relativamente corto, pues en definitiva esos países que los tenéis ahí en rojo, si siguen esa trayectoria como han seguido los anteriores, pues simplemente nos deshacemos desaparecer el planeta. Es decir, es así de sencillo, ¿no? Por tanto, hay que revertir este proceso como sea. Esto puedo decirlo con el cambio climático y con alguna otra cosa más. Hay que revertirlo, ¿no? Entonces, en amarillo, veis un poco esta gráfica, lo que muestra es el objetivo de consumo responsable en relación con el grado de digitalización. El amarillo es, en definitiva, los países, digamos, cómo avanzan, conforme van avanzando la digitalización y obviamente tienen que darle la vuelta absolutamente al proceso que llevan. Los que están en el intermedio, pues lo tienen un poquito más fácil, y desde luego lo que es cierto es que los países que tienen grados de digitalización muy bajos todavía evidentemente no están destruyendo, como es lógico, el planeta, por lo menos desde el punto de vista del medioambiental, y entonces tienen la posibilidad de, sobre todo, hacerlo a unos costes muchísimo más bajos de lo que van a tener que hacer los países avanzados, ¿no? Para revertir esa posición, ¿no? En ese sentido, simplemente comentarles que Europa lo tiene muy claro en su plan de salida después de post-COVID, de recuperación económica. Hay dos palabras mágicas: tecnologías digitales y tecnologías verdes. Son las dos palabras mágicas en las que se supone, ya veremos al final que acaba, en los que se va a orientar todas las ayudas, todo el tema para, digamos, de la salida de la recuperación económica. En definitiva, antes de pasarle a José Félix, que veo que voy con muy retraso, simplemente señalarles un poco 5 mensajes sencillos, ¿no? Que ligan digitalización y desarrollo sostenible, ¿no? Primero hay que revertir, no hay más remedio, y eso no lo tenemos que, los técnicos y todo los que trabajamos en temas de Internet en general, hay que revertir absolutamente la relación que existe entre el modo de producción y consumo actual y digitalización. No vale. Evidentemente, también les digo que precisamente eso va a venir de la mano de utilizar de otra manera las TIC precisamente para impulsar ese nuevo modelo de producción y consumo que ponemos. Y yo no puedo ver más claro los desconectados más que como una oportunidad para generar este nuevo modelo. Los países avanzados tenemos que darle la vuelta al modelo. Va a ser un elemento costosísimo, ¿no? Bueno, aunque también es verdad que se pretende con eso desarrollar las tecnologías que luego se venderán en el resto del mundo, ¿no? Pero en definitiva es un proceso muy complejo y en definitiva países con niveles de penetración más bajo pueden ir a esos modelos, digamos, más fácilmente, ¿no? Por supuesto hay que, una de las razones por las que Internet ha resistido en un momento de egoísmos absolutos de los países en los inicios de la pandemia es porque la regulación técnica de Internet no estaba en manos de los países. Olga lo sabe muy bien porque llevamos muchos años el gobierno técnico de Internet estaba en ICANN, no estaba en los gobiernos. Bueno, pues hacia esta nueva conectividad, esta nueva forma de utilizar digamos, el ecosistema digital, sería interesantísimo que tratásemos de hacer una nueva gobernanza, esa gobernanza multi-stakeholder, eso que desde Internet lo conocemos de hace tiempo, donde se escucha sociedad civil, gobiernos, agentes privados, académicos, etc. Ahí ya me hubiese gustado ver esto durante la pandemia, este tipo de gobernanza y no lo que estamos viviendo, por lo menos en España. ¿Sí? Y evidentemente es una enorme oportunidad, ¿no? Y por supuesto ahí está claro, después esto pasará, habrá una recuperación económica y desde luego es la enorme oportunidad para encajar esa recuperación dentro de la problemática de la sostenibilidad. Porque la siguiente pandemia, si no hay otra antes, inesperada, pero hay una anunciada absolutamente, y es el cambio climático. Y probablemente de consecuencias bastante peores, ¿no? Yo lo dejo así, le he quitado mucho tiempo a José Félix y simplemente voy a dejar de compartir la pantalla para pasarle a José Félix y que José Félix nos plantee, digamos, algunos resultados concretos precisamente sobre algunos de estos objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, ¿no? Los que más nos preocupan.
José Félix, bienvenido.
José Félix, welcome. Just a little technical comment. If you could please use headphones with a proper microphone, it would be so much better for the audio channel so the interpreters can do their job. Obviously, if you have one to hand. Otherwise, we'll just try things out as they are. Jorge, what a paradox. You know, as we develop, climate change gets worse and everybody wants to develop. But I think climate change will probably be far more wide-reaching than the things that we'll be able to overcome when we found a vaccine that actually works in the medium term, no?
cuando se tratan los problemas globales, hay un problema muy importante y es que hay situaciones de partida de enorme desigualdad. Entonces, el gran problema es que el objetivo muy razonable de renta, de competitividad, de digitalización, que es progreso, por decirlo de alguna manera, pues digamos, entra en contradicción con lo que unos países tienen que hacer y otros, ¿no? Entonces, yo la verdad es que veo una gran oportunidad y yo creo que en ese sentido, de las pocas cosas que vamos a sacar enseñanzas positivas de la pandemia, va a ser de esa, ¿no? De que, bueno, esperemos que a partir de ahora sepamos que los problemas globales son globales y que hay que abordarlos desde situaciones, digamos, muy diferentes de partida.
Jorge, José Félix, ¿estás por ahí?
Oh, over to Jorge Félix. José Félix, are you there? Here I am, Olga.
Atentos. Bienvenido.
Okay, welcome.
De acuerdo, muchas gracias, Olga.
Thank you, Olga.
Pues, yo lo que voy a hacer, como ha explicado
What
Jorge,
I'm going to do, as Jorge already said, is give you a bit more detail about how we carried out the research that relates ICT with the Sustainable Development Goals. And in particular, I will try to focus on the old SDG 13, which is about climate change. And as Jorge said, is the one that we feel is going to need more urgent action. Because if the current trends we have observed are not reverted, the consequences will be dreadful. So, the impact of ICT on the SDGs, as we have seen, are of two kinds. One is what we call direct impact. These arise from the mere fact of using communication systems. When we use communication systems, we use electricity, we use raw materials, which are necessary in order to make these systems, and this in turn produces impacts some of the SDGs, particularly those covering the environment, 12 and 13, as Jorge said. They have negative impact, obviously, but they also have another kind of direct impact, which are in fact positive, such as SDG 9, which is about industrial development. Logically, includes certain indicators referent to ITCs, which obviously means that there will be an improvement in meeting these objectives. Now, there are other kinds of impacts which are perhaps more important than the direct ones, which is that when we introduce ICTs, what we're doing is creating a socioeconomic impact, which has a tremendous effect on the way of life and on the economy. This has an extraordinary effect on most of the SDGs, obviously. Now, in order to study the impact of ICTs on the SDGs, what we have done is select certain indicators which allow us to see how digitalization is taking shape in different countries. We are using indicators, as Jorge mentioned, produced by the International Telecommunications Union, which produces data on 166 countries. We're looking at bandwidth, we're looking at internet use. There are 11 different kinds of indicators. Now, as regards the SDGs, we used 86 different indicators to allow us to see the degree of progress in the different aspects of compliance with the SDGs. Now, if we look at the correlation between these indicators, down here on the left, we have the 17 SDGs, and up here at the top, we have the 11 digitalization indicators. We can map. We can see the little color dots, which tell us if one specific aspect of digitalization contributes positively or negatively, or neither, on the SDGs. Now, if we look at this grid of different colors, what we can see is that many of the indicators that have to do with progress, which Jorge talked about, poverty, industrial development, health and digitalization, they are all affected positively by the SDGs. But sadly, as he also said, if we look at those indicators related to the environment, the effect is definitely negative. Now, all these little red areas show us that the more digitalization increases, so does compliance with these objectives fall. It is also possible to go into further detail when we look at the degree of compliance with each one of the 17 SDGs and study the effect on each sub-indicator in the SDGs. Here are some examples. In fact, in our research, we have some 1,300 correlation points between the indicators, but let's just look at a few examples. One, for instance, has to do with SDG 9. Which is about industrial development. This is an example which shows us that we have indicators within the objective which are related to internet technology. For instance, one is internet penetration, other is bandwidth penetration for mobile phones. So there is clearly a correlation, because clearly the more that the ICTs develop better, the level of compliance. Now, in these other two examples, we are looking at the negative correlation. We can see details here. What happens to electronic trash if digitalization increases? Well, so far, sadly, what we're seeing is that electronic trash increases. What happens to CO2 emissions? Well, digitalization increases and CO2 emissions go up too, which obviously has a negative impact on compliance of the objective with the goal. Now, here is an example which shows clearly that for Latin America and the Caribbean, it's a comparative ranking. One is the ranking of digitalization, and the other is CO2 emissions. Now, as we can see, just like in the rest of the world, the more the digitalized the country, more CO2 they emit, and they're obviously doing worse in complying with the goal. And this is pretty much the same the world over. Now, how can we study the effects, the direct effects of the use of ICT systems? Well, one option which we've been looking at is an analysis of what we call the life cycle of all ICT products. This includes studying how they're made, what raw materials they use, how they're transported, how they're shipped, how they're installed, what kind of electricity consumption they have. And on the basis of all this data, we can calculate the impact on the environment of the manufacture and use of the ICT systems. On the basis of these analyses, we have discovered some quite detailed results showing which elements within the ICT system produce CO2 emissions. These are just CO2 emissions, obviously, which have a major impact on climate change. I'm not going to go into too much detail here because we haven't got the time, but from what we can see is that the part of the system which is responsible for CO2 emissions leads us to the conclusions for those zones, those areas with less developed internet. The conclusions show us that the greatest impact comes from terminals, by which I mean mobile terminals, which have a major impact on CO2 emissions, largely due to their manufacturing processes. Then there's electricity consumption, which we probably would expect. And then another thing, which is having a major influence, is where the equipment is actually manufactured. And according to the country itself, there are production processes, some of which are more respectful than others of the environment. But let's say that piece of equipment made in China will probably generate far more CO2 than one made in another part of the world where they have greener production processes. Now, I don't want offense. If we analyze the impact, direct impact of ICT in the future, what we're seeing is that we really need to be very careful in order to revert the current trends, because the outlook for 2030 is that ICT systems will be consuming 20% of all the electricity made in the world. And as you can see, the curve is going upwards in almost a vertical line. We really need to change this. Now, what part of the ICT systems do we think will make a greatest contribution? Well, it's mobile services and data centers. Both these areas require special attention in order to revert trends, because they're showing exponential growth at the moment. And this could happen in the future. It could lead to a 15% increase in the carbon footprint, and it would be due to the effects of ICT systems. The problem is that CO2 emissions, which lead to climate change, as already said, are very closely related to ICT system development. And what we are seeing is that during the 1950s, CO2 started to grow dramatically. In just a few years, few decades, we have massively increased CO2 emissions. Some go into the atmosphere with the climate changes that we know. Some go into the ocean, ruining the ecosystems, the marine ecosystems, and they also end up in the Earth's ecosystems, so soil, groundwater, with devastating consequences. Now, what happens with CO2 emissions? This is a graph that shows us CO2 emissions in the last million years. Now, we can see that we were under 300 parts per million over the last million years. Now, what happens after the 1950s? You can see this line just goes straight up. This is tremendous growth. It's stabilized, and then suddenly it goes right up. And here we've zoomed in on it, and we can start that the last point up there was the most recent data produced by the NASA on CO2, which continues growing without any indication of stopping. Now, the SDGs, including number 13, were established but 5 years ago, but it looks like there hasn't been any progress at all, particularly when it comes to CO2 in the atmosphere. So something needs to be done. Because what effect is this having on the atmosphere? Well, here we can see a map of the average temperature on the Earth's surface, and we can see how it's changed since CO2 started to rise. Now, what we can see that there are areas, particularly in the northern hemisphere, where the temperature has risen by 5 degrees, which is massive. In fact, this is leading, as you know, to the ice melt in the polar caps. It's starting to melt. This means that the average temperature of the planet is rising in visible form, as we can see from the graph. A climate emergency has already been declared, and part of the SDGs include one to limit this rising temperature and limit it to 1.5 degrees. The issue, as Jorge said earlier, is that the world actually isn't truly digitalized. And there is an important proportion of the population which doesn't have access to internet at all. Now, on this map, we can see digitalized areas where internet penetration is over 70% in green, and blue is an average internet penetration, and the orange ones is where there's a fairly low penetration. So if we add the population together who is not connected, we have like 3 billion. And in the less developed areas, the outlook is that this will grow by another 2 billion in the next few decades. So we're looking at some additional 5 billion people connected to internet. Now, what's the problem here? The problem is that now those who have lots of internet have very high CO2 emissions, 10 times higher than the non-digitalized countries. So, obviously, what would happen when these become digitalized and move up? You can guess it's probably going to be a mess. So this is the sum of all the emissions that we have at the moment. And we can see that we are in over 3 gigatons. And what we want by 2030 is to get this number down to 20. But we can see the countries that are very high up the scale, and those are the ones with greater internet. Now, what happened to the countries that aren't as well connected, improve their level of connectivity? We will be looking at 80 gigatons instead of the 20 where we should be. And we would never achieve this goal. Now, what needs to happen in terms of the calculations that we've been looking at is that emissions from more developed countries should not go down by 45%, as the SDGs say, but at least 55%. And this should also, what also needs to happen is that the less developed countries should simply not increase their emissions at all. But quite frankly, it doesn't look easy at all. But we have to do something in order to achieve this. So how are things at the moment? These are the results of the latest report on the development of the SDGs, which was published 2 months ago, progress, and it contains the results of the last year, 2020. In red are those countries which are not doing their job. There's no progress there, and far less in terms of what was established by the SDGs. In green, those ones that are doing okay. Sadly, the ones that are showing least progress are the ones that are producing the highest CO2 emissions. We really need to change the situation. In an effort to be less pessimistic, I should like to tell you something quite relevant, which has happened, in September. For the first time, China announced its intention to implement a plan to achieve zero net emissions by 2060. I think this is a real milestone, groundbreaking, because China has the highest level of CO2 emissions. So if they're truly committed and they carry out this plan, well, it would undoubtedly be very positive. Also, Europe, as Jorge said earlier, has also announced a plan, which it's called the Green Deal, to bring net CO2 emissions down to zero by 2050. And also in September, they announced that they were going to go even faster, according to the plan that they'd presented initially, aiming to get the CO2 emissions down by 55% by 2030, which is the number that I commented earlier when we did the calculations as part of our research. So we can see the distribution of emissions around the world. From what we can see, China is a country which has the highest level, 28% of all world emissions. So if China truly commits to do what it said it was going to do, it'd be amazing. The EU has 10%, and that can also have a very positive impact if they manage to do what they set out to do. But the fact is that we really need the other countries and the geographical zones to commit to making a similar kind of effort, particularly the United States, which is the second highest CO2 emissions producer. They haven't announced any form of clear plan to reduce their emissions yet. We hope that in the light of what has happened in the pandemic, as Jorge said, I think that he has laid very clear that the world is far more fragile than we have thought, that the major technological advances that we have achieved do not help us if we don't do this with enough time to tackle such challenges. So we hope that this will be a moment when people become more aware that it is necessary to tackle the climate emergency now. Otherwise, as Jorge said, the consequences will be far worse than those brought by the virus, but also with an added difficulty because climate change will have consequences that cannot be reversed. For instance, if the polar ice caps melt, how on earth do you put it back? We can't do that. We certainly can't do it easily at any rate, and it will take a very, very long time to figure it out. Well, that's all I wanted to say. So I would be delighted to take questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Felix and Jorge. So that's the second time I've seen this presentation in such detail. The first time was at a webinar we held in the region, and you joined us from Europe. It's really quite impressive. It's like a paradox, really, that countries that want to develop themselves are adding a level of entropy to this situation and chaos to climate change. I have more of a medium-term question for you. There are lots of very young people with us today. We are young, but they are younger. What kind of inertia do you see in the world? I mean, let's suppose that China, the US, and the EU, which are the principal producers of CO2 emissions in the world, and obviously the most developed, what would happen if, let's be optimistic, they got together and decided to reduce emissions? What do you think is the level of inertia that we will be faced with in terms of things like, the ice melt? Yes, you were saying that obviously it'd be very difficult to reverse this, the whole business of the permafrost melt. How long would it take to solve this? Will we be around to see it, or will it be those who are much younger than us who will?
Bueno, yo, mi opinión, vamos a ver, las previsiones que se han ido dando desde que se lleva, digamos, escuchando esto, yo son 5 años los que voy viendo, cada vez van a peor. Así es así de sencillo, ¿no? Es decir, se va acelerando, por decir una forma, el calentamiento climático y cosas de estas, ¿no? De hecho, yo creo que es la razón por la que, pues en el fondo, los que tienen en su mano de verdad una solución más o menos a corto plazo y recursos, como son los países, pues China, Europa, etcétera, es evidente que Estados Unidos no tiene una política clara ahora mismo sobre el cambio climático, pero sus empresas sí. Porque hay que decir que, lógicamente, si esto al final acaba siendo, como todo parece indicar que es así, aquellas industrias, aquellos países que desarrollen las tecnologías verdes famosas, pues serán los que luego, en definitiva, las vendan al resto del mundo, porque va a ser imposible. Entonces, lo que es verdad es que esto es un problema de muy pocos. O sea, los que de verdad tienen, en términos de esto, los que de verdad tienen la capacidad de modificar de forma significativa, simplemente porque tienen la capacidad, en definitiva, de imponer programas específicos, pues son las grandes potencias, que son las que están contaminando, ¿no? Hombre, a mí lo que me preocuparía mucho, y por eso siempre hacemos tanto hincapié en el tema de los desconectados, es que esto suponga una paralización de los desconectados. No sé si digamos, todos esperamos que, en fin, hemos venido a un ritmo bastante interesante, ¿no? de inversiones en conectividad digamos, en los países que no lo tienen, pues que a raíz del descubrimiento de esta historieta, pues una de las soluciones sea decir, oye, usted, que no se conecten. No sé si me explico, es retrasar el ritmo, ¿no? Entonces creo que eso sería un error, digamos, brutal para la humanidad, ¿no? Hombre, yo, sinceramente, visto desde Europa, yo soy optimista. ¿Por qué? Porque, en definitiva, se va a utilizar precisamente como un elemento de competitividad internacional el desarrollar todo ese tipo de tecnología. Y es verdad, o sea, hay una realidad, y es que se puede conseguir la descarbonización. Un país, una economía avanzada, puede perfectamente producir con energías renovables, eso sí, a un costo, es decir, haciendo unas inversiones que no puede dedicarlas a otra cosa, ¿no? La verdad es que hay un dilema, digamos, interesante con los países que, en definitiva, ¿por qué tienen que pagarlo más caro si los otros se desarrollaron con carbón, ¿no? ¿Por qué no me voy a desarrollar yo, digamos, con carbón, ¿no? Pero bueno, en cualquier caso, ese es el debate que hay ahora mismo. Lo importante es que pase a ser un debate público. O sea, que en general, la sostenibilidad, que pase a ser un debate público, porque, en fin, yo con toda sinceridad, visto lo visto, ¿no?, que hemos tenido hasta ahora, si no es un debate público, nuestros políticos no nos van a ayudar mucho. Nos encontraremos con el problema.
Sí, bueno, les agradecemos mucho, no tenemos más tiempo.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have no more time because we have another panelist. As I said, we already have this talk on YouTube, the one that we will be editing this as a separate talk on our YouTube channel. So, greetings from Buenos Aires, keep well, stay home, don't get sick, and until next time, when we can meet in person or virtually. Bye-bye from Argentina.
Olga, un placer estar aquí con vosotros.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
A la audiencia, 1 minuto y ya vamos al próximo.
1 minute, and we'll move on to our next panelist.
Thank you very much. Let's resume our session with the last speaker before lunch. At least in Buenos Aires, or probably some coffee breaks in the rest of Latin America, or a cup of tea in Europe. I'm honored and privileged to introduce our next keynote speaker, Bruno Ramos. He's the regional director for the ITU Americas. Today we had the director, Doreen Bogdan Martin, from the Telecommunication Development Bureau, International Telecommunication Union, and Bruno is responsible for Latin America. He's based in Brasilia. He's Brazilian, but he speaks Spanish quite well. He is going to address international organizations and internet governance and why is it important. Because the UN and the ITU played a key role in creating dialogue and the forum on internet governance, and the summit that was organized between 2003 and 2005 looked like a million years ago, but it was the kickstart for a series of events that were replicated at the regional and national level. And that's how we created the School of Internet Governance, to prepare our students to participate proactively in these spaces. Let's welcome Bruno. Bruno, are you in Brasilia? I'm sure that you're okay, healthy, and it's a good thing to have you in this virtual event. Let's welcome him, and please excuse me for the minutes that it took to connect in between the panels.
Gracias, Olga. ¿Me escuchas bien?
Thank you, Olga. Can you hear me? Yes.
¿Sí?
Yes, we are okay.
No, primero más nada, agradezco
First and
mucho
foremost, I
la
would like to
invitación,
thank you
Adrián,
for having invited me. I would like to acknowledge Olga, Adrian. I'm always available here for this kind of talks, for the Internet Governance School, a partner of us. It's important for Internet governance. For me, this is a topic that I've been working on for the last 20 years. And for the region, it's a crucial topic, especially right now that we have the pandemic. This situation has affected us all. I'm in Brasilia and I'm in my office. I'm going to be very brief, since I'm the speaker before lunch. I know that it's difficult. Can I screen my presentation, my PowerPoint? Yes, yes, you can. Hang on a second. Good. Here it is. Let me share my presentation. Can you see it? Go to presentation mode. Yeah, it's going to take me a second. Is that better? Yes.
No, entonces, como había dicho, yo voy a pasar rápido. Yo sé,
as I told you, I'm going to be brief.
Voy a hablar un poco
Stick to the agenda, and I'm going to be talking on internet governance, international organizations, and especially on the activities organized by the ITU. To give you a snapshot of what we're doing, is that the ITU, for those of us that work in the UN, we work at the Secretariat. And the work is done by the members of the ITU. So those are the countries, the private sector, the international organizations that are members, the academic sector, Many universities are member of the ITU. So the technical work in terms of normalization and development is done by the members. The secretariat, I'm for example, the regional director for the Americas, and for Latin America and the Caribbean. I work to support the members or to provide support for developing these sort of activities in the region. So who we are is the United Nations is a United Nations organization. We have 193 member states, more than 700 organizations in the private sector, and more than 150 academic members. They work on standards and standardization and normalization. We have 3 sectors. As we don't have much time, later I'm going to give you my PowerPoint, so it's going to be available for all of you. So by way of background, we have 3 sectors: ITU, radio communication, standardization, and development, where the regional offices, like the one that I met, we work on development, and that would be the sector that pursues in radio communications and in standardization the technical patterns to implement those standards in these countries. And in radio frequency, which is a technical department, ensures equitable and efficient use of radio frequency spectrum. We have many projects on spectrum and the use of spectrum. And then interference in borders or borders with different countries. So standardization is going to ensure the interoperability of technologies. Everything that has to do with the technical aspects. This is done by the ITU, by the members, by the companies, the infrastructure companies. And then we have the development sector that is involved in training and provides support to countries and technical assistance to countries. Within the Americas, we have 5 initiatives underway. So we provide support to not only to member states, countries, but also we provide support to the industry sector in the Americas. Everything that has to do with training, project implementation, or rolling out some activities. Here you have a list of topics that I'm not going to delve into, but these are interesting topics in the sector of standardization. Encompasses all of these topics. And why I am agreeing or I am addressing this in an internet governance presentation? Increasingly more, if you see this, we have ICT communication as part of our development. And everything that has to do with the communication involves IP. For example, we have smart cities, smart sustainable cities. This is based on connectivity and on IP networks. Data or big data, cybersecurity, everything that has to do with connected cars or vehicles, emergency situations for emergency connectivity. This is done over an IP network. And later we're going to see that the activities that member states have underway in their countries could be affected in terms of internet
Casi toda la
governance
parte de desarrollo económico está basado en Internet y si
because
entonces no
economic
tenemos
development
gobernanza buena,
is based on the
esto
internet.
puede
And if we don't
afectar
have good
todos
governance,
los sectores económicos
it
del
may
país.
affect all the economic
Aquí
aspects in
también
a
la
country.
misma cosa, la parte de
Here, the
los
same thing
grupos
goes
locales del
to
CISO de
the
normalización. Busqué
ITUT
acá un
focus
poco solo
groups,
para
the
colocar
standardization
para
groups.
ustedes
Just to
sobre
name a
la parte de
few,
inteligencia
I
artificial,
included everything that
la
has to do with
parte de
artificial
grupos
intelligence,
de tecnologías para conectividad
technology for
2030,
networks, for
también
connectivity
la
for
parte
network
de
2030,
aprendizado de máquinas, redes 5G,
machine learning
todo
for
esto está
future
vinculado también
networks,
a la parte
including
de
5G. This
temas.
is all linked to
Lo
the
que hablé un
topics that
poco
we
de la
deal with
OIT en la parte de
in
capacitación,
the
este sector
ITU.
de desarrollo tiene
Then we have the
una
ITU
plataforma
Academy.
sobre capacitación
We have
específica y
developed
también
we have
tenemos
developed an e-learning
socios acá en
platform,
la región donde
and
la
we have
escuela es
partners and
un socio
members
estratégico de
where the
nosotros
ITU
para la parte de
Academy is a
capacitación
strategic
en
partner
términos de
involved in
gobernanza,
training on internet
todos los
governance
temas que hablé un poco
that
sobre la OIT.
encompasses all topics related
Estas
to
son
the
las
ITU.
conferencias más importantes de la OIT, la parte de gobernanza.
These are the most important conferences,
Metí un poco esto porque
internet
ya
governance,
empezó un poco
and I
mi
included
charla
this
sobre la parte de gobernanza Internet,
because
organizaciones
here I want to
internacionales.
address
Las propias
the most
organizaciones
important
internacionales
aspects of
tienen una
internet
gobernanza.
governance for international organizations.
Entonces, es decir,
These
para
organizations
nosotros,
have a governance.
la parte
For
de
us,
las reuniones de
the meetings
nuestro cuerpo de gobernanza sería la
in our
plenipotenciarios y el
internet
Consejo de la
governance
OIT, los dos más
department are the council and the full-fledged membership.
Esto va a también tener algunos tipos de puntos sobre
This
la propia
is
gobernanza.
going to impact on internet
Porque
governance.
si tenemos la asamblea de
Because if
normalización
we
donde
hold an
pasé
assembly
bastante los temas del
on
sector de
standardization
normalización, que tiene una asamblea
that
de
deals with
normalización que
technical
año debería
aspects of
ser ahora en
standardization
septiembre,
this
pero
year should be
por la
held in
pandemia
November,
va a
but because
ser
of the
en el
pandemic,
próximo año.
it got postponed to next year.
Los temas que se discuten en la parte de conferencias
The
de
topics
asamblea
being discussed in
internacionales
these assemblies
organizaciones
on
internacionales
internet
es muy
governance for international
porque los
organizations
miembros van a
are
decir
key
lo
because
que
members
las
are the
instituciones o
ones
organizaciones internacionales deben hacer en este tema.
that are
Hemos
going
tenido
to
la
provide
famosa
guidelines
WICET
for international
2012, la parte
organizations
de
and their
conferencias
role that they play in
los
internet governance.
tratados de regulación
Then we have
internacional
treaties on international
en 2012,
regulations, the WICET that was held
sí,
in
definidos
2012,
varios puntos sobre la discusión de gobernanza y
where we
este
discussed
tema fue
several
tratado también
topics
en
or
Entonces,
issues or matters
para ver
that
lo
were
que
dealt on
las
internet governance.
entidades, las organizaciones
So
internacionales
to see what these
tienen
international
que buscar
organizations do,
información en las conferencias de asambleas de
I'm
decisión
sure that
en
we
la organización.
can get this
Esto no puede
information
pasar
on
creo que ustedes ya saben todas
out
las
of these
razones,
assemblies that are held.
pero
I'm not going to
quería
review
pasar un poco sobre
the
la parte de
background
gobernanza
of the
para
internet, but I would like to
intentar ser más
review the
rápido en mi
governance
presentación.
topic.
La parte de gobernanza de
In
Internet
governance
es la parte de desarrollo de aplicaciones
is the
por gobiernos,
development and application by governments or enforcement by
distintos roles,
governments, the
y
private
también los
sector,
procedimientos de
civil society
decisión
in their
que
respective
va
roles of
a
shared principle
tratar
norms,
el desarrollo
decision-making
de evolución de los
procedures
programas.
that are going to deal with
Esto
the
sería la
development and the
definición
evolution of
de
internet
lo que sería.
governance. That is the way we
Aquí
see it,
también no
or
voy a
the way
entrar,
we define it.
pero todo esto empezó en la parte
And
de
this dates back
98, se
to
pensó un poco en hacer una conferencia,
1998,
una cumbre mundial sobre la gobernanza
where
de
we
Internet
thought of
y la
creating
sociedad de información,
a summit on
donde
internet
hemos tenido
governance.
dos rodadas, que sería la rodada de Ginebra, la rodada de Túnez, 2005.
We had the round of
También
Geneva and the round of
pero fue un marco muy
Tunis
importante que
in
hemos tenido
2003 and
de
5,
definición
respectively,
de los
where we
temas. Esto
placed,
ya tenemos
where we
15
proposed
años
the
de la
topic
rodada de
of
Túnez.
having or of
Desde la
discussing
ronda de Túnez
internet governance.
hemos buscado tener las definiciones
So in
de
Tunisia, we try to
stakeholders,
define
parte
the
de
multi-stakeholder
partes
definition.
interesadas, y todo esto se pasó hasta la parte de 2012, donde
And
hemos
then
tenido la WICET,
it was
la
finally
Conferencia
addressed in
Permanente sobre
2012,
Revisión
where
de
we
los
have
tratados internacionales
our
de
conference on the
telecomunicaciones,
revision of
donde
telecommunications
ahí
international
sí
treaties.
se buscó y no se encontró mucho,
And
pero
there in
a partir de 2012
2012,
yo creo que las cosas empezaron
we
a tener un poco más de estabilidad, porque cada
started to
institución,
shape things
cada
and to
organización
have more
internacional,
stable things,
cada
because
los gobiernos
every
también,
international
después del
organization or
2012,
every
con el
government
tiempo,
after
empezó
2012, and as time
está un poco
went
más
by,
claro la responsabilidad de cada uno. No es posible hacer o tratar de la Internet como
clarify the
temas de solo
responsibilities.
un único punto. Eso es imposible.
Internet
Entonces,
was not
hasta 2012, 2013,
was addressed
creo
from
que estaba
different
todavía
points
con
of view,
una
and up
ronda
to
de
2012
aprendizaje,
or
que las
2013,
instituciones todavía estaban buscando
we were still
puestos
learning,
esta situación de gobernanza,
and we were trying
pero
to go about what
después de
internet
esto,
governance was
creo que
about.
las
But
cosas se
after
estabilizaron un poco. Está muy
the
claro
conference of
que cada
2012, it
organización
became
tiene
clear
que
that
ser
every
lo más
organization
importante
has
que
to
debería pasar
play a key role.
esta situación aquí en esta presentación es que
And
la gobernanza de Internet
what I would like to
depende de
highlight
todos.
here is that internet
No hay,
governance depends on all of
cada
us.
organización tiene un scope, tiene
Every organization has a
algún
scope
tipo de responsabilidad, está muy claro
or
en las definiciones de cada
responsibilities. It is
institución,
clearly defined
y en términos de esto, la
in the
coordinación
guidelines
está cada
of
vez
every
mayor
institution,
y
and
cada vez
there's
mayor,
further
cada vez más
coordination,
tenemos
and
puntos de
increasingly
contacto y
more we
coordinación
have
entre
points of
organizaciones.
contacts and coordination among
Aquí trato un
certain
poco de un
organizations.
tema muy importante para mí, que sería el Internet Governance
Here
Forum,
we
que se
have the
creó
Internet
después
Governance
de
Forum that was
la
established
ronda de Túnez,
after
y
the
después
Tunisia
por 10
Roundtable,
años, hasta 2015, después también
and
empezamos a tener los
in
IGFs
2015
todos los
we
años
finally
también.
see all the
Esto es
IGFs,
una forma de
the
buscar
Internet
colocar
Governance
todas las
Forums.
partes interesadas
And it
en un
was a
espacio
way to
para
bring
buscar
various
convergir
stakeholder
un
groups
poco las
to
políticas
discuss
públicas relacionadas al temas
public
de
policies
en
related to the
este
Internet.
ambiente muy abierto de los IGFs. Entonces
In the
tenemos
IGFs,
la oportunidad de
we had the
escuchar
chance
y también
to
hablar,
hear
porque
from experts
de
and
los
to
temas
discuss.
que tenemos, en especial los temas que más
Some of the
están
topics
vinculados
we
hoy
share,
en día a
especially
miembros.
those
Puedo
related to
citar
all
algunos
members.
ejemplos,
I
por
could
ejemplo, la
cite
cuestión de
some
ciberseguridad,
examples
la cuestión de
like
privacidad, la
cybersecurity,
cuestión
privacy,
de mismo conectividad, de administración de espectro,
connectivity,
todos los temas relacionados a la
spectrum,
conectividad y también el
everything
Internet
related to
de
connectivity
Internet
and
para
content
conexión de las personas.
for connecting people.
Esto es una forma de también tener más
So
un
this is a
espacio
way
de discusión
of
en
having a
foros,
forum,
instituciones
a discussion
internacionales,
forum
que los
for
temas puedan
international
ser tratados
organizations so we can deal with
de
these
forma abierta,
topics
también
openly
para que podamos tener algún tipo de mejores prácticas.
in order to
tema
have
así que para mí todavía no
best
tenemos una
practices.
discusión final es
One thing that we haven't
los
discussed so
outputs de
far
los
are
IGFs.
the
Entonces,
outputs of the IGFs, the Internet Governance Forums.
esta reunión de este año, que va
For
a ser
example,
9 a 17 de
the
noviembre,
forum
estos son
that
los
is
temas.
going to be held
¿Cuáles van a
from
ser los
November 9th
outputs
to
de los
17th,
IGFs? Es una
this
discusión
would
muy
be the tracks,
Otro
the
tema de esta
topics.
presentación es
These are
que
going to be
tenemos las
the
organizaciones
main
tratando los
pillars:
temas, pero
data,
¿cuáles
environment,
son las
inclusion, and
decisiones?
trust. But what are the decisions that are
¿Cómo
going to
los
be made in
miembros
this
de
forum?
estas instituciones
How
internacionales pueden
members in these
utilizar
international
de forma
organizations
real
can use
los
in a
outputs de
very
las
realistic
reuniones?
way
Yo,
the
yo
output that we
creo
get out of
que
these
esto
meetings.
cada vez más va a ser
I believe
una
that
decisión de los miembros
this
cuando
is going to
tenemos
depend
un
on the
problema
members.
y las
And
instituciones
we're
o
faced with
las situaciones
a
de hoy
problem
no logran
And
resolver
organizations cannot overcome
y
the
se va a buscar
situations faced
una
with
opción
the circumstances.
donde
And they're
podemos
going
tener
to
consensos
try to
dentro
find a way
de
and reach a consensus
una plataforma que sea
in a
más
platform
abierta a
that could be more
escuchar y
open
para que las
or
instituciones
receptive
discutir
to
estos temas. Pero
listen
para mí,
so countries can
voy a tratar un
discuss these
poco sobre
issues
esto ahora,
openly.
tiene una forma, un mecanismo
In my opinion,
de
there's a
buscar
mechanism
escuchar a los miembros, una
of
forma
trying
un
to
mecanismo de
listen to
escuchar y
members
posibilitar
and
algún
at the same
tipo de
time
output.
to facilitate some
Yo
sort
hablé
of
un poco
output.
sobre el RGF y yo voy a hablar un poco sobre la parte
I talked about the IGFs,
de la gobernanza de
and
Internet
right
dentro de la
now
OIT,
I'm
que
going to
sería
talk about the
el
ITU
grupo del Consejo
Internet governance.
Internet,
That would be the
que
Council Working
en
Group
inglés sería
on
International
International
Internet Related Public Policy,
Internet related public policy issues,
CWG Internet.
the
Esto es un mecanismo
CWG
que
Internet.
fue creado en 2010
It was
sobre
created in
resoluciones
2010
de la
in
Conferencia
accordance
Plenipotenciaria
with
para buscar
resolutions of
tener
the
una
2010
forma de
Plenipotentiary
escuchar y
Conference,
trabajar los
and it was
temas
a way
con los
of
miembros,
working
por lo
on
menos
some
de
of
la
the
OIT.
topics with the
Podría ser un ejemplo para
ITU
otras
member states,
organizaciones, otros
and it could serve as an example for
algún
other
espacio
organizations to have some
específico
sort of a forum,
de
specific forum
gobernanza. Este
on
es un
internet
ejemplo que
governance.
podemos dar. Yo trabajé
This
un
is just
poco
an
también,
example.
no como IT, pero trabajé un poco desde 2010 en
I
este
also
grupo
worked
y puede ser que en inicio
in this
sí fue
working group,
difícil
and
para
at the very beginning it was
realizar las
difficult for
discusiones,
us
pero hoy
to
tenemos,
hold
creo, una
certain
situación
discussions.
muy abierta,
But today
una
we
discusión más
have a
clara de los
different
temas.
situation.
Como he
Right
dicho,
now,
yo creo que pasamos
topics are discussed more
inicio
openly.
de los años
We
2010
have
por
gone
una situación que todavía
from
no había
2013,
una
where we
clara
had a
definición de los
situation that there
roles de las
was
instituciones. Yo
the
creo que
roles
hoy
were not clearly
una cosa
defined
está
for
clara,
certain
como he dicho,
organizations.
sería
And right
el
now,
trabajo.
one thing is clear. Right now, we have
Yo
joint
voy a buscar
collaboration.
acelerar un poco para poder tener algunas preguntas y no
Later, I'm going to give you some time so you
quemar
can
un
ask me
poco
some
el alcance de
questions.
ustedes. ¿Cuáles son
Okay, and I
las
don't want to
actividades de este grupo del
exceed
Consejo?
the time that I have not to go
Que
to
sería
your
la par
lunchtime.
experiencias y mejores prácticas en
The
temas
experience and best
grupo.
practices in internet-related public policy
Entonces,
issues are these
tenemos
ones.
varias
And
preguntas
here
que se preguntan a los miembros
we
del
have
Congreso para el
questions
desarrollo de Internet,
like, for example, what are the elements of an enabling environment to promote internet connectivity for developing countries, and how stakeholders can promote
desarrollo de Internet,
the development of the internet? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities?
y se cría informes sobre
And then we'll
esto,
write
sobre las
reports
mejores prácticas, sobre las
on
experiencias que
the
todos los países pueden utilizar.
best practices and
Por ejemplo, la
experiences
parte de
that
OTT,
some
cuáles son las
countries may
oportunidades,
borrow. For
limitaciones.
example,
Entonces, así,
what are the
las
opportunities and
discusiones
implications associated with the
se
OTT?
buscan acá, como se puede ver, son temas muy
I'm sure that
generales y muy,
here you have a general overview,
tienen mucho impacto en los países. La
and
parte del acceso,
we see
de
what the impact is on the countries,
conectividad,
like access, connectivity,
los aspectos de seguridad, los aspectos económicos,
developing
sociales,
security
técnicos, todo
aspects,
esto.
the
En este grupo,
technicalities,
entonces,
the
se crían los
economic, the social
informes
aspects as well.
y
So
con esto
in this
se
group,
puede
we
buscar, los
write the
países pueden
reports,
tener algún tipo de ejemplo.
and countries
Otra cosa, por
may
ejemplo,
draw some kind of an
la parte de
example here.
género, cómo serían
Then we
los
have
ejemplos de mejores
bridging the
prácticas
digital
en la
gender
parte
divide,
de desarrollar o hacer un
the best
incentivo al
practices to
acceso
provide
y la parte de
incentives
alfabetización
or to
digital de
encourage
mujeres y
access
niñas
or
y
digital
también en la
literacy of
parte de
women
decisión
and
de Internet,
girls
expansión de
and
conectividad.
policy decisions,
Bien,
expanding internet
yo
connectivity, things like that.
intenté, aquí son la parte de todas las
Here
resoluciones
you have all the the internet plenipotentiary resolutions decided by the organization. This is just an overview for your reference. Later, I'll give you my PowerPoint presentation. You have a lot of material if you find and read the resolutions that deal with every specific point that may affect on internet governance. Now, the resolutions passed by the World Summit on the Information Society that have an impact on the Standardization Assembly in my organization. So thank you very much. And this is all I had to say. And Olga, I'll be at your disposal if there are any questions. Thank you, Bruno. Can you see me? Thank you very much for your presentation, for your time, and for the support for the telecommunication union, and also Anna or Doreen that addressed a similar topic. When we did the school in Costa Rica, Anna was with us, and I was related to the ICT, the girls and women, and we had a special edition in Costa Rica. It was good. Greetings to all of you and to your colleagues in Brazilian. I don't know if you remember, but in the Internet Governance Forum in 2018 in Paris, at the core of UNESCO, President Macron said that we needed further regulation, that we had two models. One was not clearly defined and one was more restrictive. And ITU and United Nations and the European Union had to deal with internet governance and the role they play as important organizations. I don't know if you remember, but Antonio Guterres was there, the Secretary General of the UN, and it started with the panel for digital cooperation. And briefly, Antonio made a few proposals. At one point in time, he proposes some changes in the structure of the Internet Governance Forum, because people sometimes expect more outcomes, more results out of the forums. So I would like to see how you see this. He presented the roadmap for digital cooperation last year. So how do you see that this may evolve? How do you see the ITU playing a role in this roadmap? And for the rest of the audience, let me remind you that internet governance is in different places. It has a set of rules that are defined in different places, and ITU plays a key role in 5 sectors. First, nobody wants wired communications. Everybody wants wireless, 5G, and the UIT is the space where we define the standards. Development that we saw with Doreen this morning is super important for countries, and also standardization. So where we defined standards, your organization plays a key role. So in your opinion, what do you think of the roadmap for digital cooperation that was presented by Antonio Guterres last year?
I think that this year is a bit crazy, really. You know, it's pandemic year. My vision is that this year can't be seen as a typical one. Lots of things are going to be changed. So, because, you know, this normal is neither one thing nor the other. I think what's happened this year is that there's been a kind of a moment of reflection about internet. I mean, it's in everybody's lives, isn't it? And it's there in a very visible way, and it's not going to change. It was already there, but I think that the pandemic made it far more obvious to everybody. I also think that beyond the message given by the Secretary General, I think that people are searching more and more to find out more about what's going on with internet. What is their rights? You know, this is just my personal opinion, okay? But you can't leave the issue of internet governance just to the international organizations or the governments. Everybody should be aware and organize themselves, and find out more, to bear it in mind, really. It's just one aspect, because it's so important in the education of our children. More and more, our children's education will rely on internet, the way we look for information, obviously, in terms of the children, protection of children online, you know, how parents can exercise some sort of control on what their kids are seeing and accessing. And this also has an impact on bandwidth. It's about the protection of children, isn't it? And the ITU reports that we're publishing on protection of minors that we'll be producing this month. And one key question that's come up several times is it, would you leave your kid in Argentina? Would you let them walk down a very long road? What would be the name of a very long word? We have Route 40, which runs the length of the country. Would you let your kid cross the road by themselves? Well, no, of course you wouldn't. So why are we leaving our kids alone on internet? It's a very simple question. Obviously, your mother's going to say, no, I wouldn't let my kids cross the road by themselves. But she's browsing internet by herself. Now, is this really possible? So I think that what the Secretary General meant, and I think this is inexorable, you know, because it's going to happen more and more. And what I wanted to do was to work with the countries and work with people who are directly affected to find a way of being more aware of what's going on, and to try to find a way in which they can vote, they can make their thoughts and their voices heard. And this is what governance is really about. Governance is for people. It's not for organizations or countries. It's for us who are sitting here in front of the computer with our kids who are between 5 and 15 with direct access to everything that's out there. How? Now, first we have to look at what's affordability. Now, if we don't have money, what are we going to talk about governance? You know, we could be talking as little as $400. At all events, the message I want to leave you with is that governance for international organizations means searching for space. And it is an issue that is raising more and more conversations, more objective conversations. But I really believe that we should involve people more. And we have to create the mechanisms, such as at school, for instance. School would be a great mechanism for us to hear people's voices and ensure that they participate more in this debate. Well, absolutely. I think this is a great idea. Thank you so much to the ITU team for being with us today. As an electronics engineer and having worked for so long in telecommunications, I understand what the role of the ITU is and the role they play in modern communications. So our school will always be at your disposal, and we're grateful for always being present in your program activities. I wish you the best. I hope you stay safe, stay home, stay well. Thank you. And we continue in contact virtually and look forward to meeting in person one day to have coffee, dinner, lunch, wherever that might be. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, folks, we have 45 minutes break. Lunch in Argentina, maybe an early lunch in the rest of Latin America and Europe. You might be having tea or dinner. I can't even imagine what time it might be in more far-flung countries. After lunch, we'll be talking about internet and its infrastructure. We have people from the Argentine Internet Association, from the Argentine government. We have the General Secretary of the Inter-American Association of Telecoms Companies. We also have the Oscar Leon and Alejandro Patiño, who is an IT expert, working in the area of what Doreen was talking about earlier. He's working in the ICT department of Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And finally, the session will be moderated by our ICT gal, Maria Jose Calvo, who's the regulatory compliance manager at AT&T and also a very good friend of ours. See you in 45 minutes.
Bueno, de vuelta, después de la hora del almuerzo en
Hello,
Argentina.
we're back after the lunch break in Argentina, a little bit later in Spain, and an early lunch in the rest of Latin America. So we have a fantastic panel coming up. Lots of friends, coordinated by a TIC gal, Maria Jose Calvo, who is, she's a regulatory compliance manager at AT&T. And she will be presenting our panelists. And I'd like to say hello to the Undersecretary for Information and Communications Technology at the Office of the Cabinet of Ministers, who has helped us to organize this event. He's like one of our big hosts. I can see Majo in her home. Hi, Majo, how are you doing? Hi, Olga, how are you doing? We have a great panel. You have an hour and a half. But if things get interesting, we can go on a bit longer because there's a break after. As I said, it's a highly relevant panel because it's about infrastructure, without which there is no internet. And those who are working in Tier 1 are going to understand exactly what I'm talking about, with fiber optics. Without all of that sort of thing, there is nothing else. No fake news, no social networks. We wouldn't have anything that we have now. So welcome, everybody. And I'll be here at the end to take questions. We're here with the technical support team for anything that you might need. Majo, over to you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Olga and Adrian for the invitation and the honor of taking part in such a key event, which is happening in virtual form. At the same time, I'm going to be moderating a stellar team of professionals who have huge amounts of expertise in the sector. Each one plays a different role, which are all essential so that we can achieve development in the countries in the region. I expect lots of us are taking part in all kinds of virtual events and conferences where there are phrases that we always hear, like, for instance, hyperconnectivity, connecting the disconnected, infrastructure, reducing the digital gap. And all these words are very important for us to keep growing and to keep developing infrastructures within this region. So, as Olga said earlier, my job is to moderate a panel where each speaker will be telling us about the situation at the moment as regards infrastructure in the region, and which are the objectives and what is the outlook for the future development in Latin America in terms of infrastructure development. When I was organizing this panel, I realized that it was important to underscore a few key points when we're thinking about deploying infrastructure with regard to the development of the digital economy, when we're looking at reducing the digital gap. And amongst those, one of them stands out. For me, this is really essential. It's dialogue and cooperation between the different stakeholders to tackle the needs of the sector. Programming digital agendas requires cooperation between sectors. Otherwise, it's impossible to envisage this kind of growth in terms of the industry and the infrastructure. Another issue is municipal barriers. Now, what I mean by this is I'm not just talking about local taxes. I'm talking about bureaucratic processes, red tape, which delay the deployment of infrastructure in the most vulnerable areas. And when we talk about municipalities, I think we also need to look at educating people. You know, the business about installing antennas and how we deploy infrastructure in urban centers. Another issue which I think is important is how we assign the universal allowance. Now, the universal allowance service funds need to be based on projects where all the stakeholders are allowed to participate freely. We're looking at open tenders, and the main objective should be to ensure connectivity for the most vulnerable areas where perhaps the private sector, for lack of incentive, is not doing anything. Finally, and most importantly, we need to promote level the playing field for competition in terms of public policy making, so that investors feel safe when it comes to investing. We need flexible regulations, because obviously without investment, it will be impossible, or at least incredibly hard, to provide quality service to end users. Because it's a priority to give end users high quality connectivity. Now, as Olga said, at the end of the panel, there will be a few minutes. I think actually it's going to be 30 minutes for Q&A. So you can send us your questions on the Zoom chat, and we're going to be checking it from time to time so that we can answer your questions. Having said this, I would like to hand over to Anabel Cisneros, another ICT girl. She's a director of ARSAT, the Argentine State Telecommunications Company, and one of the first women to hold a management role in ARSAT. Annabelle, welcome, and over to you. Thank you, Maria Jose, for the presentation. I'd just like to thank you for the invitation to the Argentine School on Internet Governance. This year, obviously, it's 100% virtual. I think it's been very challenging to organize this event, given the times we are living through. Luckily, I have already taken part in more than one event held by the South School of Internet Governance, as well as the Argentine School on Internet Governance. And I have to say, it's always a pleasure to be involved in these events and to discuss with the other stakeholders all the different aspects of Internet. Today, I am working at the ARSAT, the Argentine State Telecommunications Company, but I should also like to point out that it is a source of great pride for me to be the first woman on the board, but also to have presided the Internet Society, which I preside at the moment, and to play such a role in all the activities involved. So I want to share my screen with you. I've got a presentation about ARSAT. As I was saying, ARSAT is the Argentine State Telecommunications Company. Here's my screen. ARSAT plays a strategic role in the implementation of state policies and the universal access to information and communications technologies. Its mission is to attempt to reduce the digital gap and execute the Argentine state in digital policies and contribute to what we were saying earlier in terms of providing connectivity infrastructure, which is of high quality and high capacity, as sometimes it's difficult to attract private investments to this area. ARSAT is also the executive branch connecting those areas which would otherwise not be connected. One of the things that ARSAT is doing within the framework of its objectives is the law of the Argentine satellite industry. This law was launched the development of the Argentine satellite industry and provided guidelines for its development, and it has been declared state policy as a national priority and covers the building and operation of geostationary telecommunications satellites. And all of this is managed by ARSAT. Now, this plan was devised to meet the demand for services from 2015 to 2035, and the plan contemplates access to satellite communications and also the building of a new satellite. As you know, ARSAT is currently running ARSAT-1 and ARSAT-2 satellites, and the new law contemplates a third one, which will be part of our fleet of Argentine satellites. Initially, it was called ARSAT-3, but today, as from this year, it's going to be relaunched. If you like, the project is being relaunched. It's going to be called second generation ARSAT. And it's about changing the technological platform of the satellite, and it will also include a new radio frequency spectrum for satellite communication services. Currently, the satellites in operation are working on C and KU, but the new satellite will be working on the K frequency, and this means that it will be providing high-efficiency internet services, allowing for better spectrum efficiency. This plan, the 2015 to 2035, there was no actions were undertaken in 2019, so none of the plans moved forward in terms of the start of construction and the milestones involved in building a satellite. The satellite industry needs to be on the ground for many years in a country before a satellite actually gets built. We're about 4 years behind, actually. So the relaunch of this project in February early this year means that we will be working to rather a tighter timetable than we had envisaged. It's going to be a little complex if we're going to make the deadlines for the satellite launch in 2023. Having said this, which has got to do with the enterprising spirit in the context of satellites, we also provide connectivity through the optic fiber federal network. This is the backbone of our services, which connects over 1,300 locations in Argentina and has over 33,000 kilometers of fiber optics throughout the country. This backbone is called the REFEFO, the fiber optics network, and it's state policy, which means attempting to reduce the digital gap between the urban centers, which usually have more than one connection opportunity, with those very small rural communities or remote areas which don't have any connectivity through fiber optics. So this is why this backbone is one of the connectivity pillars which the state is pursuing to provide access to internet fairly and equally across the board to all Argentines. I want to show you some numbers here. In August 2020, we have some 34,500 kilometers of fiber optics. This is dark fibers, as it's known. And 31,150 of these are already illuminated, and the others are on the way. This means connecting 24 provinces. And as I said, this is the wholesale transport, high capacity transport that we have in Argentina. High capacity wholesale transport is also low cost one. It's a solution when we talk about mega prices, wholesale mega prices, we talk about dollars, but obviously ARSAT, as an Argentine company, is working in pesos, Argentine pesos. One of the other services that the ARSAT provides is open digital TV, which has been implemented through the land digital TV service, and it provides free services throughout Argentina. Currently, the open TV, digital TV service offers 90 different stations, and it's over 60 kilometers of radio radius, and it reaches 80% of the population with all kinds of digital channels.
Distributed across the country. And as I said, since it has very extensive coverage, 80% or 84% of the terrestrial coverage is there. And we have 100% in the signal transportation coverage through the satellites. ARSAT has a data center. It's a national data center that has high capabilities with a Tier 3 certification. One of the few in Latin America. It's 4,500 square meters with 4 rooms of maximum security capabilities. It hosts all the national data and provides reliability and security, and provides services to third parties like hosting, housing, and infrastructure as a service. Most of the national state basically hosts the data in ARSAT, and some of them are about to migrate their data. And also we have private customers that are provided with the service. I'm going to mention briefly something that has to do with the satellite services that I was telling you about at first. Managed by ARSAT, ARSAT 1 and 2. Later, you will have the presentation with some of this data in terms of capabilities, the launching of the satellites, transponders, frequency of operations, etc. Our main objective in ARSAT, and to connect all Argentinians, ARSAT at present has many projects underway. For this year, for example, we have a third phase with the largest fiber optic network. And to extend the network or the fiber optics to some localities that do not have it right now, we need to modernize this network and to extend our capacity. The pandemic has shown clearly the lack of access to internet and lack of access to data that in turn basically had a spike in data traffic for ARSAT and for all internet networks across the country. So we need to serve this demand. In terms of open air TV, we have an investment plan to modernize the air TV network, the air channels, and also to modernize the hardware and software that is currently being used in these open air networks, and they should be phased out. In the data center, we have a service extension program, cloud services. And in satellite services, we have some initiatives to extend our capacity, especially primary care, healthcare, because during the pandemic, we have connected via satellite to all the CUB or the out-of-patient clinics to doctors and to patients. And also we provide access to internet in small localities that are remote, where they don't have any physical infrastructure, and we have no other way but to resort to a satellite connection. Here are the numbers of ARSAT SSIG-1. As I told you before, it's a high-performance satellite network with an electricity-based platform providing broadband to more than 280,000 households. It's an IP service thought to have a full capacity spectrum with particular access, leaving a small footprint, providing more capacity. So this satellite will have more than 60 gigabytes per second, and it would have a weight of 2,000 kilos. And we'll have a schedule, or we have scheduled the launching for 2023. I think my time is up, but let me mention this briefly. And in case there are questions, probably I can mention some other ways, some other initiatives. For example, here I'm presenting a project that is very important for me and for ARSAT. It has to do with closing the gender-based divide or the gender gaps. So we created a technology initiative that has many pillars, and if there are questions with the gender gap, I can really take these questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Annabella. Thank you for your presentation, because we are given only 1.5 hours. As you said, there are some questions in connection with the last topic that you touched upon, as well as other questions in connection with ARSAT. The presentation was very, very clear in connection with the activities performed at ARSAT and the initiatives that they have underway in your company. Right now, we will hear from Ariel Greiser. Ariel, Ariel is the president of the Argentine Internet Association or Chamber that is called CABASE. And probably you can tell us about CABASE, so you can describe what CABASE does and how it operates in Argentina. Ariel, the floor is all yours. Thank you, Majo. My last name is Greiser. I would like to thank Adrian, Olga, and the organizers, because it's always a pleasure to take part in these conferences. To tell you the truth, every time it's increasingly relevant for the times that we have here. Thank you for having invited me. As Majo was saying, I'm the president of the Argentine Internet Chamber, which is a non-for-profit association that gathers all members that promote the development of Internet in Argentina. Within our association, we have different types of members, all sorts of membership, national state, with the chief cabinet and the chief cabinet ministers, Ministry of Economy, state-owned agencies like the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, regulatory framework agencies, another 11 provinces, 25 municipalities. Also, we have the national universities, private universities, content generators, content creators, radios, TV channels, report producers, carriers, access providers, ISPs, all of those that develop the Internet of Things here in Argentina. And I would like to announce that we just launched last Friday the Internet of Things for the Argentine Internet Association. Is a spin-off of what the activities of CABASE are, because it's taking full speed. So basically, we have the IoT Argentine Internet Association. So we'll invite you to participate for those interested in developing hardware and software. We also have the entrepreneurs and the apps, or the developers of apps. And we have stakeholders that are small SMEs from the provinces and large multinationals that are luminaries that take part in our association. It's a non-for-profit organization, and the only objective is to promote the development of Internet in Argentina. So I encourage you to participate and to become members of our association. Now, infrastructure is what I have to address in this panel. Let me tell you that the Internet is the network interconnection. What works is not to have a single owner and not somebody that makes a decision managing the Internet across the world. And this is based on a set of rules that traces back to history created by a team of engineers that work in the Internet Engineering Task Force promoted by the Internet Society. I take part in this organization for the last 31 years. And the objective of which is to make Internet grow across the world. I'm working out of my tablet. I had an incident with my computer. Probably Majo can screen my PowerPoint presentation. Can you share mine? I'm sure Adrian can screen your PowerPoint presentation. Can somebody help me out with a PowerPoint presentation? The Internet is network interconnection. And network operators have to comply with a protocol. That protocol is BGP and is worldwide accepted as the protocol that we use, and I can exchange traffic with the network of the University of Buenos Aires. And every network interchanges traffic through that protocol. So we have backbones that exchange this traffic. Can you see that? CABASE in Argentina is an association that manages this information. Can you see that? Okay.
No, ahí se ve chiquito. Yo también la veo chiquitito.
Bueno,
yes, we can see that. Okay.
Si no, no se van a ver los detalles. Yo no los veo, por lo menos. Estoy en una pantalla pequeña de una tablet y no lo veo, pero bueno, yo sigo hablando. Entonces, nuestra asociación ha desarrollado
our association developed the interconnection backbone, and we have the backbone in Argentina that is the interconnection among all networks. This is produced by the interconnection of traffic interconnection points, okay, the IXPs. Today in Argentina, we manage 32 IXPs, and later I can show you the network or the backbone.
Ahí está. Bueno, está muy chiquita, no se ve, pero
Well, you cannot see the map here, but it's the backbone with the 32 IXPs. Latin America, that I'm more familiar with because I'm part of the Latin America Internet Association and IXPs Association. For example, all countries have a network of many IXPs. Argentina ranks second. The first one is Brazil. Argentina has 32, and then we have many countries like Ecuador 3, Colombia 2, Peru 1, Chile 2. There and those and so forth. So they more or less have the same infrastructure, and they exchange internet traffic. Please, let me interrupt you and tell you that your presentation is screened perfectly well. Thank you for sorry for interrupting. No, it's okay. I didn't know that how well it was being screened. At least you can see the 32 IXPs. So Cabase basically measures the traffic in that backbone, the one being exchanged among operators, but we don't see the traffic managed by every single operator, but the traffic as a whole. It ensures, in a way, that there's no single owner of internet in a region. In Latin America, all countries have many IXPs, or at least one. And the networks, the national networks, as well as the international ones, for example, fiber optics, that run through many countries are interconnected to the IXPs, apart from the international carriers that provide them with traffic. So the internet service-based infrastructure, if we talk about the 7 tiers of the SSIG model, contemplates up to tier 4, because we speak that an internet is based on TCP/IP protocols, and the TCP is tier 4, so it's like the transportation tier. So the infrastructure that is available in order to enhance and to improve internet across the world, and basically in our region, is based on two things: physical network and interconnection. So it's very important. And that interconnection indeed follows a norm, a standard that is the less cost routing standard, generating the least cost routing, that it shouldn't be exchanged in another region not to pay transport cost. So it remains within the same region in order to be exchanged within the state, within the members or the stakeholders within a country. In 2005, when we provided services in Argentina, we exchanged traffic in Miami. So we had to pay a very expensive price, very high cost, and it was in dollars and in latency terms. That is the medium by which we measure how a data is carried across a network. So we paid very, very costly. I mean, it was too high. And the latency, because we're exchanging traffic in Argentina and Miami. So 95% of the traffic in Argentina is being exchanged within the national network in Argentina, within this backbone. I mean, it would be difficult to have all the traffic hosted in our country, but most of it, it's being exchanged in Argentina. There's still some traffic that is not still interconnected. Besides, another thing that I would like to say is that the internet traffic has changed dramatically over the last years. 85% of which is video. So basically, we don't have so many applications managing the traffic. Just to mention a few, a movie in 4K definition, the last 1 hour, is equivalent to billions of emails or thousands of clicks on a website. So the megabytes create this difference. We have conducted a strategy in Argentina since 2011 that has aimed at bringing that content to Argentina. So 85% of the content, video content that Argentine users watch is hosted in Argentina. So we have improved. Well, we made improvements to the latency, to the features in our network, and within our interconnection backbone, we have exceeded a terabit per second of traffic among providers, among vendors, but not every network's provider. If we add that, I mean, it's going to be multiple times the times of terabytes that is shared. We have 1 terabyte of that we share. So the traffic of final users have grown exponentially. And we have grown over the last 4 years to having a growth rate between 50 to 60% annually. And let me mention something very important. In Argentina, we have declared the quarantine. We have declared a quarantine since March 20th. During the first 15 days, traffic grew 45%, equivalent to the annual growth. And then it remains stable. And right now, we have 35% more traffic than the one we used to have during the first 2 weeks of March. So we feel the effect, and we take pride in this because our backbone supported the unplanned growth, because networks are designed for the peaks and not for the troughs. And this fully supported this exponential growth of 45%. At the worldwide level, it was more or less the same trend, 38%, 40, 45%, 40 on average. And then it remains stable to lower levels in Argentina. We have 35% of traffic growth. This is important because if you want to understand how investments are made, as Annabelle said, they are planned in the long term. They require a lot of money. 99% of those investments are made in dollars. You need to plan in the long term, and you need to have political goodwill in the state and in the private sector. So we're pleased that this backbone supported the exponential growth, and that in turn, we have the necessary planning to continue growing. Another parameter that I would like to mention, the effect that for those that manage networks and those that manage infrastructure consider very, very strongly. Regardless of how much internet provides to users, everything is consumed. That is not the growth rate of 50%, but the more capabilities you give to users, users demand even more. And this is a golden rule for the world and for Latin America. So this was infrastructure. Let me continue later on, but at least I would like to give you some statistics. Thank you very much. And I will be at your disposal to take any questions that may arise in the audience. Thank you very much. Very clear presentation. And I think that you explained quite well the internet growth and connectivity during this period of pandemic. During the Q&A, I will ask you some questions. And right now, we will continue with Martin Olmos. Martin Olmos is the Undersecretary for Information and Communications Technology, Office of the Cabinet of Ministers for Argentina. Let's welcome Martin. Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Maria Jose. Thank you to the organizers of Argency and the South School on Internet Governance. For us, it's a great pleasure to be able to contribute to these events and to take part today in such an impressive panel with so many friends on it. With Annabelle, I talk to her pretty much every day because we work together. Also talk a lot to Ariel, as well as to Maria Elena, talk to her a lot. And as well, and Oscar Leon as well. We talk to him in the framework of the CITEM. So, Maria Jose said, warned me that we had a very diverse audience. Some people, some of those who are with us today are students in their last years on their university courses. Some people have a bit more experience in the ICT universe. So I just wanted to say in advance, sorry if I say a few things that for some people might seem to be a little too simple. In Argentina, in the Office of the Cabinet of Ministers, we have the Innovation Secretariat, and the ICT Secretariat is an undersecretariat of that, depends on it. And that's the area I'm in charge of. It's not the only organism to deal with regulation in the ICT system. We have an ecosystem, in fact, which is decentralized. It's ENACOM, which is the telecommunications entity. And as Annabelle said, we also have ARSAT, which is the Argentine State Telecommunications Agency. So between the three of us, we work together to design and implement the ICT policies in Argentina. Now, when we took office, our key objective was universal access to connectivity and ICT services. The reason for this is because, as everybody knows, in Argentina, as in throughout the region, in fact, most of the rest of the world, there are striking asymmetries of all kinds, socioeconomic ones, and particularly in Argentina, we have geographic asymmetries which are quite strong. We see connectivity and access to ICT services as a key element which could leverage development and equality. It's actually a fundamental tool in this sense, because if we can provide this kind of universal access to connectivity and ICT services, we will be able to overcome the other asymmetries that we are facing more quickly. Now, if we can't do this and just some people have access to ICT services, then sadly, this will turn into another factor which exacerbates these inequalities, particularly at the moment, where many of the gaps in terms of access to basic services such as health and education, work, where these are more and more dependent on connectivity. This is already true before the pandemic, but the problem is that now it has become far more of an urgent situation. Connectivity, thus, is incredibly important. I'd say that it's exceptionally important because it allows us to deploy other rights which are very important. The right to express ourselves, that's handled by connectivity these days, the access to information, to services, as I said before, basic services. And lastly, because it's a key element in terms of development and our future. It's not just about basic rights and services, but also productive services, and production in general is also becoming more and more dependent on connectivity. For instance, an SME, in order to be able to export its services, has to have connectivity. And for Argentina, this is a strategic factor because being able to export more is critical for the country in order to avoid falling into these recurring crises which involve issues like foreign currencies. So that's the general view that we have of things. Now, as I said, when we took office, in a very short time, we found ourselves faced with the pandemic and obliged to handle this reality. Such a complex reality. So together with ENACOM and ARSAT, we took some measures with the idea of providing an answer to the challenges brought by the pandemic, which obviously put an awful lot of pressure on infrastructure, particularly fixed networks. This is the reason why we worked with some of the streaming platforms to get them to reduce the bit rate. This reduced, obviously alleviated pressure on the networks. We promoted agreements of mutual assistance, so to shore up infrastructure in the event of bottlenecks, particularly when it comes to wholesale internet ISPs providers. We also worked on issues regarding access. The pandemic had tremendous economic consequences, which affected so many people. So we sat down and worked with the ICT sector to ensure better mobile access to help education, obviously, because the different platforms were developing educational content. And what we didn't want to happen was for that consumption of data should have to be paid by the users. So we took lots of measures in this area, and we also tried to work on some more long-term objectives, which looked beyond the pandemic. These came together in a plan that we called Conectar, connecting, which was presented by the Argentine president at ARSAT. It's a plan which aims to put special emphasis on public investment in connectivity. I'm not going to go into this in too much detail at this point, because it's 4 pillars of those that have already been raised by Annabelle, which have to do with getting the satellite development program going again, which will provide services, broadband services to throughout Argentina and improve connectivity. As its priority will be to bring rural zones, remote areas, geographically remote areas, where other kinds of connectivity, land connectivity, just can't make it. The idea is to bring them on board, and also the idea is to strengthen the fiber optics network in Argentina by increasing its capacity. Upgrading infrastructure, upgrading technology, all of this will help to massively boost the network's capacity, which obviously had a lot of pressure put on it by the increase in traffic at the start of the pandemic. But we're also going to be investing in expanding the network to reach more locations, more places, particularly small rural areas. As Annabelle said, the ARSAT's pricing policy is geared towards making the service viable in very small places, villages, so that a major wholesaler can provide these services for cooperatives at an affordable cost, because these smaller companies, the ones that are actually providing the services to these homes in remote areas. We're also looking at investing in digital, open digital TV, which also involves upgrades to platforms, investments and maintenance, which hasn't been carried out for years. And all of this will allow us to have a strong digital TV, which will allow us to progress in the analog, moving out analog, so that we can start to phase that out. We're going to do this in stages. And also strengthening data centers, where the idea is to bring on board technologies that would allow us to store large amounts of data as administered or managed by the state, and which will also have better processing capacities, so make them faster, more agile, more efficient, so they can help towards a better implementation of public policies. This requires, obviously, data centers that are able to provide cloud services for public administration and to certain private sector entities. These are the main points in terms of public investment for the plan. But this plan also looks at other issues which are key for investment, because we know that public investment is very important, because it reaches those places where the private sector lacks the incentives to reach. But we believe that the private sector has a key role to play here, because public investment can never replace private sector one. They should be complementary. They should dovetail with each other. So in that sense, it's very important for us to provide incentives for private investment. I don't want to avoid the issue here, but the Decree 690 has fostered certain concerns in the industry in terms of how the incentives look like and the current panorama. But it has to be said that the Decree 690 does have three elements. We're freezing the rates until the year end. It is an exceptional measure. It's one-off. And it's only in the framework of the pandemic. There had been an increase in March. I don't have to tell you at this stage what the social situation is like now in Argentina. The state is shouldering the burden of much of the salaries for many small and medium-sized enterprises, also some large companies too. It's helping to transfer funds to millions of people who have been very badly hit by the economic consequences of the pandemic, which have been pretty severe also on the health sector. So it's within this framework that this emergency decree was adopted. The second point in the decree is the declaration of public services in the sector, in the ICT context, which also prompted certain concern in some sectors. But we shouldn't compare this with what traditional public services are. We're talking about competing public services. We're not talking about monopolies. We're not talking about state systems. What we are looking at here is a mandate that access has to be universal. It has to reach everyone. And finally, there is the mandate to establish basic services which are universal in nature, to improve access for the entire population, which is something that we're working on. And lastly, we want to say that we are in a dialogue with all the companies in the sector, not just the large ones, but also the small and medium-sized ones, with cooperatives. It's a very rich ecosystem that we have in Argentina, in the ICT sector. All of us working on the regulations contained in the decree with the idea of dissipating these concerns and creating mechanisms that are agile and efficient and do not discourage investment. And in addition, at the beginning, if you remember, I was telling you about the main aspects of the Conectar plan, which are basically about the public investment. But we are also working on something which we're going to be announcing shortly, which are regulatory measures to enable the deployment of infrastructure. And we're working on this at the moment on the partition, and new rules on deployment of infrastructure, rather as Maria Jose mentioned in her introduction. And these have to do with barriers at local municipal level. Then there's also a declaration of public services. Now, this is a legal support, if you like, so that we can implement mechanisms to facilitate the deployment of infrastructure throughout Argentina, working together with the local governments. So I don't know how we're doing time-wise. Yes, slightly over here, but don't worry, Martin. I didn't want to cut you off because you were talking about something that is so important, which is this decree. And I'm sure that there will be some questions about that coming up. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very clear what the government's agenda is concerning the ICT sector. So now we're going to hear from Oscar Leon. Oscar Leon is the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Telecommunications Commission of that's CITEL, of the OAS. So Oscar, over to you. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. My acknowledgements to my colleagues, Olga, Adrian, and Oscar, for having invited me to speak here at the School of Internet Governance. I'm going to share a presentation. Please confirm if you can see it.
Perfecto.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Ahora ahí está.
¿Sigue la pantalla? Sí.
Sí, sí.
Ah, bueno, perfecto.
Can you see that?
Bueno,
Yes.
Bien, yo creo que antes de mostrar los detalles del tema que me invitaron a el día de hoy,
First and
creo que
foremost,
es importante por los que nos estaban acompañando entender un poco
I believe that we have to explain what CITEL is. and what it does or the role they play within the OAS.
Bueno, lo primero que hay que decir es que la OEA es como el brazo
The OAS is like the telecommunication branch of ICT.
al interior de la OEA fue
inside the OAS, and that was created in 1993. What we do is working on a regulatory framework, countries through different ways, guidelines, resolutions, recommendations, administrative mechanisms like sharing the best practices through discussion forums, panels with the 34 countries of the Americas, and of the private sector industry, as we're going to see later. In order to do so, we have formal mechanisms of participation and to reach further consensus and clearly define for the Americas those regulations or policies or proposals to be implemented in the rest of the countries. Apart from the regulatory framework, we do some work in having access to information and telecommunication technologies. And at the very beginning of the panel, I mentioned this because one of the pillars of the OES is equality. So we could reach the total population of the Americas. And through the foreign offices and the ambassadors that are part of the discussions of the OAS, these officers even come to the summit of the Americas with the President of the Americas. They make decisions that have a very important component for our lives, like democracy, human rights, telecommunications. In that summit, basically, they make decisions that in line define the guidelines for our peoples. So we have technical guidelines to make these agreements work at high level. We have some examples like fighting cybercrime in devices in the Americas, or theft is basically in turn reduce the homicide rate. As during the pandemic, basically this was reduced because most of the people are at home. And we even made decisions that sometimes the foreign offices in countries became so involved to prevent this sort of crimes in the Americas. Another guideline in developing telecommunications that we work in the OAS are agreements for spectrum use in the frequencies, the positioning of telecommunications, etc. For those of you that are not familiar with these concepts, the 5G networks that are being adopted across the world require certain things, like, for example, a set of frequencies 7 or 8 years ago. Some satellites were used, and basically this is widely discussed within the telecommunication union. So this is key, harmonization of spectrums, and this is what we discuss in the Radio Communication Summit, together with the UN, that is the ITU, and we make the proposals in the Americas to advocate the guidelines that could be included in an international agreement. This is a treaty of telecommunications. CITEL took more than 380 proposals in Latin America. They were widely discussed, and 98% of our proposal was included in this international treaty. So this is what we do at the core of CITEL. To do so, we cannot do this on our own. It is necessary that we have the support from the industry. And here on the screen, you have sponsors, or 100 sponsors, satellite companies, trade unions, ISPs, mobile operators, consultants. Between public organizations and privately held companies that make proposals together with us to finally reach a consensus to make proposals for the international treaties. Here you have some of the, if you read some of the names, most of them are world-class companies like Microsoft, Verizon, Facebook. Telecommunication operators that date back or that they have been in the market for a long time. So how do we do this? We have a structure of CITEL that is the one that you see on screen. We have the assembly, the meeting that is held on every 4 years. We had one in March 2018 in Buenos Aires. Why in Buenos Aires? Because the Secretariat of Telecommunication is authorities responsible for telecommunications that hold the presidency. Basically, they hold the event in their city, and they hold this presidency for a 4-year time. So basically, the Argentinians reside in the council of CITEL right now. In the technical part, we have 2 permanent councils. We have one for technology support and for the development of ICTs in the Americas, that is subcommittee number 1. And for the use of spectrum in satellite orbits. Here, Annabelle participated in these activities and councils, and we basically propose the agreements that are going to be included in the recommendations, in the guidelines, or in the treaties for the Americas. We have Regulation and Policies Council, presided by Peru, and Council number 2, presided by Mexico. You have the spectrum regulator. Excuse me, but if this speaker does not use the microphone, I am not able to translate in this way, okay?
Tenemos una serie de grupos de trabajo. Aquí sí estoy seguro que ustedes no van a ver la letra a través de la pantalla, pero les comentaré, ustedes me van a creer lo que aparece aquí. Y la información que les estoy acá mostrando es básicamente para comentarles que tenemos una serie de grupos de trabajo, y estos grupos de trabajo lo que nos permiten es discutir sobre los temas puntuales que deseamos definir en las Américas. Por ejemplo, hay uno de política y regulación, otro sobre despliegue de nueva tecnología y servicios, hay otro sobre la preparación y seguimiento a las conferencias mundiales. Ahí tenemos otros comités que es el 2, el de frecuencia que les decía, que tiene también grupos de trabajo para el tema de servicios terrestres, otro para satelitales, otro para gestión eficiente del espectro. Para los que no están familiarizados con el tema de espectro, entendamos algo sencillo. dentro de un carril en el que tenemos definido diferentes porciones para uso de espectro. Si no logramos llegar a acuerdos entre los países, lo que va a generarse son interferencias graves en frontera que van a hacer que los servicios no puedan trabajar adecuadamente. O adicionalmente que los costos de los servicios sean completamente elevados, muy altos, porque no se han llegado a economías de escala, resultado justamente de homologar la frecuencia, homologar los equipos. Entonces, justamente son los acuerdos que hacemos a nivel de las Américas al interior de estos dos comités. Bueno, teniendo claro esto, entro ahora más rápido ya a las acciones estratégicas y es para entender un poco más a los acuerdos que hemos llegado con motivo del COVID-19, la pandemia.
Antes de empezar, perdón que te interrumpa, Oscar, nos queda un minutito para poder terminar porque ya estamos medios cortos para los que nos quedan.
Bueno, déjame, son 5 acciones, entonces déjame tratar de resumir en 3 minutos este tema. Entonces, las 5 acciones estratégicas incluyen, la primera de ellas, el de agilizar acciones para emplear cobertura de Internet y otros servicios. Aquí estamos hablando de acuerdos a través, como decimos, 8 mesas redondas, sentados ministerios, reguladores, la industria, y se discutió de manera práctica, un carácter pragmático, que se requería para que funcionaran adecuadamente. De allí se llegaron a unas conclusiones que están siendo plasmadas en acuerdos que se van a presentar justamente para la reunión que tenemos en 2 semanas, para que salgan ya formalmente como un acuerdo de las Américas, y eso incluye temas como otorgamiento ágil de permisos de espectro y en general para despliegue de infraestructura. Eso incluye el de compartición de infraestructura, compartir espectro, mercado secundario de espectro, acceso dinámico de espectro y otros elementos más orientados a la instalación de infraestructura. La segunda acción tiene que ver con la conectividad de puntos estratégicos y es acciones en las cuales se motivó que se haga o se tomen acciones para asegurar que tenga conectividad en hospitales, en centros de acopio de alimentos, acopio de medicinas, en sitios estratégicos que aunque uno consideraría que es obvio, realmente muchos de ellos no tenían las condiciones adecuadas e inclusive continúa el esfuerzo para llegar justamente con lo que se requiere a estas localidades, a estos establecimientos. La tercera línea estratégica es la de promover el adecuado uso de Internet. Esto es, no obstante, hay medidas como las que han tomado en Argentina, México, Perú, Colombia para tratar de tener un servicio que sea prioritario. El hecho de que se asegure esto no significa que se pueda tratar de utilizar de manera sin tener control del tráfico que está realizando. Por eso hay medidas de tráfico que vienen haciendo los operadores y con base en divulgación a la ciudadanía se les trata de enseñar, de informar de qué manera se va a hacer y tener los hábitos adecuados para el uso de Internet. La cuarta es sobre el tema de operación, mantenimiento e instalación, que también, aunque parecería algo lógico, resulta que muchas localidades, los que dan los permisos, los alcaldes o los que están en estas zonas, en cada región de los países, muchas veces demoran la instalación e inclusive han habido situaciones en las que salimos como Acitel con comunicados para explicarle a la ciudadanía que no hay ninguna relación, no hay ningún efecto de la 5ª generación con los temas del COVID-19. En Europa quemaron muchas estaciones base, hubo movimientos en contra de instalación de infraestructura y salimos justamente a aclarar que no hay relación entre estas dos cosas. Finalmente, la última estrategia está muy orientada hacia los temas de ciberseguridad y es inversiones importantes, no solamente para mantener y continuar con las necesidades de proteger desde el punto de vista de software los datos, sino también tratar de enseñarle a los usuarios, inclusive muchos de ustedes deben ser conscientes que en sus casas, cuando tienen los routers, los dispositivos para acceso a Internet, muchos de ellos tienen por defecto unas claves que vienen por defecto, bien por fábrica, y cualquiera que tenga el manual de sus equipos puede entrar y cambiarlo si ustedes no toman acciones y modifican las claves de sus dispositivos. Entonces, bien desde ese nivel de usuario hasta justamente inversiones y acciones importantes por parte de los gobiernos y por parte también de los operadores de telecomunicaciones. Corto acá para mirar otros temas. Muchas gracias, José.
Muchas gracias, Oscar. Muy
Thank you,
clara tu
Oscar.
presentación.
Your
No me quiero seguir
presentation
extendiendo,
was
así que
very
vamos a
clear.
ir
I
ahora
won't
con
go on, so we
Alejandro
will move
Patiño.
straight on to Alejandro
Patiño
Patiño.
es especialista en el sector
Alejandro
TIC,
is an
coordinador de la Agenda
information and
Digital para América
communications
Latina y el
technology
Caribe del
expert
año
at the
2020.
Economic Commission for Latin
Así que bueno,
America and the
Alejandro, te pido
Caribbean.
los 10 minutos de presentación porque
Alejandro,
ya nos
just
estamos
10
extendiendo
minutes
un
for your
poquito por el
presentation. I'm
tiempo,
afraid
aunque
we've gone
Olga
slightly over
me
time,
autorizó unos minutitos
although
más.
Olga has
Así que
given me a few
adelante
more
con tu
minutes.
presentación,
So
Alejandro.
go ahead, Alejandro. Thank you, Maria Jose. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation. I also like to say hello to Mariel, Martin, Oscar, and Ariel. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My presentation is something I'm going to be sharing with you now. Hope you can see it properly.
Ahí se ve, ¿cierto?
Sí, perfecto.
Bueno, la idea de la presentación es, yo creo,
the idea of the presentation is to reinforce what was said earlier and talk a little bit about the access and demand gaps, underlining the importance of infrastructure and access projects, and put them into context in a reality of heterogeneous networks in terms of very varied demographics and structures which condition access to these technologies. And particularly in the case of the pandemic, these have become critical in order for people to continue to pursue their economic and social activities. Before we start, I should like to say that ECLAC is one of the 5 commissions dependent on the United Nations, founded in 1948 and based in Santiago. Its principal mandates are to support development in the region with various development cooperation mechanisms. It has the ELAC, which is a political framework about to turn 15 years of age, where periodically there are different policies, digital policies are discussed. So to move on, my presentation is about sharing with you some basic indicators from a publication that we launched a few weeks ago, where what we did was look at the issues of access in the context of the pandemic in order to see exactly what these gaps are and what measures are being taken by the governments in the context of the pandemic. And finally, to outline the role of leaders in this context. The first issue is that I'm sure that we all agree of the importance about digital solutions and the role that they play and how important they are. Everything that has to do with prevention and communication, platforms for teleworking, e-commerce, all those are solutions that work in terms of monitoring, virtual triage, healthcare, follow-up of patients. So digital technologies have been essential in tackling the pandemic and its consequences. And we've also seen a number of government measures in the political arena in order to tackle the pandemic. Although in terms of connectivity, as Martin said, Martin told us about what Argentina was doing, but the majority of countries have taken firm measures to improve connectivity and services provided, including spectrum frequencies and other policies. The pandemic laid bare the existing digital gap in the region, compounded by economic structural problems. There is still an important gap in terms of fixed bandwidth of 14%, whereas in a third of the population has limited or no access to internet. 33% of urban homes are still not online. And this is much higher in some areas and certainly much higher in rural areas. And then demographic issues. There are two sectors of the population which are highly vulnerable in the pandemic: children and old people. 42% of the under 25 and 54% of the over 65 don't have internet. The other issue is affordability. If we look at the degree of affordability throughout the region, we can see that fixed and mobile bandwidth services, broadband services, represent up to 14 to 16% of per capita income in homes. And this is quite a serious burden, much greater than the thresholds in other countries, what we call reference thresholds of access to these services, which are in the region of 2% of costs. So these economic issues are conditioning people's access. Let us not forget that today there are some 32 million children who are unable to access teleschooling because they live in places where there is no connection. If we look at the data in terms of income, it's obviously much worse in the poorer areas. So over 90% of children in Paraguay, El Salvador, Bolivia, and Peru live in places without connection. And the difference, all it does is deepen the gap. Another gap has to do with the productive structure. Although many companies do use internet in the region, over 90% companies use and have access to internet. But if we look at other indicators, only 32% of them use internet to work with their suppliers, and barely a fifth of these use internet for e-commerce. These are conditioned by issues such as size and sector, and are obviously far worse in some sectors. Teleworking, working from home. We can see that this is a trend, one of the big trends, which is here to stay. But today, in Latin America, only 21% of people are able to work from home on internet, compared with 79% in more developed countries. This is a problem, particularly exacerbated by high levels of informal work. We think that maybe as much as 50% of unemployment is in the black, which makes the situation far worse. Another vision of gap concerns the gender gap. What we have seen in the issue of gender which is one of the demographic gap, if you like. We've seen the low participation of women in STEM careers and studies, as well as employment in tech sectors. This data shows us the participation of women in ICT industries, and although at regional level, 1.6% of employment is male. When we look at it in terms of gender, it's almost half, 0.9%. The graph at the bottom shows us something similar in terms of the behavior of the online platforms, online jobs. We can see that in the region, if we look at supply and demand, there is quite a substantial gap in supply, particularly in those areas related to programming, for instance, or IT, in terms of men. But if we look at women in this sector, they only make up 25% of the labor force in these areas. So these are data which serve to underscore something that we already know, which is the low participation of women in these sectors, and obviously which are so important for the development of the ICT sector and its dynamics as a whole. To wind up and stay within the time allotted, which is a little bit short, I should like to underline the importance of digital policy making throughout plans being made today. We're looking at plans to reactivate the economy, and these technologies will be vital to continue tackling the pandemic and also to reactivate commercial production, trade. Well, I just wanted to touch on those points with you. All of this data is in a publication which we put out last week. So here's the link. You can download it and you can find more information about these indicators in this report. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you, Alejandro. I think that you made it abundantly clear how the pandemic has revealed even more the digital gap existing in the region. Thank you for staying within the time limits. And later, we'll have an opportunity to ask you a few questions about your presentation. Finally, Marielena Jimenez, the Secretary General of ASIET, the Inter-American Association of Telecoms Companies, and as another of our ITC gals. Marielena, over to you. And also, please, if you wouldn't mind staying within the time frame, so we have some time left over at the end to ask questions. Thank you. Off you go.
Thank you very much. My greetings to the Undersecretary Olga, Adriana, and Oscar. Thank you for being here. I have the privilege to be with this Internet Government School since 2015. And this year, the pandemic did not allow us to meet, but at least the school is being taught. I'm going to share my presentation right now. Can you see that? Perfect. Very briefly, ASIET is an association that dates back to 2002, made up by private companies and public companies operating in the telecommunications sector. Our objective is to promote public and private sector dialogue to develop telecommunications and digital transformation in the region.
También tenemos un centro de pensamiento que es el Centro de
We have a think
Estudios
tank
de América Latina, en el
for
cual también
Latin America,
desarrollamos estudios con sentido
where we
estratégico
conduct
con
studies,
asocio a
strategic
diferentes
studies,
empresas consultoras. Y la idea
and
nuevamente es siempre la
also
mejora
we have
de
consultants
el
helping,
mercado, la
gearing
competitividad
towards
y la
improvement,
transformación digital
competitiveness,
de
the
nuestra
market, and digital transformation in the region.
empezando y en el entendido de que la escuela tiene la virtud
Seeing
de
that the
mezclar
school has the virtue of mixing professionals, the industry, and students,
universitarios e incluso entiendo
college
hasta
students.
estudiantes de colegio, lo cual es
I believe that they even included high school students this year,
tratar de ser
which I think is formidable. I would like to be very dynamic, pedagogical, and increase the complexity as I go along with the presentation. As Olga said at first, the internet infrastructure is the green tier, supporting the physical infrastructure of the network and the other elements that make up the digitalization.
Pasamos por la definición y yo
So let me define it.
detenerme
And here,
de la Real Academia
I would like to define what the academic set of elements needed for the infrastructure to work efficiently. It doesn't work within the basis of telecommunications, that is tier, the basic tier. In line with the Internet Infrastructure Coalition, the infrastructure is the hardware, the transmission, and the software means to connect computers and users over the internet. Now, based on this premise, we understand that the internet has two types of infrastructure: active and passive infrastructure, which is totally different, and each of them bears different peculiarities or features. From 2008 to 15, more than 80% of the investment that was made in telecommunications was in the hands of the private sector, that is the market operators. Also, we have other sectors of the economy like transportation, energy, and water treatment, where transportation and water services are most of the investments, and those are public works. In energy, probably we have private partnerships, but in telecommunications, we know that this investment is made by operators. And I would like to underscore that there are two sort of costs: capital costs, that is the investment that I need to make in order to develop this infrastructure, and the operational costs and maintenance costs. So once the infrastructure is up and running, it requires further investment, plus the maintenance and operational cost to keep it working. If you analyze the active infrastructure, we have fiber, antennas, towers. To give you an idea of this density, across the world, we have 5 billion kilometers of fiber optics installed. This is submarine, underground, and in building. And if we suppose that we have 32 fibers per cable, we will have multiplied these times X. So it implies a lot of investment and a lot of money for operation and maintenance costs. And in passive infrastructure, it's exactly the same. That is support infrastructure, where we have private investment. We talk about the towers, the pipelines, the posts, all that supports and allows or facilitates this infrastructure to be mounted. In Latin America, we have 186,864 towers of telecommunications installed in Latin America. Out of them, more than half are telecommunication towers made by operators that do not belong to the operators, but they are being leased to those. And operators are the main component in this equation that is being regulated. Now, what happens with infrastructure investments for new technologies? When we talk about 5G, once again, we are considering OPEX and CAPEX, capital expenditures and operational expenditure and maintenance. Here, this trend shows is produced by McKinsey, and it shows that the growth of availability of fiber, of backhaul, that is transport fiber that takes information from one point to another, requires that you increase between 80 and 100% for 5G to happen. So the sum of CAPEX and OPEX, that is TCO, without considering the basic infrastructure equipment, it requires that for every percentage of speed growth, there's an investment in infrastructure that should be made. So if we increase to 25% the traffic, there's a 60% of increase in TCO, total cost of ownership. If it's 35, you have 110%, and for 50, you have 300% growth. This implies that the investment that has been made are high. However, from now on, with the technological advances, it will require further capabilities of the network, which is estimated that for a 5G network, you will have a 5-10-fold increase of the number of sites of these networks. This implies that if we want to keep managing the capabilities or still increase the capabilities of networks and connecting more people for everybody's interest, it will require more investment, more money, and the challenge that we're faced with is even greater. Statistics reveal that it will require $160 billion of investments in Latin America just to reach those levels of connectivity compared to the developed countries. That is, the investment in dollars required for these levels of connectivity is way too high. None of these components of the equation and none of the elements that are on top of the networks with public policies, together with all regulatory frameworks, considerations, the public interest, require to connect more people, who will consider that investments are so large that only together can we achieve this goal. And this will take us to the digital divide, something that was widely discussed here, which is merely the difference of connectivity and the use of ICTs with the individuals, households, and business, with two perspectives. One, geographical perspective, the locations, remote locations where it does not get there because you cannot recover investment there. And there are individuals, households, or companies that even being in those places where there is connectivity, they cannot use it because their income cannot cover the cost of having that connectivity. So here we have a digital divide, access divides or gaps, because I'm connected, because there's no availability. Also use gaps, because even though there's connectivity, I cannot use it because I cannot afford that. And there's an appropriation gap, even though I cannot pay for that. Or even if I can pay for that and I am covered, I cannot use it because it's not useful, or because I'm not aware of the true benefit that connectivity brings to the table. So we have stakeholders or gaps that are a moving target. One thing that we consider target or gap in the past no longer is. So from here now or from now onwards, with the new technological advances, we need to pay attention not to open new gaps. And when there's hyperconnectivity, as you said at first, in some locations, and there's lack of connectivity in others, all these elements, if you see the common factor lies in infrastructure. Without it, you cannot provide those services and benefits. Infrastructure has changed in time, and telecommunication markets have changed in scale, in scalability, the number of lines of communication, points of access, density of infrastructure by square kilometer, etc. And we have differences in the levels of competitiveness because they were highly competitive or natural monopolies. I mean, a new entrant cannot enter the market. However, when new mobile telephony services, you have new entrants in the markets of multiple operators invested in this sort of infrastructure. On the other hand, you have a change in services. Before, the services basically depreciated that infrastructure. If you had a telephone line and the fixed land telephony, that service basically was depreciated and paid for the infrastructure. However, right now, we have a large set of services in these upper tiers, especially in tier 3. There's a large number of services with a multiplicity of stakeholders and with a business model that is totally different from the past. And here, we say that we have the telephone operators, historically the ones that are being regulated across this equation, which takes me to the role of the regulator, that is the public agency that has the responsibility to advocate for this telecommunications market and to install the necessary incentives, which has changed already. And if it has done so, it has to do it so it becomes, instead of a regulator of command and control, to promote investment, because the investment is so large that it's necessary to promote these incentives on the part of public agencies to make this true. So it requires more legal certainty, less risk of investment. The more risk you have in investment, the more expensive the financing and the investment, and also the more expensive developing the basic elements. If we address the pandemic, investigation reveals by Standard & Poor's, based on an economic model, how much these operators might have lost in Latin America. Standard & Poor's reveals that 2.6 and 14% or 14.2% have their income reduced, depending on many factors, but we can talk about lockdowns, we can talk about local currency devaluations, difficulties for developing new infrastructure, which may limit for this year the capital investments that are so necessary, primarily focused on the strategic elements, and they could change between 10 and 20% in negative numbers. So we have the whole picture. We have the infrastructure as such, investment required, and is made by the operators, that the investment required to reach those developed countries' connectivity that is so high, and we have the commitment to close the digital divide. And on top, we have a pandemic that is affecting the entry of new operators. So here, some highlights. Operators require more stability and legal certainty in order to make the necessary investments. And that at the core of infrastructure, there should be public and private investments or partnerships, focusing on the long term rather than the short term, and especially covering the lack of revenues or the lost profit because of the pandemic. So the countries need to promote this together. The use of public resources for closing or for bridging the digital divide. If we invest enough, it should be supply and demand, infrastructure, and the possibility of giving support to these families that do not have access to the service. And apart from that, these approaches need to be highly focused based on poverty data. They need to be very targeted or narrowly targeted, not to have any distortions in the market and not to have losses of carriers, because their interest is to continue connecting more people. That is the logic or the rationale that is behind this business. So for this, will require technical regulations that is predictable. We talked about the telecommunication networks, and here we have a set of elements for you to review. Once you have the presentations. And here, I would like to say that we have to resize the role of the carrier, incentivize and promote investment, especially legal certainty. Thank you. Thank you, Marilena.
Your presentation was very clear. Thank you. Sadly, we are up against the clock. Olga is asking me to wind up the session. So she will take any questions for this panel, and then we'll exchange them, because actually we have very little time left. Each one of the speakers has been very clear in the way they shared what they feel are the priorities and needs of the sector to continue promoting connectivity throughout the region. It's been a very rich dialogue where each person has laid out the fundamental concepts and needs, as I said, the priorities required to continue to promote digital transformation of the sector. I think it's vital, as Marilena said, it's very important that we have these alliances between the private and public sectors to continue to foster investment. And it's imperative, from my point of view, that there be public policies able to guarantee a digital ecosystem which is at once strong and competitive. Thank you very much to each of the speakers. It was a pleasure for me to be able to moderate this prestigious panel. And now I'll hand over to Olga so she can close the panel and move on to the next session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We are all slaves to time. So we're in a TV studio here. It's exactly like the TV. We are slaves to time. We have another panel in 10 times, and we need to set it up. We need to sort out the video and TV frequencies. I think we could hold a whole conference on this subject. I would like to thank Ariel, Anabel, Mariana Martin, Oscar, Alejandro, and of course Mario Jose for their participation and their contributions. But the weird thing about all of this is just the lack of applause. So the real applause at any rate. So I'm sending you greetings, wishing you the very best, and we'll see you in the cloud. We'll be back in 10 minutes with the next panel. looking at the Internet of Things and 5G, followed by the session on the Wi-Fi of the future.
Gracias, hasta luego. Gusto verlos. Chao, se cuidan. Bye.
Estamos de vuelta con un tema súper interesante. Recién vimos todos temas relacionados con infraestructura y ahora vamos a
We just saw all the aspects related to infrastructure. And right now we have everything that is on top of infrastructure. They use 5G, Industry 4.0, Internet of Things. And for this panel that is going to last for an hour, I'm going to introduce a moderator, a friend of the school, Ingeniero Molano, Diego Molano. Diego is a very important person for the school. When he was Minister of IT and Telecommunications in Colombia, he wanted to take the school to Colombia. We organized it in Bogota. That was the third school in 2012. And for us, was a quantum leap that we always wanted to maintain. He said that there should be remote participation and presence in social media. It was 2012. So imagine that it was very, very good. He had a team, and we were trending topic in Twitter for the whole week in Colombia. To tell the truth for us, it raised the quality bar in terms of scope, number of attendees, and we never wanted to reduce it. It was forever in our standards of quality. So for the history of our school, it's very important. He's also very important in the world of telecommunication. Let's welcome you once again, once back again at the school. You're going to be the moderator of a very, very interesting topic. You're in a very nice place. Where are you? Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for your presentation and introduction. This pandemic is accelerating this digital transformation. And you can see the impact with these platforms in the South School of Internet Governance. I said that we have a fabulous panel with incredible panelists. And my first comment is that the biggest problem of transformation, the challenge of digital transformation in Latin America has to do with talent. That is a challenge, and by far the most important one. And we have to create 4 types of talent. Programmers. Second, that all professionals should have the skills and know-how of technology. The third pillar is to have leaders in this digital transformation. We have 4 worldwide renowned leaders in digital transformation. And the fourth and most important pillar is to have women. And it's not a minor thing, and it's not a gender-based equality issue. It's that they have the necessary skill to make the necessary digital transformation that men we do not have. So here we have a panel of many men, but as you can see, also we have many women attending. For those who want that are watching this on YouTube or in streaming, we are well represented. Thank you very, very much for your introduction. I am not going to introduce everybody because the CVs are in the web, and you can all see that posted in the web. In order to start, you have to tell them, you have to tell the audience a secret that has nothing to do with your job. And I would like to start with mine. I live in Washington, but I'm spending some time between Santa Marta and Washington. The secret is that I'm suffering from a problem that Facundo is suffering. And I'm a victim of the women in Santa Marta. That's why I have 2 Colombian daughters. So I am fully dominated by these women. And Facundo knows full well that this is a reality. We're all victims. I'm going to start with Carlos Rebelón. Because these technologies are coming, we have the deployment of 5G. Latin America made progress in infrastructure deployment in telecommunications. And depending on the way we look at it, 70% of Latin Americans are connected to the internet. And 70% are connected because on the pandemic. If this happened 6 or 7 years ago, it would have been terrible. Right now, we do home office, teleworking, telecommunication, thanks to technology. That's why we have this benefit because of the high penetration of the internet. And when you break it down, you realize that most of them are connected to 3G, not even 4G. And we are speaking of 5G already. So the first question is that nobody knows what that is. What is 5G? And what are they going to mean for the consumer? And second, what do we do in order to make this 5G accessible to all Latin Americans? Thank you very much,
Es
Diego.
una pregunta efectivamente
No,
en este
tienen que
punto.
empezar por el secreto. Tienen que empezar por el secreto.
Vamos
Ah,
a
you need
empezar
to
por el
tell your
secreto.
secret
Voy a echar un
first.
secreto parecido también relacionado con las mujeres. A mí me criaron cuatro
Especially
mujeres.
one related to women. I
Mi
was
mamá me
raised by
tuvo
4
después de
women.
muchos años. Mis hermanos ya se habían ido de la casa. Y
My
me crió mi
brothers
mamá
were
y
grown
tres
ups, and I
hermanas.
was raised
Entonces,
by my mother and
estoy
3
acostumbrado a que
sisters. So I'm used to
la cabeza del hogar y las decisiones y todo
growing up
las
in
mujeres,
a
y en este
world
caso
of
eran cuatro.
women that are
Pero
the
bueno,
decision makers, and
ahí
in this
dejé mi
case, are
pequeño,
4 of them.
mi pequeño secreto y gracias
So
por
that's
esta.
my secret.
Pero
Thank you for
volviendo,
reminding
digamos,
me.
al tema que pone Diego sobre la mesa, es muy interesante porque lo
Let's go
primero que hay
back
que entender
to the topic of
es que
discussion.
5G
We need to
no
understand
es,
that
es
5G
la nueva generación de tecnologías inalámbricas móviles
is a new
que van a
generation of
conectar,
mobile networks that are going
digamos,
to
nuestras
connect
vidas a las personas, a las máquinas.
lives,
Y Diego dice,
our
pero ¿y cómo
machines, and our
aterrizamos eso
people.
a Latinoamérica y cómo lo hacemos entendible?
So
¿Eso
how
qué
do
hay
we
detrás de
approach
eso?
this and
Pues
make Latin
es la
Americans
primera vez que
understand this
estas
concept? This
redes
is the first time
van a
that these
estar
networks
configuradas,
are going
diseñadas,
to be configured and
desarrolladas,
designed and
pensando en que lo que
deployed,
se conecta a ellas no
thinking
son solo personas, sino también cosas.
that
Eso
we're
implica,
connecting people and
y
things at the
Diego
same
también lo
time.
mencionaba,
And as
Latinoamérica dio
Diego
unos
said,
avances grandes en pasar de
this
conexiones
implies
inteligentes sin
making
conexión
large
a gente que se
strides
empezó a conectar.
of
Seguimos hablando de gente
having no connection to
y
people being
gente
connected
que
in Latin
ha
America.
ido mejorando su
And some
cantidad de
that they have
conexión,
improved their
pero ya
quality
muchos con la
of
pandemia nos hemos
connectivity.
dado cuenta que esas calidades ya no bastan.
But due to the pandemic,
Ya
we
no es
know that
una
this
persona
quality
la
is
que se
not
conecta
enough
en el
because
hogar,
it's not
son
one
varios.
person being
Ya
connected in
no
the
es un
home, but
dispositivo, no
many.
es un
It's
computador,
not a
sino los
single
servidores de
device or a
todos, el
PC,
televisor.
but
Y
everybody's cell
asimismo,
phones,
imagínense
the
las
TV,
empresas. Las
Chromecast,
empresas,
and the same
cada
thing
vez
goes
la
for
conectividad
companies.
ya no es solo que
Connectivity,
están conectados los que están trabajando,
it's
sino el
not
sistema de
that you're
seguridad,
connecting employees, but you have
las luces de envío. Y esto
cybersecurity,
demanda otra red.
intelligent
Esto
lighting,
demanda un Wi-Fi de nueva
and this
generación, que es la charla
demands
que va a
a new
venir
generation
ahora, y
Wi-Fi, and
demanda
is
una nueva
coming,
generación de
and
tecnologías
demands
móviles,
a
porque
new set
necesitamos
of
más
mobile next
velocidades,
generation
menor
devices.
latencia,
We
es decir,
need
que los datos
better
viajen más
speed,
rápido,
lower
y además
latency,
va a haber más
and at the
concurrencia,
same
más
time, you're
dispositivos
going to have
conectados y
more
lo
devices
trato
being
de hacerlo más
connected at the
simple,
same time.
pero lo que queda
To put it
evidente,
simple,
volviendo al punto inicial, es que se avanzó en
what's
conectividad.
evident is
5G
that we
es
made
lo que
progress
permite
in
dar el
connectivity.
salto a
5G
avanzar en más
facilitates this
dispositivos
quantum
conectados,
leap
en no solo conectar
in having
personas, sino
more
también cosas,
devices
y
connected
sobre
to
todo
people and
poder
to
soportar
things,
esa
and at the
concurrencia.
same
No es lo
time
mismo una
supporting
persona conectada a
all
muchas
this
personas, muchas
connectivity.
cosas,
You
y
have many
además las
people and many things
necesidades
being
de
connected
velocidad, latencia
and
y demás
serving those
que
needs like
demandan
latency
muchas de
and
las
speed
aplicaciones de
demanded
ahora
by
y del
many of
futuro.
the applications and future applications as well.
A Carlos Rebellón. Vamos con Santiago. Santiago, ¿tú dónde estás?
Santiago? Santiago, where are you?
Sí, listo. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes a todos. Pues estoy
Good
ubicado en Ciudad de
afternoon.
México. Vivo aquí
I
en
am
la Ciudad de
located in
México.
Mexico, in the city of
Sean todos su
Mexico.
casa, son bienvenidos.
That's where I live.
Muy bien. Santiago, tú que eres un experto en este despliegue de infraestructura, en estos
As you are an
fierros,
expert in technology
¿qué deben
deployment,
hacer los gobiernos para
how do governments approach, or how should governments approach this new development or deployment of infrastructure for 5G?
digamos, ¿cuáles son unas buenas experiencias o buenos
What are
modelos
the
que debe
best practices or the best models that you recommend to governments?
política? ¿Qué debe hacer el sector público para
Or in
que
terms of
esas
policy
redes
making,
fluyan
how
más rápido,
should the
una buena calidad
public
para
sector go about it to
Perfecto.
provide better
Bueno,
quality to
comienzo
more
por el
people?
secreto, como lo indicaste en un inicio.
Let me
Bueno,
address
yo
my
tuve la
secret.
oportunidad de, trabajando en el sector telco también,
I
de
had the
vivir en
chance to work
Argelia.
for telcos and
Entonces,
to work in
considero que
Algeria.
una de las lecciones,
And
y a la
one of
vez
the
lo
lessons
menciono
learned,
también como secreto, es que
and
yo
I
no tenía
bring it
como
as a
tal la
secret here,
magnitud
because I
del valor
didn't
de las
have
mujeres.
the understanding of the value of women, not only in the telecommunications sectors, but to our personal lives. And when I lived in Algeria, and as I relate to Muslims, sometimes we had a misconception, or probably it's not that clear, of how things are managed in the Muslim world. And I came to realize that there were many things that were not appropriate, but at the same time, I knew that they value the positioning of women in society in comparison to the West. They have a different perspective, religiously speaking, and there are many, many things where we have differences. However, the secret is the value of women in our lives. This is the lesson learned, living in a different world, having a concept of women that is totally different. So this is my contribution. Now, that was a secret. Let's address your question. How should the government go about with operators and carriers? In Nokia, we become facilitators, which is a crucial aspect. What are the challenges ahead of us for the 5.0, for the 4.0 industry, for 5G, or the Internet of Things? Because, as my colleague said, this is going to become an unprecedented revolution that are not only things we're going to it's not only that we're connecting things, but also connecting more people that will require more capability and more quality of service. We should have 24/7 availability. And with regulators, we explain to them not how things are going to be, but as stakeholders, as players, and as providers in the industry. We need to become facilitators, and we need to make this ecosystem grow through standardization for 5G. That means the channels of communication, what are the protocols that are going to be implemented, and the way to interconnect that ecosystem. So it's not precisely saying how it's going to be done, but to facilitate through the collaboration of all the stakeholders in the ecosystem. As such, we are part of those international organizations, and we talk to them in dialogue with Latin America, from Mexico to Chile. And we're discussing with regulators, regulatory framework, with the agencies, with the governments, and we tell them what the best practices are, the best business models, and we should place emphasis for the growth of our region. It's not that we have a way ahead of us, but to show them the opportunities and the challenges that we're faced with, and to become facilitators, because we are crucial, we are key, we are the ones that they have global presence. We know where standards are going and where communication is going. Right now, with the industry that is 4.0, we have seen that challenge. 5G is not only because of the people that we're going to integrate, but all the devices. It requires lower latencies that are unthinkable. We found incredible experience where devices require lower latency than we as human beings have milliseconds to have a reliable network. And this is the sort of things that we need to convey to the regulators and the agency, placing priority over what is necessary to grow this ecosystem. Santiago, I'm asking, if you were a regulator, what would you do so these new networks be deployed faster and efficiently, so services could become cheaper and having access remotely to more sites? If I were the regulator, as an industry, I would be a facilitator, and I would sit down with all the technology providers. And I would tell them, okay, show me what are the cases, the business models. What is your experience at the worldwide level? Tell me to what locations you're targeting with 5G and how are you providing the people that are not connected to the connected users. For example, a basic example. What are the companies, operationally speaking, that have not evolved so much? For example, the car assembly plants. Those factories probably, as a regulator, I can say, okay, I'm going to create that ecosystem for that assembly plant, automobile assembly plant, with a repetition, though, to provide coverage, to have a new business model with larger revenue, and we're going to implement the same coverage to those that are next to it and that are not connected. Most of them are industrial areas, so we promote the growth of the automobile industry, and at the same time, I'm helping and promoting that sector of population that is not connected. So it's a way of growing. It's not imposing, but benefit all the sectors that are participating in that industry at large. Patricio, two questions before the technical questions. First, what are you? Santiago was discussing those that are not connected and how to connect them. You have experience, Santiago, because Patricio is a founder of Indigrantes. How do you see this transition? Those that are not connected or those that are not technologically adept?
Hi, Diego. Well, I think one of the major problems that the speed at which internet has evolved has come up against is that the people that we want to use them haven't been trained. So they can't access technology at that same speed. And this is something that has happened largely in the last 40, 50 years. Historically speaking, the issue of the adoption of technology has been far more linear, always from the point of view of the need of involving users within the same process, because otherwise, from the point of view of technological development, what's happening is that technology is being developed without thinking about who's on the other side. People are going to be using it. And over history, we've always seen this. For instance, when the telephone was invented and it started to be used back in the 1920s, there were manuals which would make us laugh these days, because these are manuals that show people how to use telephones, so that users knew that they had to put the handset up against the ear and the face, and there were pictures and everything telling people how to use this. So think of digital immigrants, the Prensky's definition, which I think is probably it probably needs to be updated, because I think at this point we need to accept that we are all digital immigrants. But thinking of digital immigrants is like thinking about people who, in terms of speed, have been left behind or are in the process of being left behind as regards technological evolution. There's a point of no return, isn't there, when this process becomes exponential. If you look back at the talks we've heard today, we can see that the exponential speed at which technology is being developed is beneficial on the one hand, but it also exacerbates the gaps that we're seeing throughout the region. Patricio, where are you? In Buenos Aires. And what's your secret? My secret I shall take advantage of the fact that this forum is not so mixed. Right. It's only us four, isn't it? Or five. So I will confess my little secret. So when I'm not working in technology, and which is something that really inspires me, I dedicate myself to literature. I write, in fact. I'm a writer. I write fiction. Yeah, novels. Do you have anything published that we can see? Oh, yes, I've had a novel published. And I'll share it later, okay? Right? Okay, that's my secret. Thank you.
Bueno, don Facundo Fernández.
Fine. Facundo Fernández, where are you?
Doctor, ¿cómo le va? Buenas tardes. Aquí estoy.
Hello and good afternoon. Here I am. I'm talking to you from Buenos Aires. I'd like to say hi to Olga and Adrián and Oscar first and thank them for inviting me once again to be a part of this latest edition of the Self-School on Internet Governance. I have two secrets to share with you, and only with you. First is the envy, really, because I'm very envious of you. You're talking to us from the Caribbean, and the other's a little bit more complex. We're all talking about connectivity in this context of the pandemic, where many of us are still confined to our homes. And in order to be online with you, and in order to make sure bandwidth was working properly, I've got my two kids locked up in my office without any devices. And obviously, it's going to be a pretty difficult situation. And my wife is making sure that they aren't going to interrupt us with any screams. Well, Facundo and Patricio and everybody here today, we're talking about this digital gap. How has it affected you? It's because clearly just having an internet connection isn't enough, because most people don't have, and I'll tell you something, it's happening to me too. Fiber optics, yes, but the connection within the inside of the house isn't so good. I've wandered around the house and there just isn't a good connection. The problem is that sometimes the connection passes through many places, and it sometimes looks as if they have a bad connection. And you say, yes, I have an internet connection, but it comes off the smartphone with 3G networks, and often it's prepaid. So what can we do, Facundo, that with approaching this new deployment of the networks, what can we do to close this digital gap? What Patricio was saying is, for instance, in order that this doesn't create even more of a gap between the haves and the have-nots. That's a very good question, Diego. The first thing that comes to mind is that we need to look at where we're standing. Currently, we are on a fairly extraordinary road, the road of connectivity, because we could say that it's like a new starting point, these new ways of socializing, interacting between people, new ways of working. And in the last decade, the networks, mobile communications, 5G have kicked off a new era of digitalization, looking towards a digital future, which will have a major socio-economic impact, but also, as you say, in terms of the digital gap, something that has to be bridged. On the side of the technology, we as service providers and also platform providers for our clients who are mobile operators, we are very involved in the process of standardization and cellular technology. At the same time, we are committed to joint work to achieve an alliance between the public and private sectors to enable the different governments to close the digital gap and sharing the improvements which happen in the private sector as we see what are the best ways of deploying infrastructure in order to take everybody down the road of digitalization. And when we talk about the road towards digitalization, we're not just talking about the top tier of the market. We're talking about a competitiveness agenda, which is more holistic, more inclusive when it's about distributing economic benefits. From the public sector point of view, this requires, again, a very comprehensive and cross-sector approach to developing ICTs with a view to closing the digital gap. So we're looking at the area of demand, where we need to develop different kinds of practices, and on the side of demand to help people achieve connectivity and to help people understand what they can do with connectivity, how to achieve it. And that's what makes it so hard for us in a sense, because we're looking at the evangelization of certain issues that are clear in terms of achieving the connectivity. For instance, spectrum. We have to have the sufficient spectrum frequency, which is like our motorway, if you will, for wireless communications when we are looking towards these new technologies. As Rebelon said, we're looking at a whole process of evolution and transformation, and we're also looking at the way this is a factor for change, which requires an agreement between the public and private sectors in order to bridge the digital gap, and particularly between the regions, which is the big problem that Latin America has. So that's my first reaction to your question, Diego. Thank you. Carlos. Carlos, you work for Intel and you make chips. Intel has been a major player to ensure that terminals reach where they should. I have two questions for you. How many of the terminals today, like computers and cell phones, how many of these are actually ready to take 5G? We all thought they were ready for 4G. We need to know when they're going to be ready for 5G as well as the Wi-Fi networks, or not. Maybe we need to be looking elsewhere. And the second question is, what do we do to ensure that these terminals become cheaper? Because this is the major obstacle. I've done a survey in some of the top cities in Latin America, and we discovered that most homes, some children, some adults, were sharing one device between 5 people because they weren't ready. They couldn't afford to buy more devices or terminals, so that each person, each child could connect to their own lessons, or their parents each had a computer to work from home. So what can we do to make sure the prices come down? For tablets, smartphones, and computers, what can we do? Well, I'm going to split the answer into various parts. The first point is that there will gradually be better 5G networks, and the ways the radios in the cities, which will bring connectivity to homes, as we've already seen starting to happen. And then the issue about the terminals. I'm talking about for 5G will connect my home to abroad and outside, and Wi-Fi is what ensures a good connection within the house. So we are hoping that Wi-Fi 6 this year, there will be devices able to hand it, and we're looking at 6 gigahertz next year, and 5G terminals will also start to appear in the markets where there's already a deployment of a network and radio frequency. In many countries, this will only start happening next year. But the point is that until the government says, I have a plan, and I'm going to auction these frequencies, and it's going to be a long-term plan of 5 years maybe, this is the first sign that companies will see, the companies that Facundo and Santiago work for, and that's when these companies are saying, yes, there's going to be demand there, and that's where they're going to start deploying the networks. And then finally come the vendors with their devices, because it's a chicken and egg situation, really, isn't it? And there's no point in jumping the gun. That's the general response to the first question. The second one, of course, there is major pressure on this, the issue of accessibility. I think the problem so far has been that the governments have seen this in a fragmented way, and they will say, I want connections to be more affordable, but only in a certain way. Or I want terminals to be affordable, but we'll forget about the connections. And sometimes they even forget about people. Maybe it's affordable, but people don't know what they're for or what these connections are for even. So we need comprehensive policies. And in the issue of the PC, although smartphone use has grown massively in terms of the way these are financed, but I'd say there's been very little effort made to finance PC purchases. There are very few governments who are focused on that, on providing alternatives. And now with the pandemic, it was left abundantly clear that the smartphone is particularly useful to communicate and to be online. And the computer is for working together, to work on creative jobs. So I think much of the aspect of the massification and the success of mobile communications, which is connectivity plus device, I think we need to take it to the world of the computers. And I think part of the problem has been that these were managed separately. And I think another problem was that we thought that one device was going to cover all needs. So, as you said, a home might have, with one smartphone, they could do everything, but the reality is that each person needs a smartphone. So for somebody, we're all going to need a class. You can't give a class on data science, say, on a smartphone. You have to have a computer. So we need comprehensive policies, we need financing, and we need a more aggressive policies in those areas, because technology is going to continue to develop. Right, Santiago? There's one thing I don't understand. Let's see if you can help me understand this. The deployment of these networks is very expensive, right? The governments charge per spectrum, so we have to pay. The carriers have to pay for the spectrum, and the carriers have to invest in cells. Right, for 5G, they have to multiply the number of cells because you need a greater density of cells to deploy the 5G. In a city like this Mexico City, we probably 5G cells every 100 meters. So the number of cells is going to grow exponentially. And then we're looking at fiber optics, right? So we have to pay for the infrastructure, which is incredibly expensive. The question is, where's this money going to go? Because where's the money going to come from? Because the users are paying as much as we can. Users already paying for internet. So how is that money going to the telecoms carriers? So, what are users supposed to be paying for, given that they're already having financial problems because of the pandemic? Where is the money going to come from? And what are the carriers going to charge as an extra? And who's going to pay for it? Argentina doesn't have any money to cover 3G or 4G services. How on earth are people going to pay more advanced services? Who knew these new services? How can they cover the costs of these tenders, which will be massive? Yes, your question is quite clear. And I think I'm going to divide it into two. The first part looks at the technological aspect, and the second is commercial. In answer specifically to how many access points we will have deployed throughout the city, you gave an example, Mexico City, which is one of those popular cities in the world. But I'm going to be very specific in my response. Technological evolution. We have developed solutions on the base that you have today, which provides, say these services provide 2 or 3 or 4G at the same time. That means that you can evolve to provide 5G within that base point. This means that we're going to be cutting operations costs, and investments, CAPEX and OPEX, will also go down, because you can, from the same place, provide those services, those 5G services, bearing in mind the macro nodes, those massive antennas that we have in the streets, on the roofs of buildings. But there will also be different access layers. For instance, in a building that's connected, where you have lots of businesses and there's very high need in terms of access, we'll have these echo cells, little small cells that will provide access to certain kinds of users. 5G is characterized precisely for the multi-access it offers. It's not only through macro access points, but you'll also have small access points. And services will be provided which will be perfectly tailored to these. For instance, like a shopping center. We will be able to rely on Wi-Fi and small cells working in the available spectrum. So we will have a multi-access network. So in technological terms, we have covered part of the problem, or dealt with the challenge of implementing 5G in the very same places where carriers were already present or had their own property, and they could emit the signal for 2 or 3 or 4G, they will be able to have 5G there too. Now, if we look at this from the commercial point of view, you're quite right. Users shouldn't have to pay for this. So this is why we have new business models. Let me give you a simple example. What do the OTTs do? Whether they're Google, Apple, Facebook, or Amazon. They're the big four. They're multimillionaire companies. Their main business is data. There are data, right? Because we provide them with that data. And what we try to emphasize is that what we're doing is empowering the carriers so that these services are paid for through, for example, geolocalization services. If I pass by, I don't know, a services center or a burger joint, and where I've already bought something, then they can make me a proactive offer. And then I can have a discount, and the carrier begins to get more services on board and can mobilize their geolocation services on the basis of my location, which I already decided and agreed, right, to offer them. I gave them permission to know where I am and what I'm consuming. Now, today, they already know that, but it hasn't been monetized. So we need to facilitate the growth of that ecosystem so that at the end of the day, the carrier is benefited with new business models, and me as an end consumer don't have to end up paying extra. In fact, some 10 years ago, if I remember rightly, we were talking about the fact that end users were only going to pay €1 for telecom services in their different mobile or fixed devices, because this was going to be sponsored by the new services and monetization on the basis of geolocation services, advertising, augmented reality, VR. So what I'm actually doing is helping that ecosystem to grow. I don't know if that's the right answer to your question.
Yeah, some of your ideas are very interesting. But I don't know if you watch the Social Dilemma documentary. Especially right now, carriers want to manage the data apart from the hotels. So this new world is changing everything because people are becoming more concerned. But to tell you the truth, when you do some surveys, conduct some surveys, people are interested in having data with Google, with Facebook, with the major four telecommunication companies, and they don't have any problems with that. The same with WhatsApp. 94% of the users that have never read the conditions and terms. And Facebook, nobody knows the regulatory framework where they operate. But yeah, we provide them our data in turn for the service that we use for free. And we are using Zoom. I believe that Adrian and Olga are paying for this license, but we can also use Zoom for free. So how can a company make profit if it's a free service? How are they going to pay for payroll and all that? That's what Santiago says about the new models. And precisely is the question that I have for Patricio. Obviously, we're creating a transformation in the labor market. We have layoffs, and there's a new way of infrastructure for engineers. Just like me, I come from engineering, telecommunications engineering, the hardware. Patricio, since you're working with talent, technologically speaking, what would you recommend for to somebody necessary training to join this new world of infrastructure and to have better possibilities of employability and to have a better job in the future? What should you recommend to these people? The great challenge ahead of us, Diego, is to try to predict the future. Because we hasten the times, and to train and to educate people is not easy and it takes time. So it's a long-term investment that should be made considering the prediction of the future. And we need to do this and try to conceive the ODS, or for example, the SDGs. The SDGs are thought for the year 2030. So what our jobs are going to be like for the year 2030? What is the population going to be like in the year 2030? This requires creativity. For example, we reviewed space, and that space talks about an impact on society and our daily life. So we wonder, what is our daily life like? Because precisely it was not the one we had or that we lived in February. We don't know what our life is going to be like in 2030, let alone next year. So it's very, very complex. What would you recommend, or what I recommend, because we cannot recommend, but probably the attitude that we need to have that has to do with creativity and try to imagine things, not fiction-like, but to read, to see what data reveals, what our predictive analysis like. Today we were hearing from studies held or conducted by CLAC that are fundamental to see the way we're going, how we're approaching the future. And I add to Santiago's comments by saying having creativity in business models, because we're in 2030 and we cannot have the same business models as finished and implemented in the history. And that has a limit from the point of view of labor opportunities. or employment opportunities, we have challenges that we need to overcome, because Diego was saying things about employment and how we're going to support the pension fund, because the aging population where the pyramids are getting inverted, so you're going to have a minor labor force to support an aging population that is passive, that is going to require a standard of living that right now basically is demanding a lot. So we have to rethink what the major universities or the Ivy League universities are doing across the world. First, to rethink and to reshape the educational models. For example, we were not ready for a pandemic. Some were ready than others, but we were not ready for the point of view of infrastructure and e-learning. And let alone, we're ready to have training for the future. Let me give you an example that becomes relevant. The educational statistics for Argentina in terms of university training revealed that 50% approximately, and they come from 2 or 3 years ago, but I believe the same trend follows suit. 50% of those that are registered in economic sciences or law. So we're not investing in human resources that are thinking of future careers. Economic sciences is a major that is not going to become obsolete, but is going to be very highly impacted in the next few years, because as a result of the Internet of Things, microcontacts, automation, things that you need to consider. Yeah, it's not only the hardware, but we have to rewire our brains. They're telling me to close because. But first, I would like to ask Facundo one more thing. Yes, I would like to reply to what Santiago said, the carriers and how they're going to pay for the spectrum. First, we need to put an end to this policy to collect between the trade-off, or a trade-off between the monetary needs of the state and the economic and social benefits that are going to provide you with better connectivity. And how are you going to have the money out of the consumers? Well, we conducted a study. You can get it out of our website, where we analyzed in 22 countries, whether it was smartphone users that account for 1 billion users, to tear down the myths to see if there is a benefit in the short term with 5G networks, or that are probably you can pay a premium price for the 5G network. And it falls down when people are willing to pay a premium price for an application that provides better employment opportunities, better educational opportunities, or to be more connected, and other uses from other points of view, not only from the final user, but on the industrial transformation, and something that is going to create better opportunities by having better connection and to make improvement and to provide better jobs, given the digitalization of economies and the Industrial Revolution 4.0. They are insisting that we finish and we conclude our remarks. Thank you. It has been very, very interesting. I learned a lot from your experience, and I would like to acknowledge the Southern School of Internet Governance. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Carlos, Facundo, and Santiago, and Patricia. A great pleasure to see you and to interact remotely. It was very philosophical on the educational needs, what to adapt. Everything that we learned is good, but we need to reinvent ourselves. And I was thinking of the spectrum auction. If you are used to having these sort of auctions where billions of dollars are earned. I'm going to introduce the last panel for today. I would like to thank Carlos Rebellion that put me in contact with these two people. The last panel is on Wi-Fi of the future. For those of you that are not that technical, Wi-Fi requires some spectrum frequency. It's like streets on space where you exchange some information. And these streets are in an orderly fashion, regulated, and the regulatory agency tells you, well, you're the carrier of these services, what street to take and which one not. Wi-Fi has a beauty that we can use some parts or portions of these spectrum where to circulate that have more freedom. These are not licenses, parts, or modernized portions of it. And we have some pre-established bands. And since Wi-Fi is widely used and is the main access through any devices like smartphones, tablets, or computers, there are even cities that offer Wi-Fi for free of public domain. Or they're used to download traffic out of mobile networks that they go to Wi-Fi instead of using their personal data that may be overloaded with traffic. So Wi-Fi has evolved technologically wise towards new technicalities, technical models, and spectrum variations. That's what our next panel is going to be on. These are experts. I like to acknowledge Carlos that put me in contact with these people. One is Michael Kramer, that is based in Germany. And Hassan Yahobi. Hassan Yahobi. Those people, or these two people, work in Intel. They're gonna speak in English, so please pick your language, or there's a language selector, and you choose Spanish, and you will hear the translation. I'm going to introduce him briefly, and later I'm going to speak with them in English, and the translators will be ready to switch into Spanish.
The last panel of the day. Now, tomorrow we're going to be starting at 9:30. We're going to be covering other things like data governance, financing, the digital pact, sustainable connectivity. These issues are slightly less technical, a bit more strategic. Today is the longest day. We're delivering with intellectual property, participation in the ICANN ecosystem. Now, if you're interested in ICANN, there's a special panel on this. We have Warren Murray, who is the CEO of ICANN, who's going to be telling us a little bit about this. And then we're also going to have other experts from ICANN who are going to be talking about root servers, domain names, systems, and other things which have to do with the organizations that coordinate internet at global level. And at the end of the day, we'll just see. We were also going to be looking at domain name systems security, DNSSEC, and a long panel on opportunities and intellectual property. And I'm waiting for comments from the technical team. Okay, we're going to go for a little break. Don't leave us yet. We'll be going on to our next panel any minute now.
Volvemos con el último panel de la tarde y ahora voy a hablar en inglés.
So I'm going to be speaking in English as we have different speakers who are foreign who are going to be talking on a highly interesting subject, the Wi-Fi of the future. And now I'm going to go into English. First, I'd like to present Michael Kramer.
European Spectrum Strategy of Intel Corporation, and Hassan Yahobi, I hope I pronounced it right, a leader architect of a wireless system from Intel Corporation. Welcome to our School of Internet Governance, Hassan and Michael. Are you there? Hassan, how are you? Can you hear me well?
Fine, thank you. I can hear you. Thank you very much, Olga.
For joining us. You know, this is a school. It's about internet governance, but the first day, which is today, it's a 5-day training. The first day is mostly devoted to infrastructure. And our dear friend, Carlos Rebellon from Colombia, he's from your same organization, suggested that this could be a highlight in the first day of our school in talking about Wi-Fi of the future. There's a joke around us sometimes that they say there was a time that when you went to a house invited, you asked for a glass of water. Now you ask for the wireless password of Wi-Fi. So it becomes such an important thing like water for everyone. You could talk to my children. They would say, I may not have food, but I want internet and I want wireless internet at home. So Wi-Fi of the future becomes a highlight in all the infrastructure talks we have today. And thank you very much for joining us join with us today. We have simultaneous translation into Spanish, so we can follow you in English, and those following with translation can follow you in other languages. And I don't know if you want to share your screen, just click the share symbol and you can share your presentation. And welcome.
Thank you very much, everybody. So I start first, is that correct? Can you hear
me? Online?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks everybody for the opportunity. Again, my name is Hassan Yagubi from Intel Corporation, Next Generation Standard and Technology. Today, I present the first part on Wi-Fi standard and technology updates. maybe we can start with some overall information. Let me enlarge, maybe that's better. Yeah, so things has changed because of the corona pandemic that you are aware of. Early 2020, there has been an increase in internet traffic growth of like 38%. And 80% of this increase was primarily for video, social media, and gaming. And as far as the video conferencing growth is concerned, we have seen an increase of between 2 to 25 time increase in the traffic in different platforms. In US specifically, 84% of US businesses are planning to increase the capacity of their Wi-Fi. Just a second. Is there? Can you hear me?
We can see your presentation very well.
Okay, and you can hear me. Okay, good. And 85% of businesses are planning to increase their Wi-Fi capacity, and U.S. CARES Act allocated $30 billion for enabling remote learning technologies as to better handle the situation that we have today globally and in U.S. The projection for IP traffic in 2022 is that the Wi-Fi is going to be like 51% of the total IP traffic, and the expectation for basically offloading mobile data to Wi-Fi is something around 60% in 2022. So to address this growth, the Wi-Fi industry has a plan. We are going to talk about it today. Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E in 2021, early next year, and what we are planning for Wi-Fi 7 targeting in 2024. Can go to the next slide, maybe. A little bit more information about the offload traffic, looking at different generation of mobile cellular networks, starting from 2G and today in 4G, and like we are starting 5G. The share of Wi-Fi traffic offloading mobile traffic into Wi-Fi has been increasing, starting with 30% for 2G today. For 4G, we are expecting that the 59–60% of the mobile traffic to be offloaded to Wi-Fi network. And for 5G, the projection is something around 71% offload. Okay. All right, so a little bit information about the Wi-Fi industry and technology ecosystem. The Wi-Fi ecosystem is primarily addressed by the IEEE 802.11 working group, as well as Wi-Fi Alliance. On the IEEE side, the working group is responsible for developing the physical layer and MAC layer standard specifications. You're all aware of like the previous generation and current generation of the 802.11 standard, ABGN, AC. Today, the IEEE is working on the 11AX technology standard. It's expected to be completed soon. And at the same time, it's working on the next generation 11BE that we talk more about that in the future slide. On the millimeter wave, also IEEE has developed the 802.11ad technology and currently is working on 11AY, and there are some drafts of the 11AY already available. And there are other specifications like 11AZ that is addressing fine basically positioning and all those aspects that are being developed in IEEE. On the Wi-Fi Alliance side, the Wi-Fi Alliance is addressing the industry certification, compliance, and some of the spectrum regulation to better understand the mapping. 11N was basically is being certified under Wi-Fi Certified 4. 11AC is implemented using the Wi-Fi Certified 5. 11AX certification already started as basically Wi-Fi certified 6, and in the future 11BE is targeted basically certification under Wi-Fi certified 7. In addition, Wi-Fi Alliance is developing different specifications and certification that are above MAC and PHY layer, like WPA3 for security, improved security, passpoint for access to the network. And also Wi-Fi Alliance is very active on the marketing and regulatory activities on different bands, globally. And we talk a little bit more about the spectrum in my slide, and also the next slide where Michael addressed some other aspects in part 2. Okay, so a little bit more information about Wi-Fi 4, what we had and where we are today in Wi-Fi 4 for based on 11N. It was launched in 2007. The max data rate that we were able to handle at that time was something around 600 megabit per second. The technology was able to handle like 4x4 MIMO at the maximum, and using 40 megahertz channel sizes, and the highest modulation encoding was 64 QAM. Wi-Fi 4 was primarily on the 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz band, and again based on 11N. For Wi-Fi 5, of course, the certification is based on IEEE 802.11ac. It's primarily on 5 gigahertz band. We have improved MIMO up to 8x8 MIMO. We have downlink MIMO. We have enabled the 80 megahertz and 160 megahertz channels, and we can do the maximum modulation of 256 QAM. The maximum data rate that we are getting from Wi-Fi 5 is around 7 gigabit per second, and the first Wi-Fi 5 certification was launched in June of 2013. And today, basically, we are focusing on Wi-Fi 6, enabling Wi-Fi 6 and also 6E. Wi-Fi 6 is based on 802.11ax. It is triple band operation, 2.4, 5, and 6. We talk about 6 gigahertz in future slides. We are basically, we are enabling OFDMA. We will talk about these features in more details. Uplink, downlink, MIMO, both enabled target wait time for basically improve the reduce the power usage, and then improve security using WPA3. The max data rate that we are targeting for the Wi-Fi 6 is 9.6 gigabit per second, and the certification was launched in August of last year. For 6E, basically it is an extension to Wi-Fi 6 with 6 gigahertz band operation added, and it is being launched in 2021. Okay, now we have more information, a little bit information about the market penetration. On the left side, you see the Wi-Fi shipments. Today, there are something around 3.1. Actually, it was the numbers were for the year 2018. In 2018, the estimate is that 3.1 trillion chipsets were shipped in 1 year, and this is increasing, as you see in the left side. The total number of chipsets is increasing to something around 5 trillion chipsets per year, and out of that, something around 2.5 trillion chipset is going to be in 2024 is going to be Wi-Fi 6. That's the that's the estimate. On the economic value of the Wi-Fi, we have some information on the right side based on Wi-Fi Alliance analysis. The estimated value of Wi-Fi in 2018 was globally around $2 trillion. And it is expected that the economic value of Wi-Fi is going to be something around $3.5 trillion in 2023. And of course, we have some more data about different countries, specifically as an example that you can take a look. Go to the next slide. I'll talk more about Wi-Fi 6 features, but in general, this slide shows different aspects that Wi-Fi 6 is trying to address, different improvement, of course, user experience, peak data rate, cost improvement, traffic capacity, spectrum efficiency, network energy efficiency, that is one of the main elements, connection density, another element, and latency. And the advancement that we have on top of Wi-Fi 6, as we already talked about 6E, and we will talk more about the detailed features, is of course addition of the 6 gigahertz spectrum, increased capacity, data rate, also 60 gigahertz millimeter wave with the introduction of 11AY, and of course improvement on the 11AZ location are the areas that are complementing and improving Wi-Fi 6 basically in the future, near future. Okay. Maybe we can skip this slide because I have more detailed information in next slide 9. Okay, so here we have a little bit more information on the technical aspects. Of course, as I mentioned, we are the MIMO configuration is enhanced. We have 8x8 MU MIMO for Wi-Fi 6. We are enabling OFDMA for overall network utilization and spectrum utilization, beamforming for reduce interference, and again, improve spectrum efficiency, target wake time to reduce the power consumption of devices and enable them better for other use cases such as IoT. We have the 1024 QAM for, of course, higher data rate and peak rates. And also we have the BSS coloring feature that is one of the important features to better to optimally handle the basically the access to the network by differentiating different BSSs like self BSS or the overlapping BSS, effectively increasing the basically the reuse distance and also improving the spectral efficiency in the network. So I have the next slide. Okay, let me see, just a second. Yeah, so I think I'm going to talk about the BSS coloring later. I have this high-level slide. I think we already covered the main aspects, some numbers that give you better understanding of how the Wi-Fi 6 can improve user experience for home, enterprise, and SMBs. Is 4 times greater scalability, of course, with the introduction of OFDMA features, 3 times faster performance with the introduction of 1024 QAM, 160 megahertz channels, and also around 75% improvement in responses, lower latency through enabling of, again, OFDMA features, as well as the base station coloring feature that we have. A little bit, yeah, in this slide, I have some comparison. On the top, we have some like the features that shows how Wi-Fi 6 is introducing the managed traffic so that the traffic of different clients are under control of APs. It's a schedule-based system, and it improves the efficiency because of the scheduling. And on the QAM modulation, increasing the 256 QAM that we had up to 11AC to 1024, effectively increases the basically PHY data rate for the 2x2 configuration from 867 megabit per second for an 80 megahertz channel to on the same MIMO configuration 2x2 PHY rate of 2.4 gigabit per second for 160 megahertz channel. And of course, the transition from or introduction of OFDMA enables the technology to support the smaller subchannels, divided bandwidth based on the need of different basically application and use cases, and overall higher efficiency that we have from OFDMA in general in any technology that uses OFDMA. And of course, the base station coloring, that's another main feature. I'm going to cover it in the next slide. Yeah, here, this is a slide that shows how this BSS coloring is helping. On the left side, what we have today traditionally, like we have this 7-cluster conventional, basically design, cellular design that shows basically frequency planning for the clusters. And you see that for basically cell 4, the reuse distance is clear there, and you can expect the type of interference that you have there, that the access mechanism need to handle. On the right side, basically we have the same basically frequency planning, but when we have the BSS coloring feature enabled, and as you see that we can effectively increase the frequency, like reuse distance and frequency, basically frequency utilization efficiency. With BSS coloring, what is possible is that the system can effectively differentiate between the transmission with self BSS and transmissions that are coming from overlapping BSSs. This differentiation helps to optimize basically channel access, and also as a result improving the latency that comes with the channel access, LBT, and all those mechanisms. So in this slide, a little bit more, like we have the WPA2 basically security that was supported for up to 11AC. Now we have the for the Wi-Fi 6, we have the WPA3. It addressed some shortcomings that WPA2 had, some risk of like being able to basically attack the network, like the AES encryption is increased to for WPA2 we had 128-bit encryption. It's increased and it to 192-bit AES encryption, and also basically introduced the forward secrecy feature that basically enables like the static situation that we had with the encryption is addressed, and now we can basically for any connection that is done in the Wi-Fi 6, the encryption is updated. So that's basically make the system more robust. As far as the MU MIMO is concerned, as I mentioned, up to 11AC, we were able to do up to 4 downlink channels, MU MIMO. And for Wi-Fi 6 and 11AX, basically we are able to do up to 8 MU MIMO channels, and of course we are also enabling the uplink MU MIMO. And as far as the basically the other feature, TWT feature is concerned, is that we have the TWT feature that is basically enable the extended sleep for clients, and clients are waking up at a scheduled time, and this feature basically improve the battery life significantly, and it is more optimized for IoT applications and things like that. Okay. A little bit more information on Wi-Fi 6E. As we mentioned, Wi-Fi 6E is the extension to Wi-Fi 6. with the introduction of 6 gigahertz channel. So in addition to 2.4 and 5 gigahertz channel, now we have access to the 6 gigahertz channel. I have another slide on the actual channelization, but we can benefit from an additional 6 contiguous 160 megahertz channels, which is a huge improvement. And also the Wi-Fi 6E certification is going to be available in early 2021, like probably in a few quarters from now. And let me see. Okay, yeah, maybe I can go to the next slide. So on the top of this slide, we have the IEEE channel plan for the 6 gigahertz band, 5925 megahertz to 7125 megahertz. In US, the 6 gigahertz band is divided into 4 uni subband, uni 5, 6, 7, and 8. As you see on the top, with 6 gigahertz band, as I mentioned, we have additional 6 of 160 megahertz channel, 14 80 megahertz channel, 29 40 megahertz channel, and 60 20 megahertz channel that can be used in general. At the bottom, we have a little bit more information about the 2 modes, the low power indoor LPI mode and also a standard power AFC mode that are introduced in US regulation. The standard power AFC mode is limited to Uni 5 and Uni 7. And you see the orange color code shows the channels and the frequency ranges that the standard power AFC enabled mode can operate in. And then the entire band, all the 1200 megahertz of band can be used for the LPI. A little bit more information about the AFC mode, although I didn't cover it. Basically, AFC mode is enabling a standard power, higher power indoor and outdoor operation. And then the automated frequency coordination basically take care of coordination and availability of a spectrum and channels for outdoor higher power operation to avoid interference with the incumbent, primarily the FS receivers. And then the low power indoor, of course, it's indoor and there is no need for AFC coordination as it is first indoor and then lower power operation. So that's the general information about the channelization. And I think that was my last slide before summary. So what I presented today basically is trying to give you the message that Wi-Fi industry is reinventing itself with the introduction of Wi-Fi 6 and 6E to meet the demands of evolving market. Now Wi-Fi has the complete offering of the sub 6 gigahertz band as well as the millimeter wave in 60 gigahertz. Wi-Fi is very competitive and healthy. As I mentioned earlier, in 2018 alone, 3.1 billion chipsets were sold. And for the next generation Wi-Fi 6 and 6E, we are introducing key features that I don't repeat again. You have it on this slide. Basically, these the Wi-Fi 6 enable 3 times faster than AC, 2 times faster versus gigabit Ethernet, and 75% lower latency and better security. And the good things are still to come with 11BE, basically with maximum throughput of at least 30 gigabit per second, lower latency, and multiple AP coordination. Basically, like if you look at this slide, you see that how Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi in general is complementing 5G. And 5G and the future of Wi-Fi connectivity basically require Wi-Fi. And I think that's all that I wanted to cover. So if there are any questions, I don't know, we wait to the end or we can address it now.
Thank you, Hassan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting. We have 2 questions from the audience. If you have a moment, I will ask you those questions. One is that you mentioned that this new Wi-Fi 6 and 6E would be available in next year, sometime commercially available sometime next year. When do you think that could be an expected launching date or time or year in developing economies like Latin America, for example?
Yeah, of course, the timing for different countries globally is different. Today, of course, we have a timeline for Wi-Fi Alliance to be ready for 6E. Wi-Fi 6 is already being certified for 6E. It's the first quarter of next year. Globally, depending on the progress and the speed of regulation, we expect this is going to be basically 6E to be enabled in different regions differently. Today, there are good progress in Europe and Asia and South America. I think Michael is going to cover the details better. But in general, the IEEE technology is ready. The Wi-Fi certification is almost ready. And we have the scale of the market already by adoption in US and Europe and some other regions. So I think when we follow Michael's presentation, we get a little bit more information.
Thank you. And one more question from the audience. What about the spectrum bands? Are they available in different regions, or there's something that should be taken in consideration by the national regulators, or they have to be cleaned? Are they usable?
Okay, again, I think it's better if we address this in Michael's presentation. If there is a need, we can continue with more Q&A. I don't want to basically, I think it's better to listen to Michael's presentation. Michael has a good coverage of basically what's happening internationally as well as in ITU. There are some relevant comments, relevant text and content that hopefully address this question.
Thank you very much. So, Michael, welcome to the South School of Internet Governance. We have an audience here mainly from the Americas, Latin America, and other fellows from all over the world that are keen to listen to your presentation. I don't know if I can see you. I think you have a presentation.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I do have a presentation. I'm sorry I don't have video on right now. Can you hear me and can you see my presentation?
We can hear you very well. For the moment, I don't see your presentation, but yes, that's it.
Okay, good. Good day, good evening, everybody. Greetings from Europe. Let me cover the second part of the Wi-Fi presentation that Hassan covered with the technical side. My name is Michael Kramer. I work for the Government Market and Trades organization in Intel Corporation. We're working closely with the technology business units and looking after policy in various areas. My part is spectrum policy globally to enable all the products that Intel is manufacturing and developing. So for Wi-Fi, the spectrum policy is the logical next question that comes from those great technology developments that we've seen and those new capabilities and features that Hassan has described for Wi-Fi 6. But with that, we also have a policy challenge. That is described on my next slide. I hope it's loading up with not too much latency. The situation that we're facing is, as we've seen in the technology presentation, we have essentially two main Wi-Fi bands. We had them for many years, the 2.4 gigahertz band and the 5 gigahertz band. And we have seen not only over the last few months during the corona pandemic, but even before that, the last couple of years, we have seen a tremendous uptake of Wi-Fi traffic and usage in all different environments. And it's not just, as was mentioned in the beginning, that people usually, when they go to a restaurant or to a bar, the first question is, what's the Wi-Fi password? But at least I can tell you from my home, my kids, they are on the Wi-Fi all the time. And it's a change in usage behavior that we see, I think that globally, where the younger generation relies so much more on Wi-Fi connectivity. My kids don't even watch TV anymore. They use Wi-Fi to consume media of any kind. So there's an enormous uptake in usage and traffic. But what we have not seen since 2003 is new spectrum that was made available to provide the capacity that is needed to carry all this traffic. Back in 2003, 17 years ago, we had the global allocation of the 5 gigahertz band. That was done by the ITU, and then subsequently many countries have made parts of that band available. But some parts of the band have specific usage restrictions and specific conditions. And that is important because it inhibits large channel sizes. And we can really only use those smaller chunks of the band one by one, since the conditions are not exactly aligned. And that was not such a problem in the past, but lately with new larger channel size applications that are coming in, use cases that are coming forward in Wi-Fi, it really is a restricting element that we see. We do need to enable larger channel sizes, and in the 5 gigahertz band that is so fragmented, that is really difficult to achieve. So the policy challenge that we are now facing is really that we need additional spectrum urgently to avoid congestion. With all this traffic uptake, we will soon be hitting, in some areas, we are already hitting a congestion and resulting poorer user experience and user throughput, slower throughput, and all of that is affecting the experience that people have with Wi-Fi and is degrading that experience. So in order to further enable the usage to grow and evolve also with the new use cases that we've seen in the previous presentation, it is really imminent now and urgent now to look at additional spectrum. Now, that was the challenge side of the spectrum policy debate, and the response that we are seeing, that we've been working towards, is described on the next slide here. It is the opening up of the 6 gigahertz frequency range for license exempt use by technologies such as Wi-Fi. And it's important from a spectrum regulatory perspective here to note that this is technology neutral regulation. This is not spectrum for Wi-Fi as a technology. It is spectrum that is made available by individual countries on a license exempt basis for all kinds of unlicensed technologies, Wi-Fi being one of them. Another important element, and we saw that in the question, the second question from the audience after Hassan's presentation, is we need to ensure existing spectrum users in the band can continue to operate. The question, I think, was, is the spectrum available? Is it empty? And no, it is not empty. There are existing users in this band, and they are quite important users. And we need to make sure that the use of Wi-Fi in this band is done in such a way that it coexists with the incumbent users and is not creating interference to those incumbent users. And those are mainly FSS, fixed satellite services. Where many countries are relying on these satellite communication links for many different applications, government, non-government, commercial. So that's quite an important existing use in the band, and that needs to, of course, remain in the band and remain possible without interference. Another important use in the band are fixed backhaul links, point-to-point radio links between different base stations, different other stations. And again, here we need to make sure that Wi-Fi is not interfering those systems. Now, what we've seen in a number of technical studies that we've done, both in Europe and the US over the last, I would say, 2 years, roughly, we've studied all these coexistence cases to make sure that we are not creating interference, and we have identified usage conditions for Wi-Fi so that the Wi-Fi can coexist with these existing users. And just high-level summary is different types of Wi-Fi usage that are possible. One is, and maybe that's the one that is more frequently mentioned, is low power indoor with 250 milliwatt power. That's one use case, and the typical access point in your house that you have is the low power indoor use. It also is very low power, including outdoors. So that's the device, your smartphone, for example, connecting to your access point. That could be indoors and outdoors. When you're in the garden, you can still connect to your access point in the house. The power here is even lower to make sure that we're not interfering the others in the band. And we also have special technical solutions, and some of this was explained on Hassan's slide about the US band plan situation. Standard power type use, but we do have techniques in place then to ensure that still we are not interfering other users in the band. Automatic frequency coordination or a more geolocation database type solution could come into play. We also have out of band limits that make sure that we are not interfering with the users in the spectrum range below and above. And all those conditions ensure that we can actually use the band for Wi-Fi without interfering other users in the band. Now, what can countries do, and what have countries already done, I think was also a question. And what we have seen in the past is that obviously in the US, we have had regulation developed and put in place. The rules are out and published, and we can now use the band for Wi-Fi. We have a similar development in Europe, which started at the end of 2017 or beginning of 2018. So we worked heavily on coexistence studies for 2 years there, and are now finalizing the regulation. We're expecting the final regulation for the European harmonized use of 6 GHz for Wi-Fi by next month. It should be finalized and published. We have already seen the United Kingdom stepping forward a little bit ahead of that, and they have already allowed the use of unlicensed devices and unlicensed technology in the band a few months ago, ahead of the European decision. But it is very much in line with what Europe is about to decide. We also have seen developments in other countries, in other regions, where either consultations are being held, public consultations to seek views and prepare the development of this regulation. We also have some countries where the development of the regulation is already ongoing and is getting close to finalization. Korea is fairly far ahead in their regulation. We also have other countries listed here on this slide, where you can see that more and more countries are now looking at this option, and it is obviously always a national decision to allow this use. It's not like Wi-Fi can simply go and use the band. Each spectrum regulator, each ministry, telecoms ministry, whatever the entity is in a country that is responsible, has to allow this use and has to open up the band for license exempt usage under certain conditions. And we're working with many of those government agencies to enable further countries through public consultations that we're now seeing, also just recently announced, I think, in Colombia and in Peru and in Mexico, to take the next steps towards then developing regulation. So towards the end of this year, I think we're seeing more and more countries that are moving in this direction, and then 2021, the next year, will be the mainstream year, if I can call it that way, for developing license-exempt regulation for the 6 gigahertz range. And that is, as I said at the beginning, it is urgently needed. We are really getting to the point where we're desperately needing more spectrum to be able to maintain the user experience that we've built up with Wi-Fi over so many years. That has seen yet another uptake over the last couple of months, even though we saw the traffic growth already earlier than that. But currently in the Corona pandemic situation, everybody's working from home. Everybody is schooling. Kids are schooling from home. The surge in traffic is growing even further now in that current situation. So it is really time to act now on the spectrum policy side, is what we see. And we're not the only ones in that area. It is not just Intel, it's the entire Wi-Fi Alliance ecosystem. All the companies behind that are sharing that view and are joining forces to work with governments to really enable this spectrum policy change. So in summary, we'll try to put this on one slide with a high-level message, and the future of work, learning, and connected society, and those are the different elements that we see in the usage uptake. It's not just Wi-Fi at home. It's not just Wi-Fi in a restaurant. It's the connected society, really, that is in front of us here. That is very clearly linked to the future of Wi-Fi, both technology, as we saw in the previous presentation, but also when it comes to Wi-Fi 6E, the 6 gigahertz band support. We clearly see that all this depends on how fast the spectrum regulatories and governments and authorities can respond to this challenge and opening up the spectrum that is needed to facilitate all this development. So that is, in short, the spectrum policy challenge that we see to make sure the future of Wi-Fi is as bright as the past has been. And we hope that this continues in the future with many more countries opening this up in the short term. And that concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Michael. Very, very interesting presentation and detailed technical information about the bands and technology. There's two questions from the audience. Say that you are a regulator in a country that has not reviewed the bands that are available, and they are interested in getting informed and participate in the development of the standards. Where do the regulators should be participating? In which forums? Where are these standards being developed and defined?
When you say standards, do you mean the technical standards or the spectrum regulation?
Somehow both. I think that for the regulator, the most important thing is the wireless definition, which band, but at the same time, where the industry should be looking at where the technical standards are being developed. So it's two different questions in one.
Okay, let me try to answer. Maybe Hassan can join in. I think as a maybe very good first place to look for a lot of information, both on technology standards development, but also spectrum regulatory information, I would say is the Wi-Fi Alliance website, which has a lot of information on there. We have for the spectrum regulation side, it depends on the region. For example, in Europe, we have an organization called CEPT that unites 48 spectrum regulators, and they are working together for harmonized spectrum regulation. Some other countries are developing their own individual regulations, so then it's really just working with that government. But I think Hassan, Wi-Fi Alliance, is that a good first place to go for a lot of information?
Sure. Yeah, as Michael mentioned, Wi-Fi Alliance has an extensive regulatory activities and program on almost all the unlicensed band, like globally. Today, very active in 5 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz. So I recommend everybody basically looking at Wi-Fi Alliance website, and we have the regulatory working group in Wi-Fi Alliance that is responsible for interacting with all the regional regulation and participation of the all the committees. And you can, if you like, you can also send me an email, or Michael, we put you in contact with the chair of regulatory group, and basically you can use that that venue to basically get involved with get involved and get updates with regard to what we are doing, what are the plans, and also Wi-Fi Alliance is able to provide a lot of information with regard to the sharing of studies, references, all those aspects that can be reused by different regulators in different regions.
Thank you very much. Then the last question, where universities and technical teaching schools could find information for their students about this issue? Maybe the same forums, maybe they can address you an email through me or through Carlos Rebellon.
Sure. Universities can also become universities, and students can become members of Wi-Fi Alliance and also IEEE. IEEE specification and contributions are available to public. Some drafts are restricted, but in general, it's open to public. I highly recommend to get involved with IEEE 802 and also contact Wi-Fi Alliance as well.
Thank you. So yes, Wi-Fi Alliance and IEEE.
Sorry, I thought especially from the university perspective, I think the IEEE is really a good place, because that's where the academia meets the standards development organizations, and so that's great. But of course, as you said, we're happy to provide further information if you send us an email, and I'm sure Carlos Rebellon can channel that to us. We're happy to provide all that information to all the audience that is interested. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Michael. Thank you, Hassan. Your explanation. Well, I'm an electronic engineer, so your presentation was music for my ears, and thank you very much for that. It has, if you allow me, I had some requests of having your presentation to have more detailed view of all the graphics. So if that is okay for you, I can share that with the audience. We have 500 fellows from all over the world, mainly from the Americas, from all over the world as well. So thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. I hope you stay safe and good wherever you are, United States, Germany, I don't know where you are. And special thanks to my dear friend Carlos Rebellon, who put me in touch with you, and greetings from all the audience here in the School of Internet Governance.
Thank you very much. It was an honor.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Michael. Stay safe. See you. Bye. Bueno.
Well, I don't know about you, but this presentation was absolutely fascinating. The future of Wi-Fi is so interesting to see what's going to happen with the spectrum. Lots of you have asked for the presentations on the chat because we couldn't see them. There was so much information of them. The words are really small, the text was very small, and they've made themselves available to share comments. We can ask them for information. So we're closing today. It's 6:30 here in Argentina, 4:30 in other Latin American countries. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 Argentine time. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, so lots of coffee. Make sure you're ready. And thank you for joining us. We've had a really big audience with us all day. Thank you so much for the tweets and the selfies and all the information you've shared on the social networks. It's so important for us. So big hugs. See you tomorrow.